Welcome, I'm Paul. This is Dave, my co-host. Today I have my monthly compilation, 120 Glitch in the Matrix and Paranormal Stories for you. So many weird events happening this month. And just to wish you all a Merry Christmas, have a great holiday. Hope everyone ushers in the new year. Get your resolutions ready and stick to them. Yeah, it's worth doing. Okay, let's get to the compilation stories, ad-free, as always. Case file number 3274, written by Artistic Anxiety, The Curious Journey of a Loaf. So yesterday, I went to the store to get groceries and picked up a loaf of bread. When I got home, I specifically remember taking it out of the bag and opening the fridge and seeing that I already had a loaf that I had forgotten. I shrugged and put the second loaf next to the first one. Like an hour later, I went to make a sandwich and I remember thinking, I have so much bread, I should eat it before both loaves go bad. So I opened the fridge and the second loaf was gone? Only one loaf in there. I was confused and dug through the entire fridge. It just wasn't there. I checked the counters and the pantry, trash in the freezer, to see if I had set it down and forgot to actually put it in the fridge somehow. It's just gone. I live alone and I have a security camera. I don't think anyone would break in without triggering the camera just to steal a loaf of bread and leave. I'm so fucking confused. Where did my bread go? Later on, I found it in my trunk, which still doesn't make any sense because I had it in my hand and emptied the entire trunk. But I mean, at least I have my bread now, I guess. What the fuck? I don't think this could be an instance of memory lapse or anything like that because you brought the loaf inside and put it in the fridge. Could you just invent that memory in your mind? Well, we can sometimes create memories in our mind, but usually it involves either some extreme situation, it's a psychological defense mechanism, or it's a very distant memory. In this case, nothing traumatic happened and it's not a distant memory. So, was it fabricated by your mind? I don't think so. I think this is a case of the universe not indexing properly. So an item was in a certain place and it simply was restored to a different spot earlier, because probably the data file of that loaf was corrupted. I think this also explains why sometimes objects reset in time. It's simply that they're pulling from a saved memory file of that object. Case file number 3275, written by General Lillis. Batteries not included. Well, I was about 8 years old, and I had always been scared of my room because my mother had these creepy ceramic clowns in it. So there were 3 or 4 around the room that looked like the clown from Stephen King's horror movie, It, and I say this ceramic figure looked even creepier. Every time I woke up in the middle of the night, I felt so scared because of these horrible clowns. You know that feeling when you think there is something around you, moving, looking at you? It's almost like you can hear that feeling. This sensation is very similar to when you turn on the TV. I've always thought that weird sensation is because of the TV static, but one night in particular, I woke up and felt that peculiar sensation for a few minutes before opening my eyes to the darkness in my room. I tried to go back to sleep, but my mind was so active I just couldn't. So I did what any kid my age would do in a situation like that. I started calling my folks in a really low voice. In my mind, I didn't want to draw the attention of whatever I felt around me. After many attempts, before recurring to screaming from the top of my lungs for mom and dad, I said to myself, every night I wake up feeling like this and nothing happens. Nothing is going to happen to me tonight. And that's when I heard it. I perceived a strange but very recognizable noise that was coming from the living room. It was the sound of an electric motor. After a few seconds, I realized what I'd heard was my RC car moving around the living room. The thing is, I could not only hear it, but after figuring out what it was, I saw it. I could see it because the end of the hallway that came from the living room was my door, and behind my door was my bed, which was right beside my 3-year-old brother's bed. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. The only thing though possible was that my dad was playing with the RC at 3 a.m. Having that in mind, I grew some balls, got out of bed, and walked haltingly directly to my room's door. When I'm almost halfway, the RC car stopped suddenly. It breaks like it felt I was looking at him. All the while, I stood motionless in the hallway. At the end of the hallway, on the left, there was a door that went to the garage, and to the right, there was a kitchen entrance. The kitchen had a bar that connected to the living room, so one could see through the kitchen entrance and through that same bar across the living room sofa. And that is when I realized my dad was not there, and the balls I've built shrunk again in a matter of a second. As if possessed, the RC starts moving again and goes directly to the garage door and starts to bang the garage door of the end of the hallway, crashing into it, every time bouncing back. The machine had gone berserk, I thought. But no, it wasn't out of control. It looked like the RC wanted to go outside. He knew exactly what he was doing. I suppose I was hallucinating, but my eyes proved me wrong. I turned around and ran inside my room, shut the door, turned on the light, and woke up my little brother. He started to cry, and finally my folks came in. Once I felt secure again, I fell asleep while they calmed my little brother, clueless of what had woken him up. The next day, I checked the RC car, and while at it, I tried to make some reasoning about why the car was moving by itself. I remembered that I had moved the other RCs with my controller, so maybe that was a possible answer for that strange incident. Maybe somebody was playing with his RC. Yes, at 3 in the morning, there was some random person playing outside my house with his RC, and his controller signal crossed with my RC, I innocently thought. So that's when I lifted my RC car, turned it around, and said to myself, never again, only to acknowledge that my RC car didn't have the batteries in it. Okay, this story is great, mainly for the ending. The twist, you could say, although not totally unpredictable. I just think it's so cool and creepy, of course, that, yeah, this toy, like you said, you postulated the only mundane explanation that someone else's signal was interfering and being intercepted by your toy, your RC toy, and was being commanded by that because someone else was playing with theirs early in the morning. Not inconceivable, maybe from a nearby house or something. But no, if there's no battery in your toy, that's impossible. So, was it a spirit inducing the current? That'd be my guess. Case file number 3276, written by Rizal222, The Sink of No Return. For some context, I live in a student accommodation with a sink in my bedroom. It's directly next to my bed. Like, if I sat at the end of my bed, I could wash my hands or brush my teeth, which I don't. There's nothing much going on there besides my sink and my bed. When I'm not using it, I use the sink to store small things that I'm too lazy to put away directly. So like if I'm in bed and I eat candy, I'll toss the wrapper in there for when I actually get up, and then I'll throw it away. Anyway, recently, I put my portable fan there, but instead of putting it in the sink like I usually do, I kind of just balanced it on the edge of it. I forgot about it, and then accidentally kicked it. I heard it fell down on the floor. Immediately I got up to look for it, and it was literally gone. Remember, this is a fan. I looked everywhere. Behind the sink, under my bed, I've moved the furniture, but it's gone. I had to admit defeat and just shrugged it off, but yesterday, the same thing happened with an eraser. I placed it on the edge, forgot about it, and it fell down when I was doing whatever. I looked for it the same, changed my sheets, moved my bed. It's just gone. I really don't get it. Like, where the hell can it be? It's a small bedroom. Besides the bed and the sink, there's really not much. The eraser I can kind of understand misplacing, but a whole fucking fan? Case file number 3277, written by Bubblebutt Unicorn. A slideshow before dawn. I like to start this by saying I'm not sure if this is truly a glitch in the Matrix type of experience, but I also don't quite know what category this would fit in. What I do know for certain is ever since this happened, 24 years ago now, I can't help but question my reality. So here it goes. When I was 17, I went to an outdoor party with some friends in the countryside. I had had a lot to drink and started feeling sick, so I walked away from the main party area to possibly throw up and ended up laying down in a field of tall grass. The grass came up to my waist, I believe, and I'm also only 5 feet tall. I was wearing all black with my hood up, so I was basically invisible in the dark. I didn't lay down flat on my back as I was feeling too nauseous to do that. I laid on my side and slightly curled up. I may have passed out from being so intoxicated. That part I can't quite remember. At some point I was just lying there. A car backed up over me. I remember rolling and then looking up at the underside of a vehicle. I remember I was just about to yell, but just as I was going to do that, it rolled forward and went over me a second time. Everything went black for a few seconds. I couldn't see anything, but I could hear my friends yelling. When my vision came back, I was being helped up. Aside from a black eye and tire marks across my shirt, I was completely fine. My friends quickly called for a cab, and I went to my girlfriend's place where I was supposed to be spending the night. When I got to her place, I went to have a bath to clean up and also calm down, as I was still freaking out and crying over the whole ordeal. I remember after taking my black hoodie off, just staring at the tire mark that went across the chest. As I laid in the tub, I just kept replaying everything that had happened over and over again in my head, and how nothing felt real. After my bath, I decided to call my dad, whom I was living with as my parents were separated, and tell him what happened so that he could take me to the hospital to check for any internal injuries. He did, and I was completely fine. No broken bones or any internal injuries of any kind. The doctor said the reason I survived was because the ground was soft and it just pushed me into it instead of crushing me. Unfortunately, my dad didn't believe I was run over by a car and thought I had simply just gotten into a fight. I told him if that were the case, I wouldn't have bothered calling him at 5 a.m. to take me to the damn hospital and would have just gone home after getting some sleep and showed him the black eye when I got there. I was actually kind of hurt that he didn't believe me, but I guess I can see how it was so unbelievable. I mean, getting run over by a car twice and having no injuries does seem pretty unbelievable. I later learned that the driver was devastated and punched out his own car window after realizing what had happened. I don't remember much between the car going forward and waking up under it, only that for a brief moment I saw flashes of my entire life like a slideshow of still images rushing by. It was the strangest, most vivid thing I've ever experienced. I've always wondered if something else was happening at that moment, if maybe I really did die for a second, or if my consciousness glitched somehow. It is the most surreal and unexplainable thing that has ever happened to me. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this, where physics and logic say you shouldn't have survived, but you did? Also, no drugs involved other than alcohol, and as I said, I was checked at the hospital, totally fine. Still blows my mind to this day. Okay, this one's making me think. So, we all know about, well, most of us know about quantum immortality. It's a accepted, in my mind anyways, feature of the multiverse. So you die, you go to a different universe, your soul. Cool. Very simple. In this case, though, you still have to ponder on the idea that you are being transported to a different universe where most things are similar. And in this case, if it was survivable because you still had the print on your shirt, that means in the other universe, if this is quantum immortality, a car really did crush you effectively. And maybe, like the doctor said, the ground beneath you was soft enough where it didn't break anything. But the weight of a car is so immense, even if you were laying on a feather bed, or like just, a memory foam mattress, the space foam, I think it would still leave an impact. It would break a few ribs or something at least. Now, that's just my instinct. I don't know for sure. I wonder if Mythbusters tested this or something. They'd have to get them on the job. I'm just thinking, okay, maybe this is quantum immortality. You're in a different universe. But then physics still apply there, so you still survive something miraculously with no injury. That's just, really cool. I mean, the human body, even if we're just talking about the mundane, is pretty resilient, or it can be. It's weird. The human body can be so fragile and so resilient at the same time. Makes you wonder. Case file number 3278, written by Kim Reck. Nights in the Mill House. I was in 7th grade, and we'd just moved into a mill-town house. One of those houses built by a dam in a mill that used to house the families of mill workers. The upstairs area always gave me an eerie feeling, but I shrugged it off as the discomfort of living in a new place. From the beginning, I had trouble sleeping, and was jolted awake in the middle of the night repeatedly for no apparent reason. Then, I started hearing the thumping. It started as occasional, soft thumps, seemingly coming from the attic. I had my dad check it out to ease my mind, but he found no explanation. Fast forward a few weeks. The occasional thumping was becoming louder, and I continued to wake up in the middle of the night. One night, I was jolted awake again, but this time, I recalled hearing a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of breaking plastic. I looked to my window across the room, and the blinds had been completely torn and were in disarray. My door was closed, the windows were closed, and the house was locked up tight. I don't think I've ever run so fast in my life. I made it downstairs pretty quickly, and the sound woke my parents, so they went upstairs to check it out. They found no cause or explanation. I slept on the couch downstairs until we moved shortly afterwards. Case file number 3279, written by the G-Rim. Through the snow, through me. My friend's mother is the typical Canadian mother. A heart of gold, but not one to tell fishing stories. One night I was up late shooting the crap with his whole family, and he alluded to that one story, Mom. She seemed visibly sobered, but she went on to tell us a story from when she was a teenager. It was late at night, and it was snowing. So, summer, for all I know, as it was Canada. And it was a storm for the ages. She said that visibility was at most 10 to 15 feet. As she approached a stop sign, likely driving too fast for the conditions, she noticed a car driving perpendicular to her driving too fast as well. There was no time to react. She slammed on her brakes, and when the cars were but inches apart, she closed her eyes and braced for impact. Impact that never came. The next thing she knew, she was at a standstill on the other side of the intersection. She got out of the car to gather her bearings, and she noticed the other car was stopped as well. The driver had his hands over his face and was shaking. She approached him and asked something to the effect of, "What the fuck just happened?" He looks up at her crying and shaking as well, and asked if she was kidding, and when pressed said, "Right when our cars collided, instead of impact, your car passed through me. I felt a chill as I saw your body pass through my own." Obviously, she refused to believe him, but that was a story he was sticking to, and obviously her eyes were closed, so she had to go off his account. The important thing to stress is how much of a straight shooter this guy's mom is. Doesn't tell stories, doesn't bullcrap, and roughly 40 years later, even telling the story still affects her. So another case that makes you think, okay, quantum immortality. But the description of the other person, seeing you phase through with the car, with your body, everything. This could be one of those instances where the memory's psychological defense mechanism creates a memory of an experience that is otherwise inexplicable. And I mean, the created memory is still inexplicable, but it makes some sense, I guess. You just somehow phase through each other. It could still be quantum immortality, and you're in this new universe where the other person's defense mechanism psychologically created this false memory of phasing through, but really you just grazed each other. But it is weird. I mean, it's not really a defense mechanism, because if you're in a new universe and you didn't crash into each other, well, why do you need a fake memory for that? So I don't know. Did you somehow, was it not quantum immortality and you simply phased through it? Maybe a guardian angel event, and the guardian could cause the matter to phase through each other? Huh. That is true God mode level developer tools. Case file number 3280, written by Nathan Paul Young, The Radiant Stranger. When I was 16 or so, I stayed the night at my best friend's house. I was always rather impressed with the size of his house, even once becoming lost downstairs. His family was large, and they tended to have guests a lot, so there were areas of his house that just plain never saw people. On this particular night, we were skirting some of those areas when things began to get strange. So, we're in his basement, he's playing some guitar, and I'm on my computer. He has to pee, so he leaves the largest room of the basement and enters an area of the house, also in the basement, that no one usually enters. It's mostly just used for storage, but it has the closest toilet, and he's a lazy motherfricker, so he chooses to go there. He comes back after the usual amount of time and asks me to come listen to something. I get to just outside the bathroom and we stop. Footsteps? From the room we're in, and the direction of the noise is moving as if from a person walking around the room. Also, the room is carpeted and the sound is as if on a hardwood floor. Also, we're the only ones home. So whatever, we're like, well, that's spooky, and decided to ignore it and scare it away with loud music and boisterous laughter. Essentially, just trying not to worry too much about it. After a time, we're like, it's 11 p.m., the weather is marvelous, let's go for a walk outside. The night air will be fantastic. And off we go. Now, his house has a massive 50-ish acre common area in the back, a row of houses on one side and a semicircle of forest on the other. We trudge on out into the tall grass, and I've just basically been walking and talking about normal stuff for a couple of minutes when we both freeze. Do you see that? The white thing? Yeah, dude. Yes, what do we do? Back up slowly. We have to get away. Got it. And we start backing up. The whole time we're staring at this radiant white body, standing or hovering a few feet off the ground. It looks like it has limbs and a tail, but it has very little detail and almost appears orb-like. After a few seconds of deliberate reverse retreat, my friend turns around and as if in unison, the white thing vanishes. I turn around too, as when I do, I see it easily 100 feet away standing amongst a completely different set of trees in that same forest. At this point I say, "Fluck it, we've got to get back," and we both just take off towards the well-lit front of this house. As we arrive, we start feeling giddy from the adrenaline, and are just like, well, that was madness. Glad it's over. We start ambling into the street, and as we get a few feet from the only 3 streetlights in view, they all turn off at once. We had the single largest nope moment ever. Took off inside, locked all the doors and windows, turned on all the lights, and made sure the flucking television was on in all the rooms to avoid anyone hearing anything they shouldn't. The strangest thing, however, was the clock showed 1:43 a.m. We had only been outside for maybe 10 minutes, and yet nearly 2.5 hours had passed. This was the most terrifying part of the whole ordeal. Case file number 3281, written by Sugar Consistent 4947. When laundry gets weird. Last year, I bought my daughter some back-to-school essentials for kindergarten. I had bought her some ankle socks, and they were a pack of 8. All different colors, with positive written on the inside rim of the sock, the part that goes around the ankle. For example, some say, "Superstar, I'm awesome, strong," a smiley face, etc. So now, it's a year later, she doesn't wear them as much as she's grown, and it's too cold right now. But she wore a pair the other day, and when I was doing laundry, I came across the pair she wore. It was a dark purple set with the word strong on them. I folded them together and finished the laundry. At the end of the pile was another dark purple ankle sock that said strong. So now there are 3 of the same sock, and I cannot, for the life of me, figure this out. There was never more than 1 pair of each of the matching socks. I'm tripping. Case file number 3282, written by Sticky Note. The girl none of us should have seen. I was 15 and on a trip to Montana with my family. One night, we stayed at a hotel that backed to an open field. It was really beautiful, so I left the curtains open and went to sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up for some reason and looked out of the window, only to see a young girl dressed like a pioneer looking right at me from a distance. I freaked out and shut the curtain, convinced that I was dreaming or imagining things. Then my brother, who was sleeping in the room with me, sat up and said, "Did you see that thing too? It's been staring at me for 10 minutes. We were both terrified and stayed awake the rest of the night watching infomercials. Then next morning we met our parents for breakfast and my mom mentioned that she had a hard time sleeping, and mentioned seeing the same girl out of her window around the same time we did. The crazy thing is that our rooms were not neighboring, but on opposite corners of the building. Case file number 3283, written by Kekembas17, Dinner with the Dead. I went on a ghost tour some years ago. I'm not big into that whole thing, but my girlfriend was, so I entertained the idea. We stopped at a building that was a hotel of sorts back in the early 1900s, until a fire broke out and killed a bunch of people. It was late, and I ended up staying over at my girlfriend's house. I woke up in a sweat, and all I could remember was being back in that small town and peering through the windows of that abandoned hotel. I saw a family sitting at an old table. They were having a conversation with a little girl sitting there beside the mother. She looked over at me and smiled. She then got up and walked up to the window. She put her hand on the glass and whispered, "Masterson." She smiled and walked back to the table. At that moment, I woke up, freaking the fuck out. I passed out sometime after that, and when I woke back up, I immediately called my girlfriend's aunt, who was in charge of giving the ghost tours. I told her everything, and later that week, she had pulled the names of those burned in the buildings. There was a family with a little girl traveling through from New York City. Last name, Masterson. Ever since that time, I've become a huge scaredy cat when it comes to anything creepy or scary. I have also taken into consideration that the aunt could have just been fucking with me, but I doubt it. Case file number 3284, written by Just the Wife, Behind the Drywall. Several things that all centered around my laundry room. When my husband and I were dating, he was home alone talking to me on his cell. All of a sudden, he got quiet and said that he was doing laundry and came down to put it in the dryer, and the top of the washer lid was open. The washer won't run at all with the lid open, so he was a little confused. As he was explaining this to me, I heard the line crackle and go dead. I thought it was weird for a cell phone to crackle like a landline, but didn't think too much of it. He called back and said every hair on his body was standing up. He heard a laugh and the phone went dead. He was home alone. About a month after I moved in, I came home alone at night for the first time. All of the windows facing the street were completely dark, and I was thinking how I should have left the light on. I came in and went straight upstairs. We have a split level, and laid down on the couch and fell asleep. When my husband came home about an hour later, he came upstairs to wake me up, and we went downstairs. The light from the laundry room was on and shining into the hallway. I asked why he had turned the light on, and he said he didn't, that he hadn't even been downstairs. I know there was not a light on because that room's window is clearly visible from the front of the house. Huge picture window. One night, we babysat our 1-year-old niece, and every time she fell asleep, as soon as we took her downstairs to sleep, our room is down the hall from the laundry room, she would wake up screaming instantly. I finally had to call her parents to come get her because I thought she was sick. As we are retelling this story to my husband's family, they jokingly said it was probably the ghost that we've told them stories about because babies can sense ghosts. Being funny, my husband says that he'll go test the theory. He took the baby downstairs and came right back up white as a sheet. He said he opened the laundry room door and she reached her hand out, said, "Hi," and waved to the wall. Another time, we bought a crap ton of meat and put it in the freezer in that room. A few days later, the plug was pulled out just enough to stop the current, and this isn't a normal plug. It's a rubber extension plug that you have to work back and forth to get a plug into or out of. After all this, one night, my sister-in-law said, "I wonder if it has anything to do with that ring we found." I asked what they were talking about, and she said when my husband bought the house, they were renovating the laundry room and busted up some drywall, and a man's wedding ring fell out of the wall. I couldn't believe it. I asked my husband where it was now, and he said in his nightstand. He had thrown it in there and forgot about it. I made them both go back downstairs, apologize or whatever, and put the ring back on the wall. They did, and nothing has happened since. Case file number 3285, written by Taheka. What waited beyond the porch? I grew up in a raised ranch house. It was built into a hill and looked like one story from the front, 2 stories from the back. We had a nice screened-in porch and would often go out there in the evenings, late, and smoke. I slept in a room downstairs immediately underneath my parents' room. So, one night, I'd been playing video games and decided to have a couple of smokes and some wind-down time before bed. It must have been about 2 a.m. or so. All of the lights were off in the house except for a dim light in my room, and I went to go outside and literally, as my hand touched the door, suddenly the stairway light going upstairs over my left shoulder went on. Totally freaks me out, so I stop and say loudly, "Mom? Mom?" Hear nothing, and decide to go upstairs and check it out. Walk upstairs, nothing. The parents' door closed. Dog sleeping on floor. No one there. Okay, whatever. The house was built in the 50s. Maybe it was a wiring thing or something. Head back downstairs, decide to leave the stairway light on, and still go for a smoke. Head to the door, touch the handle. Light goes off. I kid you not. I freeze. At this point, I am seriously freaking the hell out. A voice suddenly appears in my head, and all I hear is, "Something does not want you to go outside." I make sure all the doors are locked, head to my bedroom, and lie down in the darkness for hours. When dawn comes, I finally fall asleep. Still wonder to this day what would have happened if I went outside. Case file number 3286, written by M.S. Skippa. Where no footprints could exist. A few years ago, I was night fishing with my uncle at a spot we've been to many times. Around midnight, we noticed a figure on the opposite bank of the river, probably 50 or so meters away. That side is basically unreachable, no paths, thick vegetation, completely remote. At first, it looked like a man walking along the bank. Even with only a quarter moon, we could see him clearly. I even shined my flashlight on him and lit him up like daylight. Definitely looked human. He walked a few dozen meters and then stepped behind a tree, and never came back out. It also did not respond when we called out to it. We stayed for another 3 to 4 hours, keeping an eye on that exact spot, and nothing. I went back during the day to check, and there's literally no way anyone could have vanished like that. Flat terrain, no dips, no hiding spots. There were no signs of animals, and both of us saw him move like a normal person. To this day, I have no idea how someone or something could just disappear like that. I spoke about it with my uncle a couple times. He has passed since then. I still cannot shake the feeling we both had. It felt so eerie. I don't know what could be worse. If it was a real person, I think that honestly would only make it worse. At the end of the night, my uncle even asked if we should check it out. I declined and urged him to not go back and check, and he agreed. The entire night, both of our minds were only focused on that person, and our eyes were peeled on that tree. Case file number 3287, written by Anonymous. The Porcelain Soul. My grandmother had this creepy porcelain clown doll that she kept in the excess bedroom, where there was a bunk bed my sister and I shared. It had a bean bag for a body and a skinny face, a little cone hat, and a really disturbing smile. When my sister Jenny and I were little, I was probably 10 or 11 and she was about 8. Our imaginations were running wild whenever we visited and swore that something was staring at us while we slept. So we decided to throw it out. My grandma lived in an apartment complex with a dumpster assigned to each block of apartments. There must have been about a dozen dumpsters sprinkled throughout the rather large complex. Jenny and I decided that if we threw it in the dumpster closest to our apartment, there was a chance our grandma would find it and get angry. So we walked pretty far, out of paranoia, and shimmied up the side of the dumpster to hide it under another garbage bag. That was that, so we thought. We visited a few weekends later, and there it was, propped up on the shelf, opposite the bed, in the same exact place, staring at us. I remember we both burst into hysterics and asked my grandma where she found that doll, and she looked puzzled. She said something about, "The clown doll? The one your Aunt Mary gave to me. What about it?" So jump forward years later. My sister and I were telling that story at a party, because we both remembered it so vividly. I keep it stored somewhere in the back of my mind and tell my friend Tony about it while we're chatting online. He freaked out, went full-blown caps lock on me, and asked me to describe it. I started with skinny porcelain face. He finished with beanbag body? Yep. Single tear? Yep. Cone hat? Yep. He called me immediately and recounted the time that when he was a child, he had a clown doll like that his parents bought him on vacation, and he chucked it into the ocean because he hated it so much. Years later, sometime in his late teens or early 20s, he found the identical doll in an old box in the attic. So this story resonates with me just for the creepiness of dolls. My grandmother had a lot of dolls too. I think most grandmothers have these weird dolls. I don't know what's going on. Every grandmother's house is pretty much the same growing up, right? We all had that experience with the really loud clock, the analog clock, dipping back and forth, and the fridge was super loud, and the blankets were musty, and everything was quiet and loud at the same time, and it was just weird. Don't know what's going on with grandmas. But yeah, they also all had these dolls. Some were creepier than others. My grandma's dolls weren't like creepy clowns or anything with weird smiles. I get the fear of these dolls. But them coming back. Is there a spirit attached to them, pulling them back to the place they're bound to? Maybe? Doesn't make it any less creepy, does it? Case file number 3288, written by Mal 5 Keeter, A Message in Silver. I just recently had something happen with an earring. When I was in high school, I had these earrings. I wore them almost every single day for many, many months. I was obsessed. But one day, I figured they'd had their time in the spotlight, and I should probably give it a rest. I quite literally had not seen them in well over 14 years. I just moved states a few months back. I have, in the last year, gone through and taken inventory of every single object I own, twice. Did not see them once. Still hadn't even remembered they exist. About a month ago, I was having a really, really no good, very bad day, trying to pack for a big, stressful trip with way too little time left to accomplish the task. Couldn't find anything on my list. Spent hours looking for a box that didn't even have what I needed in it. Running in circles and not making any progress, just all around losing my mind and struggling to talk myself down from my own hellish loop of white-hot frustration. I returned to my room for the 10,000th time that day, and sitting right in the center of my pile of books was one of the earrings. These earrings were silver, unmistakable, and just so happened to be in the shape of an angel wing. The only ones of their kind I've ever owned. Just one of them, was so precariously and perfectly placed to get my attention that I instantly knew it had been placed there by someone else. I went downstairs and asked both of my mother and my brother where they found my earring. Neither of them knew what the fluck I was talking about. I feel deep in my heart that it was placed there by a spiritual companion. They don't quite like the word guide, so I use that instead. It came at a time when I really needed the reminder and really needed the help calming down and remembering that everything is going to be fine. I'm fine. It's fine. It's just a suitcase. I'm going on a trip. That's supposed to be fun. I already have everything I need right there at this moment. The rest will fall into place. I just need to do my best and breathe. I love these little incidents so much. They don't happen often, but they always make me smile because I know there's just no way. I hadn't even thought about those earrings in over a decade. I just moved houses twice and gone through every little thing 2 times over. They were shaped like an angel wing. They were so curiously placed and got my attention and calmed me down. Ticks all the boxes for me to consider it anomalous. Now I use it in my crystal arrangements as a reminder, especially since I obviously don't have the other earring. So this isn't really DOP, because you didn't actually lose them, you just put them away, took them over, and just put them to rest, you could say. And then one earring, only one, comes back, so a reappearance event without a DOP. And as you say, it is like someone knew you, and they arranged it in a way that you would know that it's someone related to you, probably a spirit of someone past that knew you. I don't know if you have any close relatives, maybe a friend that passed away, sadly. Their echo is still around, and that'd be my guess. Case file number 3289, written by, okay. The couple in red and black. When I was staying at a resort, there was this couple. I only remember what they were wearing because they were matching. She was wearing a red top and black shorts, him a black top and red shorts. Anyway, we were leaving to go out, and we passed them in the parking lot. They were staying at the same resort. Keep in mind, they were on foot. We're in a car. We have driven probably 6 or 7 blocks now. We're almost at our destination when I see that same couple again, red and black outfits. To the point where I actually did a double take to verify. Same faces, same couple, same matching outfits, same ponytail the woman was wearing when we were in the parking lot, and they were still on foot, just walking and talking like they were before. What's weird though, is that a few days before that, I was looking for a private place to smoke at the hotel. I found a spot behind these huge shipment containers, like a bunch, so I went in between them and lit up, and called my friend on FaceTime and thought nothing of it. I was being quiet, or so I thought. Next thing I know, I'm hearing noise, like footsteps, but they're not too close. I peek my head out, and sure enough, it's that couple, and they look like they were looking for me. My gut feeling even told me they were looking for me. Always go with your gut feeling. I filled my friend in, then hung up, after they helped me plan my escape, just so I didn't drop my phone or anything while running. I wanted it secure. I'm now moving in and out of these shipment containers like a maze. They're still searching. Also, for some weird reason, there was no one else out. It was only like 10 p.m. Anyway, I have a clear view of them now, and I'm completely silent. They're standing about 50 feet away from me. There's no way they could know I'm there. They snap their heads around to the exact point where I'm crouched down at. I immediately lower myself, then peek out my head again when it's safe. They didn't see me. They walked around to the side of the containers, where I was earlier, and I made a run for it. I think they were wearing the same red and black clothes that night too. Hey, you said the thing. Trust your gut. Hell yeah. Very wise. It's almost like that movie again, The Adjustment Bureau, where he's being chased by aliens or angels or something that controls reality. And they seem to have like a, hidden information to where he'd be and what he's going to do. There's a plan and he's not supposed to deviate from it. I don't think it's anything related to that, but it could be aliens that are just posing. Like, if you think about it, you go to Star Trek and stuff. We have first contact policies where we're not supposed to directly introduce ourselves, make first contact, until the species is advanced enough. Starfleet still tries to learn about these cultures, either by observing them behind a hologram of a rock face, but they can see out, it's like a fake mirror, or they actually infiltrate's the wrong word, but they go in and pose as some of the locals by changing their appearance. So could this be an alien couple with access to advanced technology? Would explain how they get around so fast. Why were they looking for you though, if that's the case? That's creepy. Case file number 3290, written by Ella Rato. The Gift of a Forgotten Thing. Years ago, when I was a teen, I had this brown headband with stripes. Both me and my mom love this thing, mostly because the top pulls open wide and it protects our head from the sun. Most headbands aren't made this way, and I have a knot in the middle. Anyway, I've had this thing for maybe 25 years. It moved with me to my dorm and other housing, with my mom regularly borrowing it. I haven't seen it for 2 years. I have searched for it everywhere, every little corner. I have decluttered both houses twice. It was just gone. I thought I lost it at least 10 years ago, Yesterday, I found it in a drawer I use regularly. There is no way it was in there all this time. I had moved on, but my mom still mentioned this headband every few months. I love this glitch. The thing I was actually looking for yesterday is gone though. A brush that removes lint from fabric. I gladly made the switch though, to that being missing, as it's replaceable, and we never found a headband quite like it. I wrapped the headband as a gift for Christmas for my mom. I think she'll love this one. Case file number 3291, written by Hero Shade. 16 hours unseen. I was home early from work one day, playing some games on my computer. My desk is set in what I call the "you're gonna get caught" formation, as when I'm sitting there, the door is at my back and anyone who walks in will see whatever's on the screen before I can exit out of it. I'm playing medieval Total War, making Spain my bitch, when I decide to go get a drink. I spun around in my chair, and there was a man-shaped shadow on the wall outside my bedroom door. I jumped when I saw it, and hit the roll-out keyboard thing in my desk, which seemed to scare whoever it was away. Now, the drawer next to my bed is the manliest drawer in existence. Its sole purpose is to store protection, cigarettes, and a .38 revolver. I grabbed the gun and swept my entire apartment. Every closet down to every cupboard. All the doors were locked, and I was completely alone. But at some point that afternoon, somebody was watching me flux Spain. I spent the next 5 hours sitting in my locked room playing Total War with a loaded .38 on my desk, until my roommate came home. We then did another sweep, him with a wakizashi, because we're just bawling like that, and again turned up nothing. We laugh it off, have some beers, move on with our day. 5 o'clock the next morning, I hear my front door open and slam shut. Both me and my roommate ran out into the living room. Nothing was missing, but now that meant somebody had been hiding in our apartment for at least the last 16 hours or so, and we never found them, not even when we searched every last corner of that place. Case file number 3292, written by Ayan WH, The Love Seat Anomaly. My cat has a bird toy on a string he loves. The bird is about 15 centimeters tall and maybe 10 centimeters wide, so not tiny. We play on the love seat and only when he's eating. He'll eat a bit, jump up on the couch, and play for a bit, then get down to eat a bit more, repeat. We played like this for years, and he always leaves the toy on the couch. While he eats, I flick through Twitter or whatever because it's only maybe 30 seconds between playing. I live in a bachelor apartment, so the main space we're in is maybe 5 to 6 meters by 4 to 5 meters, so not huge. Last night, we're doing the usual. He gets down, I'm looking at Twitter, he gets back up. The toy isn't on the seat. I move him because he must be sitting on it. Nope. I check the floor. Nope. The spaces in between the cushions. Nope. I get up and take the cushions off the couch. Nope. I lift the couch. Nope. I look around everywhere where he eats. Nope. I'm so confused and a bit weirded out. I spent the next 25 minutes absolutely tearing the room apart. I mean it. I'm looking in places I would have to physically put the toy in. I turn on all the lamps in the overhead light. I look under the couch and take the cushions off maybe 5 times. I take the mattress off the bed. I take the sheets off the bed. Nope. I looked in the kitchen even though neither of us went in there. I literally check every possible nook and cranny and it's just gone. I spent another 20 minutes or so, this morning, doing the same thing and still nothing. My apartment is tiny, so it's not like it's hiding among a big mess. I had a moment of genuine panic, thinking I either had some sort of severe break with reality for the first time in my life at age 38, or something literally unbelievable happened. I don't know whether to check into a mental hospital or what. Also, for about 5 to 10 minutes after it disappeared, I had a slight headache, though of course it could be unrelated or just stress-induced. Case file number 3293, written by Unknown9423, A Visitor in Gold. So, for a long time, I thought I was losing my mind. I spent months thinking my mental health was turning into something bad, but one day, I was staying at a hotel, B&B type thing above a small bar. It was evening, I was tired, so I unpacked neatly, because that's what I do to feel homely away from home. And I jumped into the shower, with a good recollection of locking the door to the room beforehand. When I got out of the shower, I went into my drawers where I saw a gold-barreled lipstick with glitter woven through it on top of my folded pants, and as I opened it, bright red, a color I don't wear and do not carry. This lipstick was nothing that resembled any of my other 2 or 3 lipsticks I had. It was a branded lipstick that I knew I couldn't afford, but yet it sat on top of my perfectly folded sweatpants, as if they led them intentionally. I checked the whole room, nothing else had been touched. I was not too heavily panicked, because it was just a lipstick at the time. It did weird me out, but I assumed because of my mental health, I'd been missing parts of my memory or something. One thing I did do though, when leaving, was to ask the lady at the bar if anyone had been in my room this morning to do checks, and she was adamant that because I had placed a sign on the door, nobody would come in at all, reassuring me that the paid late fee to leave and the sign would mean privacy unless an emergency arose. As time went on, and I learned more and more about the Matrix system, Mandela effects, simulation theory, and the rest, I came to realize that the lipstick event was just one event in many, many scenarios that led me to revelatory understandings. Like a dot-to-dot connection, you begin to understand one piece, and then a whole new section to understand opens up. It feels like there are always going to be more questions than answers, and I'm learning to be okay with that. But it is difficult living in a world that we aren't trained to understand. I like this DOP because it's, again, they're most of the time small, but it's very focused, and there's so many little details packed into the fact that this lipstick is nothing like you would ever have, and you were in a locked hotel room, and why would anyone break in just to leave it there? Like, is that a prank that someone would do? Like, I get pranking people that you know, but this would be a crime to break into someone's hotel room. Who in their right mind would do that just to prank someone? Risk going to prison to prank someone? No? That doesn't make any sense. So if you rule out a prank, then there really is nothing else that could have happened. It's not like there's a hole in the ceiling and lipstick just fell into your sweatpants, your folded sweatpants. No. In a drawer, too. No. 100% has to be a glitch. And it's just so small, but I love it. Case file number 3294, written by Rusty Shackleford, 3427. White dress, white cat. My family owns a farm in upstate New York, and we all pitch in to care for the place. The history of the farm is all over the place, from a slave storage station to a slaughterhouse and some other stuff. We're not entirely sure what the truth is. One day, when the whole family was there, I walked into the loft in the barn and found this stapled pack of paper just sitting on the counter. It looked like it was written on a typewriter about 100 years ago, but it was stapled and clean cut. This packet gave an extremely detailed history of the farm. By detailed, I mean it named the family that built it, all previous owners listed chronologically. It was creepy, and I immediately called my cousins to look at it. We were flipping through the pages and got to this story about a girl that was murdered at the farm on a prom night, wearing a white dress. We went to get more of the family and left the packet right where I found it. When we came back, literally less than 2 minutes later, it was gone. We saw nobody go in or out of the barn, and when I asked all my uncles and aunts about it, they had no idea what I was talking about. They thought me and my 2 cousins were playing a joke on everyone. This was about 10 years ago. So there has been this long-running joke about the girl in white and how she's out to get us. So we planned this elaborate joke where one of us got our cousins really drunk and dressed a friend in a white lab coat to walk around the lake. The night we did it, it was too dark around the lake for us to see this white, so he ended up just putting the lab coat down and coming over to hang out with us. As we were sitting there, joking and drinking, we noticed this all-white cat perched on a rock just watching us. We have barn cats, but we have never seen one before or after the said incident. As soon as we noticed this cat, it jumped off the rock and was gone. To this day, we have no idea where that cat is or where that packet went. Okay, so white dress, white cat, there's a connection there in color, but it seems loose. If you die and your echo is still present, can it fuse itself into another animal? Maybe that's the only way it can get around and move beyond its restricted zone where it's tethered to emotionally. So it's within this cat, which was her, not reincarnation, just kind of possession. I don't think in a malicious way. She was probably seeing what you were doing, dressing up in this white dress and thinking, okay, I guess I'll give him a glimpse of the real thing. Case file number 3295, written by Anonymous. Colonial Echoes. In January of this year, I was in Sisophon, Cambodia, middle of nowhere, with my brother and 2 traveling companions. We were staying in the only hotel in town, which is a huge and very old French colonial building. 14 feet ceilings, hardwood floors, solid teak doors, crown molding. You get the picture. There were only 2 other groups of guests in the place. One was a Chinese woman and her mother, and one was a group of 5 aid workers of mixed nationality, ranging in age between their early 40s and late 20s. The hotel was 5 stories, so each group had an entire enormous floor to itself. At this point, the 4 of us had been traveling together for 3 months in very cramped quarters. Rooms were only $4.50, so we took the opportunity to spread out to the opposite ends of the floor and all have a room to ourselves. I was dead asleep when the very heavy door to my room started slamming repeatedly against its frame. It was locked, and it was as if a strong man was shaking it violently back and forth by the handle. I had been woken up this way multiple times by traveling companions, so I rolled over and checked my watch. When I saw that it was 3:30 a.m., chills ran down my arms and up the back of my neck, because there was no way anyone I was with would be awake at that time. I bolted out of the bed, got in a fighting stance near the door, and said in the least terrified voice I could muster, "Hello?" The door abruptly stopped shaking. I stood there, straining to hear footsteps over the blood pounding in my ears, but none came. I started walking back toward the bed, but then heard the unmistakable sound of hundreds of children running and laughing. It sounded as if the hallway was packed full with a stampede of ecstatic grade schoolers, sprinting past my door. After about 30 seconds, the sound of the children faded away. I stood in the middle of the room, completely clueless as to what to do. Before this, I did not believe in anything supernatural at all. I couldn't believe what had happened, but I was completely terrified. So I decided the only thing for me was to sprint to my brother's room and find out if he had heard any of it, or if I was just dreaming. I opened the door, ran as fast as I could down the hall, and almost ran smack into him coming around the corner. He had had the exact same experience. We went down the hall and knocked on the 3rd guy's door, but he didn't answer. We were pretty freaked out, so immediately assumed he had been abducted by the Ghost Child Army. We went to the 4th guy's room and found the 3rd guy in there, in the same state as us. Both of them had experienced everything I described. The next morning, we tried to ask the proprietor if they knew anything about it, but he spoke 0 English, and our Kermer didn't extend past please, thank you, and 1 to 10 all the way up to metaphysical horror, so we didn't get very far. Believe it or not, this happened to my friends and I. As I said, before this, I did not believe in the supernatural. I don't know what to believe now, but I know what happened that night, and it was definitely paranormal. Case file number 3296, written by Cajun Turkey. The Vulture Illusion. One morning, during my high school years, I was driving to school with my brother. We just left our home and were going down the highway towards school. The highway we were on had a line of trees on the left, near the side of the highway, and a long ditch that runs on the right side of the highway with a huge sugarcane field. As I was driving down the road, I noticed a huge black bird, about a football field length ahead of us, flying down from the top of the trees to the left, and flew down to the ditch on the right side of the road. I thought to myself, must be a turkey vulture. As I was driving and about to pass where the bird landed, a tanned white man with a goatee was climbing out of the ditch, staring at me as I drove by. I didn't see a bird anywhere. I asked my brother, "Did you see that?" And he said, "No, what?" I explained to him what I saw, and he said he wasn't paying attention and that he was half asleep. Still don't know if I saw something real or was hallucinating. It reminded me of that book or show Animorphs, but I still think about that incident and have no clue what I saw. Case file number 3297, written by Tush Tush. The 3-Foot Terror Zone. I went to see Paranormal Activity when it came out in the cinema, and didn't think much of it until I woke up freezing in the middle of the night a couple days later. Expecting to be in my bed, when I awoke from the cold, I found myself huddled in the corner of my room, with my knees up against my chest, shivering and awkwardly angled to be facing my bed. I had never sleepwalked before, and tried to forget about it. I went to stay at my dad's house that weekend. He uses my room for storage, and the room is a sort of L-shaped, though part of that L, which is about 3 feet by 3 feet, is blocked off by stacks of boxes, an old running machine, and general tatteredness, piled almost to the ceiling. That night I awoke again at about 3 a.m., this time because I had a pain in my neck. I found myself in the blocked off alcove, squished lengthways in the 3-foot gap between the walls, somehow with my duvet. I have no idea how I managed to climb over all the boxes, especially with my duvet. When I tried to get out, I was completely unable to climb over the massive boxes, and had to dismantle the structure. Even then, making a return trip for my duvet, it's fair to say I was freaked out as fuck. Case file number 3298, written by Literature Fracture. Pitch black at the brightest hour. A few years ago, I was up north with my cousin and uncle at their cabin. We were driving down a road where an old schoolhouse once was, and stopped to go take a drink of water at the artesian well that was there. It was in the middle of the day. The sun was brightly shining. I heard my cousin say, "What are those things?" I glanced down the road in the way she was pointing and saw that a group of pitch black things were moving across the road down the street. At first I assumed they were deer, but they were more humanoid shaped. It was so bright outside that they should have had some color. It was as if a group of people had dressed themselves in black from head to toe and were moving across the street. If they were people and not some sort of strange animal, we still weren't sure. So we walked back to our car and decided to drive down the road to figure out what those things were. But by the time we drove to the place where they had been, there was no trace of them. There weren't any houses nearby, and the woods were so thick that it should have taken them longer to vanish into them. There weren't any footprints or hoofprints in the gravel of the road, no broken tree branches where they had moved into the woods, nothing. It's like they had never been there. Case file number 3299, written by Not Your Average Wizard. The freeze sound in the dark. Last summer, I started playing Silent Hill, Shattered Memories with my little sister. She's 13 and I'm 17, and I was more scared than she was. Actually, she was helping me because I was too scared to play alone. It was a Wii game, and we shared the controls. She used a nunchuck and I used the main one. It was a lot of fun. We were almost at the end of the game when we went to spend a weekend at my aunt's apartment on the seaside. The building was totally empty. There were only 2 other families and us. That alone was pretty creepy, but we brought along our Wii and continued playing as always. The next day, my dad told my sister and I to go to the enormous garage and take some things from the car. We went there and put the lights on and started walking towards the car. Then the lights were out and there was a sound. It was exactly like the sound the game makes when the world freezes and monsters start to appear. My sister and I started screaming and running like crazy to reach the car, and I heard her saying, "We're gonna die here." The sound was louder and louder. I somehow managed to open the car's door and we jumped in, panicking. We locked ourselves in the car. Everything was now silent, and the only thing we could see outside was absolute dark. Then my dad came to look for us because it was taking us too long. The lights came back and everything was normal. But holy crap, we were so scared. Case file number 3300, written by Cat Food Sushi. The Little Laugh Below. So I'm staying with my aunt and uncle on their huge property in the countryside. Their nearest neighbor lives 17 miles away and farm alpacas. To set the scene, my uncle and aunt had a son who drowned in the dam on their property at age 4. So I'm walking their 2 dinky little dogs around the property on leashes, when we get to the dam and they start to go flucking nuts, just freaking the fluck out. They're pulling on the leashes and howling. They're going so psycho that they get out of my grip and literally run like the flucking wind into the trees. This is where it gets spooky. At this point, I'm down by the dam, no dogs, no uncle, and the nearest neighbor 17 miles away. When I hear a laugh, not a creepy cackle, the laugh of a little kid, coming from inside the dam. Like, in the flucking water, man. I spoke to my aunt about it when I was finished being terrified, and apparently, Peter, my cousin, can be heard down there all the time, but rarely laughs or speaks to people, and that he must like me, and that he always did love making friends. This is the point where I basically crap myself. This is especially terrifying because I could see people trying to rescue a kid that they hear, but it's just a ghost and they don't know that, so they're down there risking their lives trying to save someone who's already passed. That would be very sad, and obviously I don't think the intent of the kid or the kid's echo. Just sad all around. Case file number 3301, written by Ami Palone, In the Valley. I grew up in a pretty rural area, not far outside of Little Rock, Arkansas. My friend, with money, had a huge house out near Chenal Mountain, and dozens of acres of private forest surrounding it. Our group of friends was really into camping and canoeing, and so we'd often make use of mutual time off by either camping on his land or, if time allowed, planning longer trips in the state. When we'd camp on his land, everyone knew you were fair game for scaring if you showed up last or late or after dark in general. You'd park on the unlit driveway, walk around the house, past a man-made pond, and from there, into the dark as butt trees. His family had peacocks too, which, if you've ever been around, you know that they make a shrieking sound. You'd be walking tense through the dark, knowing at any moment that a pack of probably drunk friends were going to hop out at you and scream. Har har, got that out of the way. Now let's have a bonfire and enjoy the rest of the night. Longer camping trips away were no different. Scaring one another was just part of the expectation. We'd often go up to the Buffalo River, since it's good canoeing and fairly deserted most of the time, and gorgeous. There are lots of small, narrow valleys nearby that most tourists don't venture into, so you can basically have them to yourself. So I haul butt after class to get up to the Buffalo before dark, to set up a tent, and one other friend is going to come up after work and hike in to meet me. I get there with an hour or so of dusk light left, so I set up camp, get a fire going, cook some dinner, etc. The hours wear on and I'm getting sleepy, so I leave the fire going a bit and pop into the tent with a book. My friend knows where to come. The coals will be a beacon for another couple of hours, so it's no bother that I get tired of waiting, and if I fall asleep. I read for a while, but as usual, end up getting dozy and just curl up under the blankets and enjoy the quiet. At some point, I'm startled awake by someone rushing to the side of the tent, like when someone runs past and swipes their hand along the fabric. After the shock wears off and I come to, I realize that my friend is finally here, and the jerk is playing his scare card. I call out to him something along the lines of, "I was asleep, you jerk!" But he doesn't say anything, and I don't hear him moving around. He's keeping up the gag, so I just lie back down. After a few quiet moments, I hear him running towards the tent again, and he does the swipe thing again. This repeats 3 or 4 times before I shout out again, "Dude, I get it, calm down. Get in, there's already blankets and everything in here," but nothing in response. Again, I just think, what a jerk, and curl back up. I'll wake up again when he decides to get in. Maybe he's going to build the fire back up and hang out for a while before calling it a night. Cut to morning. I'm waking up. He never came in the tent. I unzip the front flap, thinking he's passed out outside, but I don't see him. And Mother Fricker has left a mess. The fire ring and ashes are all scattered. Some of the coals have made it all the way to the edge of the tent and scorched it. My towel and clothes that had been hanging up are gone. The Dutch oven is a good 40 feet away, etc. I find my towel closer to the creek in the valley, but I can't find my shirt, and at this point I'm really irritated. After waiting most of the day for him to pop up and laugh, I'm so pissed that I pack everything up and trek back out to the car. I get home and call his house, this is pre-cell phone, and he answers apologetically. He'd flucked up his leg at work and had gone to the ER, where he'd had a knee immobilizer put on. He figured I'd realize something had come up and not wait for him, so I told him what had happened, and we both got the super flucking willies. Yeah, I understand you're a group of friends, just understanding that if you're in a vulnerable state, you're going to be pranked, you're going to be scared. It's just how things go. I think especially more with boys. I mean, I think girls do it too sometimes, but there's a certain aspect to boys that we just really enjoy scaring the crap out of each other. I don't know why. Anyways, this was reminding me of a time I went with my dad camping, and, we didn't have anything truly terrifying happen, but it's just a good memory to have, that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Case file number 3302, written by the Kama Sutra. My mom's blue eyes. 2 experiences. First, I was walking to the crossing of a busy road. I was wearing a brand new pair of shoes, so they were still very smooth on the bottom, not a lot of grip. As I reached the crossing, my foot slipped on the bumps they have on the paving stones there, the ones that help the visually impaired at crossings. There was a bus coming at full speed towards me. I remember being in a completely horizontal slide, but hadn't quite hit the ground yet, maybe 3 to 4 inches above the ground, bracing for the impact to my head and back, but my body fully in the road, like even if someone had been able to pull me back at that point, with some sort of Herculean effort, the bus would have still hit my legs at the very least. I remember looking at the bus and just accepting my fate, knowing neither of us could stop or readjust in time to stop the collision. Next thing I knew, it was like time had rewound a few seconds. I was upright again, had just barely begun to slip, and a man next to me caught my arm and with barely any effort, because I had not yet fully lost balance, just gently stopped me from slipping further. The other experience was going down the stairs in my workshop. These stairs are incredibly steep and open on one side. To be honest, they are probably a bit of a health hazard. Anyone who walks down them complains how scary they feel. At the bottom, there is a wall and a sharp turn, so if you fell down them, you'd probably break your neck. I had stupidly taken my boots off and was walking around in a fluffy pair of socks for some reason. At the top step, my feet slid out from underneath me in a vicious swoop. Again, I remember being almost completely horizontal, as my feet had gone completely out from underneath me. I remember groping the air and bracing for impact, wondering if I'd hit the back of my head on a step on the way down, or if I should be more worried about breaking my neck at the bottom. And then, next thing I knew, I landed perfectly fine, on the bottom, on the last step. A few of my tools I'd been carrying came clanking down behind me, but they all missed me too. I was completely airborne when I lost my balance at the top. There's no way I would have landed like that, without hitting at least a few steps along the way, or hitting the wall at the bottom at great speed. It's like something gently lifted me up and placed me at the bottom of the stairs in those missing milliseconds. I'm sure people will think this is like when your brain goes into crisis mode and starts thinking through probabilities and calculating different escape routes or options or whatever, and I have experienced that too, in emergencies, and I promise you, this was nothing like that. In both scenarios, I was past that point. I was fully flucked and out of options and almost certainly going to die or be very seriously injured. Then it was like time reset both times and I was absolutely fine. Both experiences had a very strong déjà vu, mystical, dreamlike quality to them, unlike other emergency situations I've ever been in. A couple of weeks after the second experience, I noticed my mother's eyes were suddenly much lighter. We don't live in the same city, so don't see each other often. On a video call, and said to her, "Oh my god, your eyes look really blue in that light." And she was like, "What are you talking about? My eyes have always been blue." My mother has always been very insistent my whole life that her eyes were hazel, not brown, and would be very offended if anyone said they were brown, and certainly no mention ever of blue eyes. So I cannot tell you how much it freaked me out to suddenly hear her say that they have always been blue. I honestly think I may have stepped into an alternate reality. I haven't seen her in person since, so not sure if they're actually changed or if it's contacts or something. But to even hear her say that and not claim they are Hazel, which has always been so insistent about, made me feel crazy. So I think most people go through quantum immortality in their lives at least once, probably multiple times. I think human bodies are simply too fragile. There's so many things that can end our lives, and the good news is that it's not an end to our lives, it's an end to the physical body in one universe, but there's so many copies, so fear not. Although I've never experienced anything I can attribute directly to it, I do think there are small anomalies in my life that are different than maybe 15 years ago. So I would say there's a chance that I've gone through it myself too, but these anomalies are small enough where, your mind can shift things from distant memories. I know this a lot when I'm rewatching shows where the core details and plot is the same, but how I remember certain scenes is different. Like in The Expanse, there's a certain scene, I won't, spoil anything if you haven't seen it, but it's just the lighting I remember in the scene being much bluer, but it's much warmer than, at least in this universe, so I don't know if that's a shift or just my memory rewired itself enough where the details were supplanted into something else. Could just be that. But yeah, in general, I just think, this is quantum immortality. Your mom's eyes being a different color. I mean, that's not a detail your memory would shift, I don't think. That's too pronounced and too close to home, where I think, memories of a show or something could be shifted around, but not the color of your mom's eyes. That's specific enough to, you're in a different reality. Case file number 3303, written by Always Friday's Child. Appliance Shenanigans, Volume 2. We have a relatively new refrigerator, bought about 2 years ago. The front is brushed stainless, and sides are metal with a kind of plasticky coating. I have several fridge magnets stuck to the side. About 6 months ago, I pulled one of the magnets off while cleaning, and about a 1/2 inch by 1/4 inch of the outer coating came with one of them, leaving a patch of bare metal. I was annoyed because the refrigerator was still pretty new, but what can you do? I complained to my husband, and he remembers seeing the bare spot too. I put a magnet over it so I wouldn't have to see it all the time, but every time I cleaned, I'd remove the magnets and the bare spot was still there, and it still annoyed me. Until a couple of weeks ago, when I removed the magnets again and there is no bare spot, no cracks in the coating, it looks perfect. How did it repair itself? My husband and I joked that we have a fridge poltergeist because the door suddenly has mysterious dents that neither of us remember causing. Also, we replaced the previous fridge, which came with the house but was also fairly new, because the shelves inside had a habit of suddenly collapsing, causing an avalanche of food to fall all over the floor. I've had a lot of refrigerators in my time and never had that problem before. That fridge was also prone to mysterious dents. I can accept that we somehow caused the dents without noticing, but I can't explain the self-repairing coating. Can you? And if the explanation is that I jumped timelines, why the hell did I pick one where that is the only noticeable change and Trump is still president? That is a funny question, and in how many different realities is the president different? Like, you joke about it still being Trump, okay. In how many realities did Kamala win? Or someone else entirely, like a third-party libertarian? What are the odds of that? There's probably like one universe, it's like Doctor Strange, like how many universes is there? How many alterations? It's just one. Maybe not even that. Case file number 3304, written by Grandma Take Me Home. Clumsy people don't do geometry. I rarely smoke cigarettes. Let's say once or twice a year. I used to though, ever since I was young. I have a pack for it in store. Last night I was craving for a rare smoke because I'd been at the last edge of my last nerve. I know I shouldn't do it, and I don't really want to do it, it's just a vice. I got them out and misplaced them as I was distracted attending to my dog. I went looking for them, and they were nowhere in my very small apartment. I checked every place they obviously would be a few times before I started checking the places they wouldn't be. Then I returned to the most lit up, most obvious area of my place, my work desk, which I had checked so many times. Only now my pack of cigarettes and my lighter were there, in 90-degree angle from the edge of the table, and both standing upright, as if placed there like that for me to notice and remember to take my cigarette. I am incredibly clumsy, and I have, in my 25 years of smoking, never placed a pack of cigarettes standing up, never mind a lighter. That effort would take me days. They were just sitting like, "Don't forget to smoke your cigarette," on a desk that had been cleared of any previous cigarette sightings. If I had left them in my usual manner, it would have been flat with the lighter on top of my pack. Or if forgetfully, definitely flat on the side. I had never seen them like this. Case file number 3305, written by Throwaway 2387265. Cherry Scented Terror. Once, we were working a murder decomp job in Arizona, and we're about to finish up. One of the last things we do during a decomp job is to fog the house. The fog is a product called Thermo 55. Basically, an oil that smells like cherries and gets injected through a hot coil, creating smoke. We use it to cover up the odor. Well, this fog makes it very difficult to see what you're doing, so we'll typically start at one end of the house and work our way to the door. I started in the back room and walked toward the front door, turning off lights as I went. As I got to the door, I noticed that I had left a light on, about half of the way to the back room in the bathroom. I walked back through the hallway, carefully, as I could hardly see in the darkness and fog, until I reached the bathroom. The bathroom had a light switch inside, near the mirror, so I had to go in there to switch it off. As I stepped in the room, I looked up and saw myself in the mirror and a woman behind me. I freaked the fuck out, flipped off the light, and ran out of the house, leaving my tools behind. My boss said that I was white as a ghost, and I told him what I had seen. He laughed at me and went in to get the tools I had left behind. When he came out, he asked me why I hadn't turned off the light in the bathroom. Fluck. I wonder if your boss believes you now. If someone came to me and was profusely claiming that they saw a ghost in a house that was being fumigated, basically. Not really, but basically, let's go with that. I'm just thinking about that scene in Breaking Bad, where, can't say too much I guess, for spoilers, but there's smoke involved, right? And a house that they're using. You get what I'm saying. They didn't see a ghost in that show. That would have been a twist. Imagine Breaking Bad goes full on paranormal. Case file number 3306, written by Fake Out Session. I got dunked on by a ghost. I was a Mormon missionary once upon a time in the training center in Provo, Utah. There's a large gymnasium that the missionaries can use on their day off to play basketball, volleyball, run, exercise, etc. After exercising on such a day, I sat up against the wall away from everything to relax. To my left, about 20 feet away, there was a basketball game going on. To my right was an empty basketball court. Farther away there was a volleyball game going on. I'm zoning out, not thinking about it much when, bam! What felt like a basketball smashed into the left side of my face. My glasses went flying, and I was scraped where my glasses dug into my temple. Ouch. I recover my glasses and turn towards where the ball came from, expecting to see the ball bouncing away and someone asking me if I was alright. But there was nothing. No ball was bouncing away. The game to my left was being played uninterrupted. No one was around me. I looked around trying to find an explanation for the smack I felt, the scrape on my temple, and my slightly bent glasses. There was nothing. Nothing smacked me in the face. Honestly, the best explanation I can come up with is totally supernatural. As Mormons, and especially as a Mormon missionary, there is a cultural, if not doctrinal, belief that the unseen world exists in the same space as our physical world. For example, in Mormon folklore, Mormon temples are not only used by faithful Mormons, but are also believed to be used by faithful Mormons in the spiritual world as well. Mormons also believe that there is missionary work in the spiritual world. So if Mormon temples are being used by the physical and spiritual world, why not the missionary training center gym also? So my explanation was that the spiritual missionary training center must exist in the same space as the physical one, the one I was in, and that there must have been a game of spiritual basketball going on to my left, and that there must have been some sort of tear in the fabric between the physical and spiritual world that allowed my face to get smacked with this spiritual basketball. Mormonism doesn't really do it for me anymore, but I still can't come up with a better explanation for this event than the spiritual basketball. Case file number 3307, written by Ballistic Donut, the quietest camper in the woods. I went backpacking with my girlfriend one summer. We had planned to spend a week hiking and camping. The first days went well. We got great weather and managed to spot some of the local wildlife. On the second day, we walked a fair bit, and my girlfriend got a few blisters. She didn't break in her new boots beforehand. So we camped up and decided to spend the next day just chilling next to a nice river we found. While unpacking our stuff, I realized that we had left the first aid kit in the car. Looking at the map, I saw that the trail we had followed had led us in kind of a loop, and we were just a couple miles from the car park, and all I had to do was walk straight over a hill, and I could be there quickly. So I said I would get up early the next morning, go get the first aid kit, and be back in time for breakfast. We relaxed, had dinner, and went to sleep as both of us were pretty tired. I woke up early as planned and set off. After a half hour or so, I saw a tent through the trees. I thought I could save myself the walk over the hill if the people in the tent had a first aid kit of their own and I could get some plasters, band-aids from them. So I headed over there to the tent and called out before I was too near, as I didn't want to disturb anyone having a good time, thinking they were alone. No one answered. Called again, nothing. I head over to the tent and everything is quiet. Shout out again and still no response, so I unzip the door, look in, and see this guy sleeping, dead to the world. He must have been really tired not to hear me, and I didn't want to wake him because I guess he must have needed the rest. Just as I was about to go, I picked up his camera, took a couple of photos of him sleeping like a baby, and left. Okay, I respect you so much. You are the ultimate troll. You saw an opportunity and took it. You gave this person, sleeping this man, the wildest story of his life. He's waking up and there are pictures of me. No, what does this mean? I don't think he'll believe it's a ghost, but he'll be creeped out for the rest of his life. Well done. Case file number 3308, written by CMA Machine 3169. Every end is a beginning. I'm not trying to convince you that quantum immortality is the truth. I'm just sharing why it became the only explanation that made sense to me. And yes, I'm safe now, in therapy, monitored, and cared for. This is not a vent. It's the pattern I live through. This story involves self-ending attempts. Just a warning. Attempt 1 at 15 years old. 50 mixed pills, heart meds, kidney meds, Alzheimer meds swallowed at once. After some time, I felt every organ in my body distort. Then I floated above myself, detached, no pain. Black and white spirals pulled me downward like time collapsing. Hours later, I woke up completely fine. Went to the doctors and found nothing. No organ damage, no poisoning. That was the first impossible survival for me. Attempt 2 at 16 years old. I went to my grandpa's village with him. I had a plan in mind. I watched my grandfather load the shotgun in the forest when I was beside him. I knew it had shells, I self-used it. Time slowed to a crawl. 5 minutes of suspended, syrup-thick silence. When the click finally echoed through, nothing. The gun was empty. Not jammed, not misfired, empty. This was when I first felt the sense of the universe choosing another route for me. Attempting 3 at 18 years old. I jumped from the 5th floor of my university building in the middle of the night. The fall felt like it lasted 5 minutes. Every thought and detail was too sharp during the fall. When I hit the ground, I felt bones break and red liquid pooling from the back of my head as I stayed conscious for what felt like hours. Then someone nudged my shoulder. I stood up. No signs on the ground, no broken bones, but just a small scar on the head and a cracked ankle. Everyone assumed I tripped, as I also had to make them believe that. My mind felt like it was switching tracks. Something felt wrong. Attempt 4 at 19 years old. I attacked my wrists. My whole body felt heavy, pulled downward inside soil like extra gravity had been switched on. Then for a moment I felt hollow, like my consciousness had stepped out. Then I woke up and realized 2 hours had passed. My friend was shaking me awake, worried about the scene. The sheets were kinda clean. Most of my wrists had evidence left over. My arms were weakened for months, and doctors told me not to lift weights at all for a couple months. I felt crazy and frustrated at this point, until I remembered the theory. That was the moment the theory became unavoidable for me. I am 20 years old now. I've never hallucinated outside of these moments, if these are hallucinations. I am suspected to either have bipolar disorder, or bipolar but no psychosis, no delusions. My psychiatrist is aware of everything. But after every death that should have been final, the world felt slightly different. People I know remembered shared memories differently. Conversations I swore seemed to not happen at all. The texture of reality felt shifted every time. Lighting, atmosphere, even certain memories felt misaligned, and Mandela effect moments started stacking. It felt like stepping sideways into a slightly different version of the world where I survived every single time. I'm only opening up because I should not be here. Not in any timeline that follows the rules I grew up understanding. Whatever happened, it felt like my consciousness kept choosing a path where I lived. That's all I wanted to share. Like I said, this is not a vent. I am way better than I was in these moments. I wanted to share my experiences and signs that the theory quantum immortality is true. Only my therapist and psychiatrist know about all these, and I couldn't help myself but share with others too because I felt too overloaded with all these thoughts. I hope I'm not seen as a freak. So it is a theme in this batch of quantum immortality, different realities, and, this story is much sadder because of how the endings were prompted. I'm very glad to hear that you're feeling better now, that you're recovering. I mean, I don't have any experience with this. I want to live forever, but I know a lot of people suffer from depression and to an extreme level, or hopelessness. I mean, I don't know exactly what brings on the desire to do this, to terminate your existence. Maybe feeling like you're just not worth it or something, but I mean, unless you've actually caused other people harm, everyone's deserving of life just for their own existence. They own themselves, and you don't have to prove yourself to anyone else. That's the ultimate point. And I guess, in a way, quantum immortality, the very nature of reality, is hopefully helping you appreciate that. You can't just check out. I guess, in a way, is that a bad thing? What if you really do want to, but you can't, because quantum immortality traps you in existence that you don't want? Never really even thought about that. Case file number 3309, written by Anonymous. Leather jacket and empty eyes. About 2 or 3 years ago, I had a girlfriend in another town, roughly 300 kilometers away from my town, and since there wasn't a direct transportation route, I had to go through a bigger city. I would usually come to the bus stop at around 11 p.m. and wait for my bus at 11:30 p.m. to finally get home. Well, this time, I enter the bus in Town B, the one where my girlfriend lived, and the only guy on the bus is this short, older guy, about 40, with literally no hair, wearing a rather expensive leather jacket. He was reading the newspaper and looked at me when I came on. I noticed he's looking at me, but I just passed him and sat in the back part of the bus. The final stop came, the middle of the city, where I'm supposed to catch my transport home, and I came off with the guy also coming off. I didn't care that much since it's a big city and he was probably living there. I go to the bathroom to take a peek at interesting bathroom graffiti in a particular stall, and as I'm coming out of the stall, he is standing right in front of the door, blocking my way. He looks at me and lets me pass. I'm pretty creeped out now, and I carefully wash my hands trying to sneak a few looks behind my shoulder. The guy's just standing in front of the stall, looking in my direction. I have about 20 minutes left to wait for my bus, and I go across the road to buy myself a burger. As I'm waiting for my food to get ready, that same guy comes and stands about a meter or two behind me, looking around. He keeps grabbing the inside of his jacket, and I'm scared he might be having a knife or a gun. I pay for my food, and as I'm turning around, he's right there a few inches away from my face. I back up a little bit and try to walk away, but he grabs my arm and tells me, "You gotta look out after yourself. This is a dangerous city." I rip my arm out of his grasp and run. After only a few steps, I notice he isn't following me, and I stop and turn around and the dude is nowhere to be found. I looked in every direction hoping to spot him, but he just disappeared. It wasn't a big station with a lot of people there, so he couldn't have blended in with the crowd. He just vanished. Case file number 3310, written by Judge Judy is my idol. A smile carved. I was living in Japan and went to visit a friend out in the countryside. This friend always complained about the housing for being super cold and drafty, but if you've ever been to Japan in the crappy humid summer, such a room would be a godsend. So I took off to visit her for a weekend, and she cleared out the loft area for me to sleep. She used it for bulky storage. Turned out to be a very cute and cozy sleeping area. Etched into the inside wall of the loft was a character for Smile, written maybe 10 times. It was like elementary school graffiti, maybe done with a penknife or blunt pencil with hard pressure. I didn't think too much about it. I couldn't fall asleep, but the place really was nice and cool compared to the disgustingly humid air outside. Poor circulation, poor lighting in this area made it always damp. Was I just unable to sleep in a new area? I didn't think too much about it. It came together on the second night. I couldn't sleep. Each time I got on the edge of sleep, I'd suddenly wake up, I finally got frustrated and decided to climb down and get some water. Now, the apartment is very small and is essentially a long studio. The loft is above a closet and is at the far end of the room. Below me is my friend's bed and desk area. Past her bed is a little more space for a TV and floor table. Then, there is a door that leads into a mini hallway that separates the bathroom and a very shallow kitchenette. Then the front door. So when I get down the loft ladder and turn around, I can see all the way to the front door and a little into the kitchen where someone is standing. Even though the room is dark, I can see and hear my friend quietly trying to open a cabinet, maybe to get a glass. So I say in a loud whisper, "Hey, did I wake you? Sorry. Wanted to get some water too." I take a step forward and then realize my friend is in her bed, 2 feet away from me. I realize there is someone else in the room 20 feet away and I'm wide awake and sweating bullets. I can hear the cabinet creak as the person slowly closes it. I freak the fluck out and I don't know what to do. I say, "Are you there?" to it and kick my friend's bed. Don't want to take my eyes off the person. The person has just stood there. I see a dark outline, and as my eyes adjust and my head clears due to terror, I see a person's features. Just a typical Asian guy in his 50s maybe, wearing typical house clothes. Holy fluck. I think we're going to die, get assaulted. There is some drunk, weird, crazy guy inside. I shout my friend's name in panic and she wakes up. I do not move. I can't take my eyes off him and he's just staring at me back. My friend wakes up, sits up in bed, back to him, and seeing me freak out, she goes, What? And turns around, also freaking out now. She sees him, shouts, "What the fluck?" and hits the switch and he is no longer there. The rest of the night, we talked about what we saw. The front door was still locked and no one was actually in the apartment. She concluded, maybe for her own psychological well-being, that I was sleepwalking or half-dreaming. She lived in that apartment for 2 years and never had a weird moment afterwards. But I'm convinced that a sad old man, the type to write "smile" on the wall, died and haunts that cold, damp little apartment. But I know my friend saw him too. Case file number 3311, written by Megustatis, the Sleepy Hollow Doppelganger. My best friend and I were out exploring the famous Sleepy Hollow Cemetery late one night when out of the blue I got a call from my mom and she started screaming at me to stop messing around and "What you did is not funny." When I finally get her to stop yelling and I tell her what she's accusing me of cannot be possible because I'm several towns away in Sleepy Hollow, she goes completely silent. So my friend and I drove to my house to talk to my mom and stepfather about what had happened. Apparently, while I was out with my friend, someone was at my mom and stepdad's bedroom door and knocked extremely hard and in my voice said, "Mom, ma," with a frustrated tone to it. My mom and stepfather were sleeping, so it took a few seconds to answer. After they heard the first knock in voice, she answered, "What? Come in. What is wrong?" Then in my voice again, "Ma!" And the door started violently shaking against the panel, is it called? But never opened. Then suddenly stopped. My stepdad thought something was really wrong and that I was hurt, so he jumped up and opened the door and no one was there. No one but us lived in the house, so they thought I was playing a joke on them until my mom called me and I told her where I was. Still have no clue what happened or why this thing took my voice and why I was calling out to my mom in such a frustrated voice. Case file number 3312, written by Mayo Alexander, The Elf, the Monster, and the Empty Tunnel. So, what happened? I was walking that tunnel pretty often, at least once a month, usually more often at that time. There's that one place close to the exit, so there's sunlight in addition to pretty faint artificial lighting. Years had passed since an event when I was around 12. I wasn't thinking about it one bit, but suddenly I remember that the exact spot something strange happened was nearby. I think, oh yeah, that was weird, and continue. When I approach the spot, I see a beggar sitting down on a piece of cardboard. They often use that tunnel. But the beggar looks nothing like they usually do. He sits there with a metal box with some money in it, but his clothes are somewhat strange. Cannot explain. It's something young people could wear today, cosplaying modern elves? Nothing too outrageous, also worn out but still weird. And his face. He was my age, about 20, with short blonde hair, but he looked just perfect in a way I cannot describe. Not like a real-life elf or something, but there are those people who are just so beautiful it almost hurts. His skin was like porcelain, absolutely perfect. And he looked up to me with those Instagram-worthy sky blue eyes, full of sadness. And I just couldn't believe how perfect this man sitting on his knees looked. I thought to myself, have you tried modeling, not begging? Because you rarely see people that attractive, homeless. But okay, maybe he had problems why he couldn't work at his age. Anything is possible. But what I did experience was a feeling of holiness, like I was in the presence of something I wasn't even supposed to see. But overall, he looked just like an incredibly beautiful, yet otherwise normal young man. And then I passed by him, and suddenly I see a movement within the corner of my eye. I look back, and he's not there. I basically passed him not more than 2 meters away, and I even saw the moment he disappeared, just barely. It was a tunnel with no doors. There were just a few people in there, and when he was gone, I was right there, not across the street or anything. The cardboard was still there, but he was gone, just like that. And then, just in addition to make this event even weirder, the same thing happened when I was at exactly the same spot, this time together with my mother. There stood a terribly disfigured man with a face that terrified me. He wasn't begging for money, just standing there, but he felt evil. I am disabled myself, I don't discriminate, but that face was just all wrong, like his skin was dripping off his skull. Maybe he didn't even feel that evil, just very wrong. I asked my mother what was wrong with this person, and she said he's just sick, but I could tell she was worried. And again, right when we passed the man, I saw movement, looked back, and he's not there. Gone. And again, that's a tunnel, and both times I walked in the direction of the exit. They couldn't get out, there's nowhere else to go. I asked her where did he go. My mother looked back and was terrified. She said he must have ran away, but I knew she was lying. She was scared too. And the thing that I thought just before I saw that young man, it was about this disfigured weird person with his dripping off face. I didn't think about it for years, and boom, just as it happened again, I somehow felt this strange glitchy feeling. I asked my mother if she remembered that man disappearing, and she insisted he just ran away, but yes, she did see him. And then when I was 20, she finally admitted that the man didn't look sick or disabled. He looked wrong. As if someone had smeared the image of a man on top of a skeleton. She didn't want to get me scared then, but she did admit it when I was 20, and I told her about the young man. You can disregard me remembering the first event just before the second, but that young man who looked so out of place, disappearing in a way that I even saw movement, that was seriously weird and glitchy. Case file number 3313, written by Steina Town. Synchronicity in a single sweatshirt. In April 2005, I visited a friend in California. My flight home was delayed, and I got to talking to a family that was from the same town as me. We chatted for a few minutes, and then got on the flight. A few hours later, I ran into them in New York while getting my bags. To be expected. 3 months later, I was on a school trip to the UK. We were headed to Dublin, but I had a layover at Heathrow. A lady stopped me in the customs line. "I know this is strange, but were you on a flight from San Jose to New York a few months ago?" she asked. It was a mother of the family from the airport in California and New York. We laughed at the coincidence. A month later, I went with my boyfriend to Nantucket, Massachusetts. We decided to stop on a whim at a bookstore on our way to the beach. As I browsed the stacks, a woman tapped me on the shoulder. "You're never gonna believe this," she said, laughing. It was the same lady again. She recognized me because on each of these occasions, I was wearing the same sweatshirt. I've not seen her since, which is most strange because we apparently both lived in the same very small 20,000 people town. So, there will always be coincidences in life, that's unavoidable, just by the sheer chaos of the universe. However, I personally do think there is some kind of influence up above, not God, just simulation. It's like in the Hunger Games where they're in a fictional creation arena. Just imagine it's much larger, and there are game developers, overseers that are trying to manage things. Nothing's predestined, I don't believe in that, but I do believe there are conscious forces trying to influence what we do, who we interact with, and so on. So, you were both led to interact with each other multiple times, even though it's very unlikely. So I do think there is something important, or at least important, not on a cosmic scale, just for both of you to continue to interact with each other. Though it is interesting that you couldn't find each other after. So maybe it's a case where you have to seize the moment. It's something time gated, and if you miss it, you'll never know. So I guess I would say, if something seems like this is intended, it might just be. So capitalize on it, because maybe you'll miss your moment if you don't. Case file number 3314, written by Awkward Inspections 818. The driver knew I'd come back. On December 29th, 2022, I was 21 years old. I took the bus that day, and when I got home, I put my wallet on the table. I know I had my wallet when I got home because I kept my house keys in it, and I had to unlock the door. The next day, my friend came over, and I went to go get my wallet, and it wasn't on the table anymore. But my keys were still where I left them the day before. I looked everywhere. I tore everything apart looking for it, but I couldn't find it. I had to get new everything. I even had my social security card in there. I know it was dumb, and now I keep it in a binder with other important paperwork. So it took about a month to get everything new. I bought the same wallet off of Amazon because it was pretty and it was my favorite. I didn't use the bus for about 11 months. In November 2023, I went to the bus station with my friend, and the bus lady said, "I have something for you." She reaches beneath her, which I assume was a shelf, and hands me my pink wallet I lost 11 months prior. She said, "I've been waiting to give this to you, but I haven't seen you in a while." Everything was still in there except for the bus passes I previously had. My debit and credit card, my social security card, my ID, my cash, change, and a few gift cards. I was shocked because I remember bringing it home and setting it on my table, and somehow it ended up at the bus station. I don't have any explanation for this. It's been 2 years since I got my wallet back, and I'm still confused on how this happened. So another instance of DOP where there's simply no explanation that I can think of, where it doesn't revolve around a glitch. You were home, you had to have your wallet because your key to unlock your door was in it, and then you put it on the table, and then it simply was gone. The only thing I can think of is you took your key out of your wallet for some reason, which by the sounds of things you never do, it's always in your wallet. Mine too, I always store my keys in my wallet. It's the safest place, you never lose them then. And you don't have to bother with a key ring. Anyways, tangent over. So unless you took your keys out for some reason, what else could it be? I mean, and it's not like it's just some random wallet. You had your specific ID, social security card, and stuff in it. So this was guaranteed yours, really. Classic DOP and reappearance. And it sounds like the driver of the bus had this wallet for a long time. So it was a DOP and then reappearance really quick. It's like a reset in time. It probably disappeared from your apartment and went back to the bus very quickly. And it was a reset in that object's timeline, the path it had taken. Case file number 3315, written by Clover Kane, The Eternal Song. I grew up in a haunted house. It was known as the Ogle House because the family that lived there originally was named Ogle and had donated part of the property to build a park named Ogle Park. Verifiable if anybody cares. It's a creepy looking house, large gray 2 stories with a full basement. The owner, a doctor, died in a car accident in which his brain storage unit was severed. It was mostly little things. Pictures would fall off the walls and drawers would open and books would push out from a shelf from behind it and then fall. Over the years, his various family members would die, and I think at the time we connected a kick-up in activity to the death of an Ogle family member. Anyway, you should understand that just growing up, I believed I lived in a house haunted by a headless doctor named Ogle. Everybody saw something, but this was mine, and it was mostly silly. There might be a scientific explanation for this, and I'm open to that. I was sick one day, in my teens, and I was sitting on the couch with a box of tissues in my lap. I hear a small crinkly sound, and after a second, I realize it's coming from my lap. When I look down, the Kleenexes are going back into the box and folding up. I pull one, maybe several, don't recall, out, just to test, and they all do it. Like someone was reaching up from below and pulling them back down. But they were in my lap, so, where's that ghost if that's what's happening, right? It's the middle of the day, so I was trying not to freak out, but when they didn't stop, I let out a small yelp and tossed the box across the room. It hit the ground and stopped. I've always thought that if it was static electricity or something like it, that surely I would have observed this phenomenon again at some point. Also, I forgot about this thing here. It happened in my late teens when I would play my guitar and sing late at night in my room. I couldn't read music and didn't know the names of any chords, so I would record everything into one of those mini cassette recorders as I wrote songs. I was paused between recording and playing when I suddenly heard the playback. I heard myself singing and playing, and it was coming from nowhere. I checked the recorder, and it was off, and I took the tape out, the batteries out. It continued. When I got near the sound, it would stop, and then start again as I went away. It would have creeped me out a lot less if it hadn't been my voice coming from a recording that no one else ever had. Case file number 3316, written by The Moon 26. Spent it, then found it again. So, this morning, I got paid £400 in cash for a job. I grabbed £20 and that was the only cash I had with me. I am 100% sure of that. I had one of the stall holders break up the £20 for me and give me a £5, £10, and a few coins. I spent £1 at her stall, then carried on around the market. By the time we finished, I had spent the entire 20. Just as we're leaving, I put my hand in my jacket pocket and pulled out another 20. But the thing is, I think it was the same one. I can't prove it, but it had a similar crease to the one I grabbed this morning. Either way, I have no idea where it came from. I wore my jacket all day yesterday, and there were definitely no $20 notes in any of the pockets. I thought I must have grabbed 2 20s from my pay, but I've just got back and checked, and nope, there's still £380 where I left it, and now I'm back to 400 again. When I pulled it out of my pocket, I got this weird déjà vu feeling, and for the life of me, I cannot figure out where it came from. This might not seem like a big deal, but I am extremely money conscious and have pretty extreme spending anxiety. I've been worrying a lot about having enough after the end of year expenses, so 20 isn't nothing to me. I hate it when things happen and I can't explain them. Not that I'm complaining for basically getting a free Christmas gift, but how the heck has this happened? Case file number 3317, written by Chrome Samurai, The Captain's Last Watch. My great-uncle had been a seer. A southern gentleman who had grown up being given images by what he thought was God. He was a practical man without superstition, so the fact that he would occasionally say that God showed him something in his sleep or that God was telling him to do things didn't make much sense. It made even less sense when it was always something very specific and there was always tragedy if they didn't do it. My father bought a boat to live on when I was younger. He'd bought this boat from an old man who died shortly after selling it. It was a beautiful mahogany cruiser, 42 feet long, and with a pair of twin gasoline engines that could bring all 22 tons of it up to 35 knots. As with all older boats, it had its quirks and it seemed to be alive in its own right. Fast forward a year, my father has remarried and is spending the first night of the honeymoon in a hotel a mile away from the marina where the boat is moored. In the middle of the night, he has a dream where he's in the hotel and the captain, the previous owner of the boat went by the captain, I've forgotten his actual name, was shaking him, trying to wake him up. My dad wakes in a dream, and the captain, now in good health and sporting a beard, tells him, "You have to wake up and go to the boat, otherwise she's lost." My dad then wakes up in reality, next to his new wife, in the same hotel room. He jumps out of bed and pulls on a pair of shorts and puts his shoes on and sprints from the hotel all the way to the marina. My stepmom witnessed this and asked him why he was getting up and leaving on their wedding night. And all he would say is, the boat, gotta get to the boat." He got to the boat 10 minutes later, and she was sitting 2 feet lower in the water than she ought to be. Water was over her swim deck, and when my dad jumped aboard, he found the galley and forward berth up to his hips in water. He rushed forward and found the culprit in the lower hatch. A bilge pump hose had knocked loose. He plugged it back in and secured it, having to hold his breath and work underwater to do so in pitch darkness. The hose, now reattached, allowed the bilge pump to slowly bring the boat back up out of the water. He found the bearings on one of the prop shafts had sprung a nasty leak, and the bilge pump had to run pretty frequently until it was fixed. He had 2 more dreams of the captain, another in which he woke up in time again to save her from sinking. In the last one, the captain said that he had done well by his boat, and that his wife had passed, and so they were going to go to the beyond, and he couldn't hear from them again. The obituary for his wife was in the paper the next morning, and my dad never had another dream. So the reason I like this story so much is just, I like the idea of ghosts, echoes of or imprints of people who have departed this universe at least, that they still care about something. I mean, this captain cared so deeply about his boat that the new owner, he wanted to make sure that the new owner took care of it. It's like when you sell a house and you know, if it's been in your family for a long time, you want the new owners to take care of it and not ransack it or, just let it decay. I just find that very, wholesome, I guess you could say. Yeah. And maybe in part I like it so much because, at least for now, I'm not a man that has any roots anywhere. I don't really have anything that I deeply care about yet. But I do like the idea of eventually having something like that. So, one day. Probably won't be a boat, though. Case file number 3318, written by Heavy Metal on the Moon. British Department Ghost. When I was young, I was shopping with my mom in a pretty big department store, and my 2 siblings who had joined us wandered off to a different shop. It wasn't a super popular area, so while the store wasn't empty, it was fairly quiet. Me and my mom were going up to the escalator together, a reasonably high one, and there was nobody else on it at the time. We got to the middle of the escalator, right between 2 floors, and that's when I heard it. Somebody whispered my name, right in my ear. I snapped my head towards my mom, thinking that she had said it, but she was looking right back at me, just as puzzled, as if she'd heard it too. I asked her, "Did you hear that?" And before she could open her mouth, it happened again. Somebody whispered my name, slightly louder this time. It was almost as if somebody was standing directly behind me. My mom heard it too, and at this point I'm looking all around us trying to figure out if one of my sisters is pulling a prank on me from one of the other floors, but they are nowhere to be seen, and that wouldn't explain how they were able to throw their voice so it sounded as though it was literally next to me. In fact, I can't see a single other person on either floor above us or below us. It's just me and my mom alone. So, who the hell whispered my name? My mom told me to drop it like it was no big deal, but I couldn't shake that weird feeling off. It really doesn't seem paranormal to me. First of all, what type of ghost is hanging around in a random British department store? And second, what on earth could they possibly have wanted me for? Any ideas as to what exactly happened here are welcome. I would have been inclined to just brush us off as hearing things, but the fact my mom heard it too, despite having no discernible origin, really doesn't sit right with me. This incident has been driving me nuts for years because I truly cannot come up with a logical explanation. Case file number 3319, written by Fap the Potato. I named my nightmare at age 3. My earliest memory is one from when I was 3 years old, and still one that haunts me and causes me to have difficulty sleeping. My mom was single, and I have a big sister who is 7 years old. We lived on the second floor of a 2-story home. There were 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, living room, the usual small duplex setup. My sister and I had the bedrooms, and my mom slept on the sofa. Almost every night while I slept, I woke to the sound of my closet door opening. When it did, a figure would walk out, not a full person, mind you, but a torso, no arms, no head, just a torso, in a white shirt. It would come out of my closet and move towards the side of my bed, turn to me, and though it didn't have a head, I knew it was looking at me. Scared the crap out of me. I would hide under my blankets until I fell back asleep and morning came. I named this thing Eek. Come on now, I was 3 years old and that was my reaction to it. My sister has a story from that house too. One day, she and I were playing in a room. Her back was against her closet door and she was playing with a doll while I sat in front of it playing with a truck. Then her closet door began to open up, pinning her between her bed, wall, and door. She couldn't move. She said I just looked up at it, terrified, occasionally glancing at her. She began screaming for my mother as loudly as she could. Then, whatever was in her closet said in a very low voice, "Fap the Potato's sister's name." And bam, the door slammed shut. She jumped up, grabbed me, and ran out of her room where we found our mother, sitting on the sofa, asking why we were so excited. We were asking why she didn't hear us when my sister was screaming. Our rooms were side by side and our closet was joined. I'm convinced it was Eek. A few years ago, 6 or so, we were in a restaurant that had a fortune teller. My sister went to her, and when she came back, she was white as a sheet. The lady was obsessed with the closet. She kept asking about it, what happened, what was going on. My sister didn't say anything about a closet, but the lady said, "You or someone you know has seen their spirit guide in a closet. You were there and so was someone else." To this day, when I dream, I can see Eek in the fringes watching me. When I catch his attention, I know I'm dreaming and run to him and finally confront him. He always vanishes, moves away, whatever. A few years ago, my ex-wife and I were by this house. I haven't been back there since I was 4 because my mom remarried and we moved into his place. We're driving down the street and I'm wondering what house was mine as a kid, where Eek came from. As we got close to a stop sign, I just said to my ex-wife, drive, please go, just go, run the sign. I don't want to stop here, please, go now." She'd never seen me freak out like that. We told my mom about it and she asked, "Was it on the corner of street and road?" My ex says, "Yeah, it was, why?" My mom gets a weird look and says, "That's where we used to live." To this day, as a 31-year-old man, I fall asleep with my eyes locked firmly on my bedroom closet's door. I'm a 31-year-old who is absolutely terrified of closets because of this. Case file number 3320, written by Dagim. Plans out of order. When I was 15 or 16, there was a round barn that for some reason me and my friends decided was haunted. Something about the way the lightning rods all had planets on them, but they were out of order or something. One of those things that at the time seemed to make perfect sense. So, a few of us and our girlfriends get to talking about it during a party, and John decides it'd be a good way to get closer to the girls and maybe get lucky. Anyway, we drive out to the middle of nowhere, hop the fence, and are creeping around this barn. And for some reason, one of the girls with us gets really freaked out. Well, after a few minutes of her crying and wanting to leave, we all start getting nervous and decide to leave too. Back at the car, still nervous, we all kinda start laughing, but then the car won't start. More nervous laughter and jokes about spirits being mad and going to punish us. 15 minutes later, the car still won't start. By now nothing is funny, and we decide to walk the several miles back home. Anything to get out of there. As we get out of the car parked on the side of the road, we notice headlights in the distance, but they keep flashing on and off, getting closer. The car slows and stops beside us. the passenger window goes down. I lean over and start to ask for a jump to start the car, and he says quietly, without looking at me, "You kids shouldn't be out here messing with things you don't understand. Why don't you get back in the car and go home? It will start now." As it dawns on me, this guy has no way of knowing our car won't start. He rolls up the window and drives off. Okay, so now I'm getting freaked out, properly. The guy never looked at me, everything was monotone and odd. My friend, the driver, heard some of this, so he jumped into the car and fired it right up. We jumped in and never looked back. We got home and everyone was too freaked out to continue with the party, and the girls decided they'd rather be at home than anywhere else at the moment. So I think there's enough stories I've read where ghosts are able to either conjure an entire car or truck out of thin air, which I don't think they can do. I think they're simply able to interact with solid physical matter to an extent. So this is probably a ghost that was guarding this barn or had passed away in this farm and was present there and just, I guess you could say protector, but clearly something was influencing the car. Now, could this just be a normal man that somehow knew your car was shut off? I mean, you did get out of the car, so it is something you could naturally assume if you're just a man driving down the road, that these people get out of the car, maybe their car is damaged. But it is a bit of a stretch. Is it possible that this was just a man? Yes. Do I think it was? No. Or I think at least the spirit was involved. This could have been just a man, but he knew that there was something more to the barn than his, meets the eye. Maybe his warning to your group was also a message to the spirit, like, okay, just let these idiots go. They're not going to cause trouble. They just want to leave. Something like that, I could see. Yeah. Case file number 3321, written by it's Mick, sleeping in a ghost bed. Backstory. My friend's dad died about 3 years before this happened. Died in the house in his hospital bed due to cancer. He hated loud noises when he was on his deathbed, and used to turn the house phone on silent. So here I am going to sleep in my friend's mom's bed, she's out for the night, and I have my cell phone on a charger charging in the kitchen. For some reason, I have an alarm set at 3:33 a.m. I have no idea what for, I can't remember, but I had it set for something. 3:33 rolls around, and my alarm goes off. It wakes me up in the other room, and I just wait for it to go off so I can try to get back to sleep. Well, during the alarm, I hear huge footsteps coming from the living room, past the kitchen, and to the doorway to my friend's mom's bedroom. Huge footsteps, like a 500-pound man, is stomping towards the bedroom door, walking as if whoever it is has an agenda and needs that agenda done pronto. I'm thinking to myself, what the hell is my friend doing? We'll call him Jim. What in the world is Jim doing? Why in the hell is he stomping a damn mud hole in the floor? I'm thinking that maybe he is just severely pissed that my phone alarm woke him up and is going to the kitchen to turn off my phone, and he's just taking his frustration out on the poor floor. The footsteps get louder and louder as they go into the kitchen, past the phone, and towards the bedroom door. At this point I'm scared. I'm beginning to think that this cannot be Jim, no way, and something bad is going to happen. I hear footsteps come straight up the doorway. Door was open, and stop. Instant terror. It felt like the most evilest thing ever in this dimension, and the next, is staring at me. I tried to turn over to look. I was sleeping on my stomach, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. I could not move anything. After about 10 or so seconds of feeling like this is where my young life comes to an end, my head starts to give, and I can slowly but surely turn. After 15 or so total seconds, my eyes hit the doorway and no one is there. I tell Jim and his mom about it the next morning, and they come up with the scariest conclusion yet. It's their late dad or husband, and the phone alarm startled his spirit or entity or ghost, whatever, and was severely pissed because he hated phone ringing, remember? And went to his bedroom and found some other man sleeping in his wife's bed? Scary. So the next night, I'm like bumping the damn bed. I'll sleep on the couch. What does my stupid self forget to do? You guessed it. Turn off the phone alarm. So I'm passed out on the couch facing the wall, and 3:33 rolls around again. Alarm goes off, and of course, I once again hear footsteps coming from the bedroom door, past the kitchen, and right up to the coffee table. and I feel it again, evil, staring into my soul. Couldn't move again, of course, just froze for a good 10 seconds. It was the worst, just the worst damn terror ever. The next night, I turned that damn phone off completely and stayed in his little brother's bedroom and locked the doors. Case file number 3322, written by Control-Shift-Rewire. Everything in its place, except this. By my door is a small side table, and on that I keep a letter opener. When I get home, any mail on the doormat, I open it, and then put it back. The letter opener has been on that side table for maybe 6 years. I'm the type of guy who runs his house as a place for everything, and everything in its place. It means I never lose anything. Well, the other day I got home from work and picked up the mail on the doormat. I absent-mindedly turned to the side table to get the letter opener, and it's not there. Obviously, it must have fallen off the side table. Perhaps I slammed the door too hard and it caused it to fall off, blah blah blah. Well, I hunt high and low around the area and it is nowhere to be found. I figure it's there somewhere and I just can't find it, so head into my living room. I make dinner, watch TV, unwind, the usual. It goes from my mind. I retire to my bedroom and the letter opener is there in the middle of my bed, on top of the duvet. I live alone and have no recollection of taking it into the bedroom and not putting it back where it belongs. It's not something I would do. I certainly can't think of why I'd place it on top of the bedspread after I made it that morning. I thought maybe I was sleeping, but the bed was made, so I must have put it there when I was awake. But my mail is there in the evening, when I get home from work, not when I wake up in the morning. I leave the house before the mail arrives. Case file number 3323, written by Smile Dog, The Four-Legged Man. When I was younger, we had a lot of activity in the house. I think it was because I was 10 or 11 and my brother was 13 or 15, so it was kind of like a poltergeist. When I was 11, my best friend died. I think it turned into much more than that. The biggest flucking nope moment was when I saw the four-legged man in my kitchen. I will swear on any flucking book you give me that this happened. I was in my early 12th year, like a month or so after my birthday. I think it was summer break, because it was around 3 a.m. when this happened. First, it was the normal stuff from my house. Murmurs outside the door, sometimes even my name. Taps and ticks, random creaks, whatever. Normal, ghostly, spooky bullcrap. I was online doing whatever the fuck an 11-year-old does online at 3 a.m. when suddenly the can in front of me started spinning and moving. I figured it was condensation, but when I looked at it, it was moving too rapidly to be that. It was like it was being pushed, literally. I shrugged it off. Whatever, fuck this crap. I'm 11 and I ain't no scaredy cat. I guess an hour passes and I really have to pee. So I get up, and as I'm walking to the door, the handle starts to rattle. This is actually pretty normal, so I just open the door. To be honest, our hallway freaks me out even now that I'm in college. It's just spooky as fuck. I have no idea why, because no other hallway creeps me out. Anyways, so start heading down the 7-foot walk to the bathroom and go in. I pee, drop the lid, and I'm about to walk out when I see something moving in the kitchen. First, I think it's my dad. Maybe he dropped a cigarette or something, and I didn't notice him when I came out to pee. I start to turn away when the figure goes rigid, like it noticed me or something. So I turn back to look at it, and I notice it's on all fours, not crouched. I don't even know how to properly describe it, honestly. As if it was on 4 legs. It moved forward into the moonlight and nightlight mixture, and I noticed it barely had a face. I mean, it has a face, but it's so bland that you just can't recognize it. Like every face in a crowd mixed together into one extremely fucking normal person. But crab walking. With their joints built so it walks like that normally. I just stand there stunned, you know. I mean, fuck, ghosts are ghosts, but there's a 4-legged man creature in my kitchen staring at me. I start to back away when suddenly there's this noise to my left, towards my room, and then there's this pressure on my chest, and I'm thrown backwards into the bathroom and the door slams shut. In a second, I rip it back open and every light is on in the house. My parents are awake, screaming at me, wondering why I'm being so loud and screaming. I didn't scream once this whole time. Then nothing for 8 years. I slept over about 4 months ago. My friend is already asleep and I'm camping with a friend. Suddenly, the door handle starts jiggling and she kind of stirs and mumbles. I automatically kind of make a noise at her. Her eyes shoot open and she stares at me. Jesus Christ, what was that noise? It was like this blood-curdling shriek. The laptop dies instantly and the TV goes out. I'm left in pitch black and she's still sitting up there next to me, breathing really shallow. Silence for 10-15 seconds before she slowly starts to lay down and mumbles, "Smile, you're such a good girl now, I love you." And then the TV snaps on and she's out cold. I just sat there, not moving an inch. After who knows how long, I nudge her and she wakes up and is just like, "What?" I asked her if she heard anything and she's like, "Nuh-uh," and goes back to sleep. I turn my computer back on and then it sounds like there are 2 people running very fast through my kitchen and to my door, then nothing. I asked a friend over cam if he heard anything and he said my webcam shut off as soon as I looked up. I guess looking at the door handle? Even though I remember the screen being on and being able to see him until the TV shut off. I've got fucking nothing. I have no idea what's going on in this house anymore. My life is spiraling out of control. Case file number 3324, written by Owl of the Night 02. 4 earbuds, 1 reality. First, some context to rule out the obvious. I wasn't sleeping, drowsy, or under the influence of anything. I was 100% awake on my bus ride home. I was actively listening to some cool punk music. I could even tell you which songs I was listening to, and I was paying close attention because my stop was coming up. I use wireless earbuds, the kind with a charging case. I only own 1 pair. I have never owned a second pair. This is a crucial point and cannot be overlooked. As I approached my stop, I took the earbuds out of my ears and pulled the charging case from my bag to put them away. I opened the case and immediately froze in confusion. There was already a pair of earbuds inside. I looked down at my other hand, where I was definitely holding the pair I had just taken out of my ears. I was now holding 2 pairs of identical earbuds, 4 earbuds in total. My first thought was, my brain is being silly. I must have already put them away and forgotten. I got very confused, and I started to double and triple check. I looked back and forth between the pair in my hand and the pair in the case. They were both there, simultaneously. I reached into the case and physically touched the earbuds nestled inside. I closed the case and then opened it again. Yep, still there. I even picked one up. When I placed it back into the case, the tiny blue charging light lit up, just like it always does, and I heard the soft click of the earphones being placed into the case. So the case was definitely recognizing and charging a real, physical pair of earbuds. At this point, I had to make a decision. I had my original pair in one hand and a fully functional new pair in the occupied case. So, I zipped the case back into my bag. I saw the charging light even after I placed it in my bag, and stuffed the original pair into my pockets. I was so stunned I almost missed my stop. The weirdness wouldn't let me go. I stopped to get a sandwich, and while waiting, I had to check again. I was just so confused about how I could possibly have another pair of identical earphones. So I took the case out of my bag and opened it again. Now it was empty. The extra pair was gone, just like that. The case I had seen with my own eyes, containing a pair of earbuds that I had touched, that I had triggered the charging light over, was now utterly empty. All I had left was the original pair, still sitting in my pocket. I put them back in the case where they belonged, and that was that. Back to 1 pair. So I started thinking about what had happened, and tried to come up with an explanation. I can only find 2 plausible explanations. Either I was hallucinating in a way I never did before, or I just witnessed something impossible. I wasn't sleeping or stressed or under the influence. The moment I saw the duplicate, my eyes popped out and I got hyper-aware and very confused. I immediately thought, what the fuck is happening? I did check it multiple times. I saw it, felt it, heard it. So it was either some strange multi-sensory hallucination in a vivid and awake state, triggered by nothing, or something truly strange. I'm leaning towards the first explanation, but it feels deeply unsatisfying because nothing was off about my day, and I never had anything similar to that happen. So I think that we live in a simulation. This is of no surprise to anyone who watches this channel often. I believe it's the most rational explanation to, explain everything that goes wrong with the simulation. I mean, I guess, in a sense, if God is real, and he created the universe, in a certain sense, it's still like a simulation. It's just it's a playground that was created, and although if God created it, it probably wouldn't have any errors, right? So I think the fact there are glitches points more towards a simulation rather than a perfect being creating it. And what's interesting about the simulation, again, tangent, I always do this, it's like a Chinese doll situation where it's an infinite regress, but upwards in this case, where you can always go to a different simulation. Who's to say how many layers of simulation there are? We could be dealing not with an infinite universe, but an infinite upgress, if that even is a word, of simulations. And the thing about that is it can compound errors. So you get wonky errors like this, where you hold the earbuds in your hand, the duplicates, and then they disappear. It's like different layers of error correcting code finally trigger, but not before you can actually hold them. I think there are processing time delays, no matter if we're in the first simulation, if there's only one, or if there's a Googleplex of them above us. Whatever it may be, there are always going to be errors, and usually they're corrected pretty quickly before we can even, directly interact with them. But in this case, no. Imagine it happened with money, where you just had, $1,000 in your hand, you find in your backpack that you have another 1,000, so you go to spend it and then you realize, wait, the other 1,000 is missing now. If the universe is gonna mess up, you don't have to correct that error, just leave it. Case file number 3325, written by The Rocker. Whispers on the Black Lake. My family owns a small camp on a secluded lake in northern Maine. There are only 5 or 7 other cabins on this lake, 3 of which belong to my family. Very often, when my family and I go there, we are the only family on the lake. Our camp is small, with only 2 bedrooms, and at night, the entire area is consumed with an almost unnatural darkness. The place just feels like it's under some sort of dark veil. Most of the time, the night is consumed by complete and utter silence too, only broken by the occasional croaks of a bullfrog. There is a presence that I can feel, but I haven't seen anything yet. One morning, my mother and I heard a voice. It was calling my mother's name, but then it disappeared. The camp, neighboring ours, belonged to my second cousin, to whom my father was extremely close. This cousin passed away a few years ago. Every once in a while, you can smell cologne in the doorway, the same cologne this deceased cousin wore. People have passed by on boats and said that the shades to the camp were open, even though we always closed them upon our departure. The same cousin always left the shades open when he left his camp. One day, my great-uncle was fishing and wasn't having a whole lot of luck. He stepped into the camp and said, "God, Cliff, the dead cousin's name. How did you ever catch any fish in this lake?" Almost immediately after he said this, he noticed a fishing lure that he, nor any of our family recognized, lying on the table. He attached this fishing lure to his pole and almost instantly pulled a fish from the water. Another story comes from a camp about a mile up the road from ours. The people who own it are old family friends, although I myself have never met them. The inhabitants of this camp claim that on rainy days, they have seen a man in a yellow raincoat. Nobody knows who he is, but he often appears and then disappears in the blink of an eye. He is known as the man in the yellow slicker, and I dread the day that I see him. Case file number 3326, written by Secret Map 3026. North without turning. This happened to my friend and I a few years back in Washington State. I was driving back from my friend's dad's house, with my friend and dog in the passenger seat. We were coming back from the Edmonds area, driving south to Seattle. I took this drive almost every day for work. We were for sure on the South Freeway, and I was looking at the signs waiting for our exit to come up. I remember clearly seeing the exit numbers and landmarks, the ones I always see driving southbound. It hit me out of nowhere that the exit sign numbers started going up. Instantly confused, I asked, "Wait, are we driving north?" We were suddenly way up north, past Edmonds. I asked my friend, and she said we definitely were driving south. The only way to go from southbound to northbound is to exit the freeway and get back on the other side. We had taken no exits and had been steadily driving straight. It's something I still think about to this day and get bewildered. I think there are wormholes that cause glitches. Had other instances of time lost driving up to Canada from Seattle as well, where we made the trip in very little time. I was with another friend on this occasion that also recognized the time loss. Well, you have the quack standard. I haven't used that saying in a long time, but it's just when you have a glitch that happens with a witness, in this case both times, space-time portals that always seem to intersect on roads or often seem to intersect upon roads. It's the simplest explanation, and unless there's aliens involved, which I like aliens, don't get me wrong. I love them to death. I love the concept to death. I don't know if I'd actually like meeting an alien directly, depending on the species perhaps. But yeah, unless it's aliens that are just abducting you with a car and then moving it to a different place, I could see that. But if we're talking about time intervals too, where you're in a place where you couldn't have possibly gone quickly enough, I think in those situations the best instance is just looking at your gas tank. If you remember where it was initially, if it's lower, then okay, you may have just blacked out or something messed with your brain, even if you have a witness. Maybe something both induced a blackout of some sort. Autopilot mode engaged. But no, if the tank is unchanged, then it's either aliens or a space-time portal. Can't think of anything else. Case file number 3327, written by Chapter Secret 33, Purple and Black. I wear glasses to drive or when at the cinema or a show. I don't even legally have to wear them, but I can see a little clearer. I have 2 cheap pairs, and because I'm useless, I usually only know where one pair is, but the other will turn up in a bag or a pocket. I went to a show on Tuesday with my sister-in-law, and I was telling her about my missing pair, black, and that I was using my other purple pair. I put that pair in my pocket. At the end of the night, I slipped them into the center console of my car. Next morning, I got a McDonald's breakfast for me and my son. I put my coffee in my cup holder. Today, I went out to my car and my black glasses were folded up in the cup holder that sits between the front chairs, my purple pair in the center console. I was totally flabbergasted. I had put my coffee cup in there the day before and also rooted through it for change. I contacted my sister-in-law and she also confirmed there were no glasses there. I checked with my husband and he was clueless as he had not been in my car. They were 100% not in the cup holder until this morning. So very, very strange. Case file number 3328, written by Doodlebug9361, When Felix Blinked First. When I was a kid, I had a really creepy doll, the size of a toddler, of Felix the cat. I was always confused and intrigued because I couldn't figure out if the doll was frowning happy or evil happy, because Felix doesn't have eyebrows. So it was like that thing was always staring at your soul. One day, I was sleeping in my bedroom, and a storm started. Because of the noises, I woke up. I had a support on my wall with toys when I was little, and for some reason I left the doll there before that night. So the doll was sitting there glancing at me with that morbid face. I don't know why. I started staring at it for a few seconds. I woke up like I was already staring at the doll. Probably because I was afraid of that thing turning alive and attacking me if I looked away. Kids logic. I was probably 7. So I was staring at that Satan spawn in the eyes when all of a sudden, a really tiny rock hit my eye, the size of a rice grain. Yes, a flucking rock, coming directly from the doll glance. I turned on the lights. It really was a rock, like the ones from the plant vases in the apartment. I searched on my bed and my hair on the room and nothing. No sign from where that thing came. I did not sleep more that night. To this day, I have that doll in my basement. I always feel a bad vibe whenever I find that creepy thing. So, plenty of stories of creepy dolls. This one being a cat, Felix the cat, is extra creepy. But the fact that you didn't throw him out after he literally, apparently, tossed a rock in your eyeball? Like, I'm done. You're gone, buddy. Would I try to sell it and inflict that horror on someone else? I mean, it's not a killer doll, so it's almost like a prank. Maybe I would. No one should buy anything from me. You'll never know if it's mildly cursed. Case file number 3329, written by Afro Powers Activate. Eyes like dim lanterns. A few nights after moving into my new apartment, first place moving out of home, I remember everything being dark with a low light filtering through the window. We were on the 3rd story. I woke up and couldn't breathe. This wasn't new for me as I have always had sleep paralysis. I don't even get scared of that now and just wait until I can breathe again. But this night, there was a huge weight on my hips. I look down and see nothing but black, where I should have seen a window a few meters away. As my eyes adjust, I make the outline of a man straddling me, all shadowy, with dim white eyes, but his head had huge ram horns. Whenever I get sleep paralysis, I'm able to make a whine in my throat, loud enough for my boyfriend to wake me. I start to try, but the shadow figure places one hand over my throat and silences me, and the other on my wrist to stop me tapping my boyfriend with what little movement I had. I used all my strength into my other hand and scraped on the wall trying to alert my housemates, but they were asleep and couldn't hear. The man leaned right down and his horn scraped the wood of my bed. I felt his breath on my neck as he chuckled and said, "You won't make it out." He then stopped holding me down, stood, and walked into the corner of my room that is covered by shadows. This ordeal went for around 2 or 3 minutes. I was finally able to take a breath and started shrieking. Somehow, my pajama shirt had unbuttoned 3 buttons as well. My partner woke and took care of me, but I wouldn't sleep there for over a week. When I finally returned, I would get the feeling of hands on my throat and wrist again, hear breathing or see shadows of the man with horns walk by the windows at night. But I lived on the 3rd story of an apartment block. Oh, and the scrape on my bed headboard? Still there in the wood. Needless to say, I broke the lease and noped my way back to my parents' house. Case file number 3330, written by XJD Drag X. Every door, every window, all at once. A little backstory before I start. My dad is a bit too trusting, especially of me, his eldest son. So I've been staying home alone overnight since I was about 13 years old. We live in a very, very old house, a double, and the couple on the other side are very old. Ever since this incident, I've begun to believe that they are dead. The first time I ever stayed home alone throughout the night was normal, during the night. It was during the day that got me. My dad had gone to a concert with his buddy and didn't want to drink and drive, so he trusted me to not be stupid. Coming home from a friend's house, I noticed all the doors and windows were open in my house. It was the middle of a summer day, so I just assumed that my dad had yet to leave. I ran up my front porch and said hello to my neighbors, who are generally very friendly. Instead of replying or even acknowledging me for that matter, they both just stared past me. They were old. I just blew it off. I ran back to see if my dad's truck was in the garage, and it wasn't. So I was a little weirded out. He isn't one to forget to close the door, lock the windows, and so on. Hesitantly, I went inside to find every window wide open, every single door open. All of the cabinet doors open, the refrigerator door open, and the TV on. Full volume, static only. I went outside to see if my neighbors knew anything about it, and again they just stared right at me, like they were seeing something else. Old, weird people creep me out. Called my dad and he had no idea what could have caused it. Kind of just suppressed the memory of it until now. Case file number 3331, written by Toss It Without the Wash. rain, darkness, and a ringtone. I was riding my bike home from a late shift at work. It was around 10 p.m., pitch black, pouring rain, and I was on a windy bike trail that had a few drop-offs, sharp turns, and the works. I didn't have a light on my bike, but the trail was lit up with lights. I would compare them to streetlights. So I was speeding along, and through one section, due to the heavy rain, a section of the lights were out, but I wasn't worried. I was a punk kid who thought she was invincible. That didn't slow me down. So my cell phone rings, which I hear only because it's in the pocket on the shoulder strap of my backpack. If I had thrown it in the back like usual, I never would have heard it. I stop, answer my phone, thinking it's probably my mom, worried about me riding home in the rain. About a 45-minute ride in good weather. Here's the thing, no one was there, no one on the other line, and I didn't recognize the number. Strange, but whatever. So I hop back on, barely start pedaling, and not more than 3 feet in front of me, sharp turn in a trail, no guardrail, steep drop I would have gone flying over. I'm convinced that if I didn't get a call or stop to answer my phone, I would have been toast. Here's the kicker, I get home, curious as hell as to who called. I phoned back the number on the caller ID, and for no foreseeable reason, on the other end of the line, none other than our friendly neighborhood IKEA. Thank you, IKEA, for most likely saving my life, and for your awesome inexpensive prefab furniture, of course. Yeah, I love IKEA, and I never have any issues assembling it. Maybe just because I read the instructions. I think a lot of people try to wing it, and it never works out, does it? There's either always 20 pieces left over, or 10 missing pieces but yet it's still assembled. So he's like, are they just extra pieces, or what? I don't know. This is the first instance that, actually no. I think IKEA was involved in another glitch. I don't know if it was involved in saving a life, but I definitely distinctly recall IKEA involved in a different glitch. I'd have to search that up to find which one it was, but yeah. Okay, so IKEA involved in 1 or 2 glitches. Pretty interesting there. Saving a life though, next level. What I actually think happened is your guardian angel, maybe we have more than one. Maybe they're not assigned to just one person. Maybe they rotate like a shift. Anyways, some being or consciousness protecting you, overseeing you, because you're not supposed to leave this universe via quantum immortality, which is another tangent. I just focus. Guardian angel possessed the worker at IKEA who called your phone just in time, and then they probably don't even remember calling anyone. That's my best guess. Yeah. Temporary possession, call, leave the body. They have no idea what happened. They have no idea that through them a life was saved. Pretty cool. Case file number 3332, written by Anonymous. Echoes from the Black Door. After school had ended, my friends Haley and Chloe and I went to the basement of one of our school buildings to go to the photo room because Chloe had to develop pictures for class. To get there, you had to go down a flight of steps, follow a hallway that led to another, go down that one, and then you came to this bizarre door. The door is like a revolving door, except everything that is not the opening is just black, as it is not glass. You go in and turn around, and then you're in the dark room. Obviously, this is because you can't have light in the dark room. So, we go into there and play music and goof off while we're developing. When we finish developing, we have to bring the photos to the photo class room. As soon as we get out of the loud photo room, we emerge into the empty hallway. As soon as we start walking, we hear this weird machinery-sounding noise coming from further in the basement. It wasn't like a boiler-sounding noise, it was just weird. We get into the photo room and are joking around when Haley screams and sprints away. We asked her what was wrong, and she said she heard whispering right in her ear. Keep in mind that we're the only ones in this building. So Chloe and I stay quiet to listen, and not a minute later, we hear the weirdest voice I've ever heard. It came from further down the hall, where the developing room was that we just were. There was no possible way anyone could have gotten there, as we essentially were blocking the opening to upstairs. It was a man's voice for sure, but it had weird aftertones. It didn't say anything understandable, but we booked it. Chloe peed her pants running up the stone steps, and the stains are still there today. Case file number 3333, written by Nene55. Back at the vet again. This is my first glitch. I turned right out of the vet's office. You can only turn right or left, and kept wondering where my exit was. In the country, so no real landmarks, and I thought somehow I missed my exit. I have driven to this vet for years and absolutely know I turned right. I turned on my maps to see how I could cut back to get to my exit. I was so confused because I could not fathom how I missed my exit. Maps indicated that my exit was 9.5 miles ahead of me, rather than the 2 to 3 miles it typically is. I am still struggling to compute this, but keep moving towards my exit, and suddenly I'm passing my vet's office on my right. To do this, I would have had to mistakenly turn left, go 7 to 8 miles, make a U-turn, and come back to be on the correct side of the road, and going in the correct direction. I did not turn left in error. I did not make a U-turn ever. I did not ever exit off the road I was on. I had no idea how this happened, and I was really shaken. This is just impossible. Case file number 3334, written by Grizzly Barrow. Basement of the Uninvited. It happened to my dad when he was a teenager in rural Minnesota in the 1980s. He was part of a peer meditation group that had been largely protested by the community, as in town hall meetings where people would yell about the group doing drugs and having sex, untrue. In short, everything was pretty charged and hysterical. So my dad and 2 of the girls were together after one of said town hall meetings, strategizing how to get these crazies to leave them alone. My dad zoned out for a minute and was looking around the room, which I believe was the basement of a church where the meeting was held. He was looking at one of the windows briefly, only to see a dark shadow enter the room and creep along the floor. It then moved back up the wall and out of another window. He suddenly realizes one of the girls is hysterically crying and screaming, "Why would you say that to me?" over and over. Apparently, he had gone all stiff, looked at the girl and said, "I am God," in an uncharacteristically deep version of his voice. The other girl, while not freaking out, still corroborated what they saw, saying my dad's eyes changed. Not like changed colors or anything, but that they became darker, and she felt certain something other than my dad, something evil, was looking out of him at her. To this day, he recalls the story with dead seriousness, and he is not a religious man. He does believe in ghosts and whatnot, probably because he has crap like this happen to him. I should also mention he was voted friendliest in his class, and would never ever prank someone like this. Case file number 3335, written by Spinge Bull. Rhythm Behind the Curtain. So, it was the year 2007, or maybe it was 2008. Regardless, it was a long time ago, and I needed new clothes. So my mom and I decided on a very gloomy and overcast day to take a trip to the newly opened Chinese store to buy some new clothes for me, where they would probably be cheaper. So we start strolling around this large department store filled with cheap merchandise of dubious origin, while picking up articles of clothing that might interest me. We found a couple neat pairs of trousers and a couple shirts, so my mom tells me to go change and that she'll be with me right away. So I step inside the small, dimly lit changing room, and I start taking off the pair of trousers that already belonged to me to then put on the new one that we had just picked up. I'm about halfway done putting on the new trousers, they're still around my thighs, when all of a sudden, clack, 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 the changing room curtain that separated me from the rest of the store starts moving. 3 violent, jerky, and yet very rhythmic motions, as though someone had been pulling it in a very specific way. I perked up, a little scared, thinking I had just fallen victim to a pervert of some kind. Not to mention the sudden noise startled the hell out of me. But even before the curtains were completely out of the way, before the last violent pull, who do I see? My mom, standing there, with her arms folded. She wasn't even touching the curtain, and yet somehow it was moving. I was dumbfounded. I peeked my head out of the small booth to see if someone else had been pulling at the curtain, or maybe if it got caught into something and that's why it was moving so strangely. Nothing. At my left, the direction from where it was supposedly being pulled, was a man who was busy helping his son out with something and wasn't even looking in my direction. Besides, if he had tried to open the curtain to have an unsolicited look at me, don't you think that my mom would have something to say about it? Instead, she was just standing there, arms crossed and staring into my soul. Before I could even say anything, she took a quick step forward. "Alright, let's have a look at those trousers." At first, I didn't even get a chance to mention the strange occurrence to her. But by the time we had gotten back in the car, I asked her, "Back when I was in the changing room, the curtain started moving suddenly, and in a very weird way, and when it moved I saw you standing there, and you weren't even touching it. How do you do that?" And my mom responded as she always does when something incredibly odd occurs that involves her. She responded just like she'd responded years later when my stepdad somehow grew a second voice. "You guessed it." "What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about." And that's a second, very strange event that occurred in my life that, to this day, I still cannot for the life of me explain. The strangest thing is that in both instances, my mom was involved, so maybe that's my first clue. Case file number 3336, written by I See What You Did There, 1. The Greys in the Bedroom. One Sunday morning, my husband and I were asleep in our upstairs bedroom, not in the house we currently live in. I woke up and just laid there, still not energetic enough to hop out of bed and start the day, when I heard a loud sound come from downstairs, like someone was running from one end of the house to the other. I shot straight up in bed and shook my husband, telling him I heard someone or something running in the house. He mumbled, unconcerned, that he had heard it too, and that it was just the dogs. I looked next to me, and our 2 dogs were sleeping on the floor right next to my side of the bed. I shook him again and said, "It wasn't the dogs, they're right here." He shot up so fast and bolted downstairs to see what the hell was happening. I followed after him and we checked all the doors. They were still dead-bolted, as well as all the windows, and went into the basement to check everything as well. Still no idea to this day what the heck it was, but we had both heard it. Another one, but this was my best friend's story. When I was around 11 or 12, I lived in the city with my mom and would come out every weekend to visit my dad and grandparents, and would see my best friend as well. One time during the spring, she told me that she had started to go see a therapist or a psychologist of some sort, but wouldn't really get into the details, and I didn't push her for more information. A few weekends later, while she was at her piano lessons, her mom stopped in to visit my grandma and explain what my friend was going through. She said she had started taking her to have therapy sessions because she was having terrible night terrors and sleep paralysis and was having a difficult time with it all. What she had been seeing at night were little gray aliens in her room, and then on the other nights she would see her dad, who had passed away from cancer when she was 5, sitting in a rocking chair she had beside her bed, and he would tell her that he was watching over her and she was safe. During the summer, my friend all of a sudden stopped going to therapy sessions. One night when she was sleeping over at my house, I asked her if she wanted to talk about it and if the therapy had helped her with it. She said that her mom had pulled her out of therapy. I asked her why, and she said that one morning, after she had one of the night terrors, she woke up and her mouth was quite sore, so she went and got her mom and asked her to check her mouth, and her mom found a bunch of tiny stitches in her gums and a cut inside her mouth. No idea on the source. Was it from her dreams? Case file number 3337, written by Cal Zen. A wake-up call from hell. I was out camping with a friend of mine in rural Canada, way out in the boonies. In between 2 hills is a small campground, and since it was off-season, we thought it would be nice and quiet, a great weekend. We were lucky, as the whole place was deserted. The weather was changing a bit, but it seemed alright. It was pretty windy that night, and inside the tent I woke up a couple times and thought I could hear someone walking around the area, but there were a ton of leaves and it was quite noisy. I just thought it must be the wind and leaves. So, come morning time, we wake up. I asked my friend if she slept well, and she says not so good. It was really noisy with the wind and she thought there was someone walking around. Damn wind playing tricks. But I noticed a spot on the tent. There is this red and black dot on the tent. It's red liquid. Another drop falls down, and I look up and realize this liquid on the tent is from a fucking goat's leg about 20 feet above us, nailed into the tree. Very fresh, still dripping all over the tent. Freaked out? You fucking betcha. Totally fucking freaked out. She starts screaming, and starts twisting around like something or someone is going to pop out of the forest, like a bad movie. I am moving like I just popped 32 tabs of speed after drinking 13 espressos, getting the tent down, literally throwing everything into the car. Fluck packing, fluck the food, leave the food. Grab the bags, get my crap, heave-ho into the back of the car. Where's my knife? Put that flucker in your pocket. I've seen the movies. Cooler? That fits right on top of the pile of crap in the car. In 22.5 seconds, that car was packed. There she is in the car already. Her eyes are like two big moons. I remember that. And she locked the doors. You see that in the movies, and it all came back. Open the fucking door! And she reaches over and pops the door. I jump in and my heart is going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I started the car, put her in the car, and we were gone. I probably cleared the front gate of the area at 75 miles an hour, and I have found out I can drive like bloody Dukes of Hazzard given the right circumstances. I think it was about an hour down the road I finally let myself breathe again. Never went back, never will. Years later, I am then in my 30s, a friend of ours told us that she used to work at a youth jail, and there was these kids from a rural area, close to where we camped that night, who said the town they came from was totally satanic. Well, not really satanic, she said, but they worshipped like old gods and had human sacrifices and so on. Kids, she said, such stories. The hair on the back of my neck took a long time to come down. You know, I've read a lot of stories, like I'm saying something new here, but never one that was involving a satanic ritual of sorts. What was the intent here? Okay, let's assume they're religious fanatics or something. They worship the old gods, and pinning a goat leg on a tree was somehow involved in the ritual. Were they intending on anything more? Were you just supposed to see it and be scared? Or were you going to be featured in their next sacrifice? I don't know, but I mean, I understand why you were freaked out, and I would have reacted exactly the same way. So, yeah, no shame in that. Get the hell out of Dodge. It's not like you're in a horror movie where you see this crazy thing happen and like, okay, let's go investigate. Let's find these bad guys. Like, no, you're not the hero. And I mean, you don't even want to be. Just leave, survive. That's the heroic thing to do. Case file number 3338, written by Seven Finger Phil, chased by chance. When I was 16, I was at the local mall hanging out. A man came up to me who was completely bald except the top center of his hair. He had a long ponytail coming down. On top of that, he had very distinct looking facial features. He began to ask me if I would read some book he was trying to hand out to people. I took a look at the book and realized it was some sort of cult. I told him I would, but he had to hold on for a minute while I went and got a book that I wanted him to read. I went and got a Bible out of my car and proceeded to walk back into the mall. I found the man and asked him for one of his books, then handed him the small Bible. He refused to take it. I told him I would gladly read his book. I would just like it if he read the one I was giving him. He absolutely refused. I told him I would take his book anyway, and I did. As I was leaving, he began to follow me through the mall. I was 16, and this grown man was following me. I felt very uneasy. I went and found a security guard and told him what was going on, and he confronted the man. I got to my car and left. A few months later, I was at a music festival in my town, and I saw the same man. He was handing out the books and talking to teenagers. He saw me and ran up, asked me how I was doing, and if I had read the book yet. I told him I had read some of it, which was the truth. I asked him if he had picked up a Bible yet, and he got pretty stern, saying no. He followed me around a bit, and I eventually lost him. A few months after that, I was in Cleveland, which is around 4 hours from my hometown. I was walking around with some friends after a concert. I see the same guy running up to me, all excited to see me. We talk for a bit, and he eventually leaves. At this point, I am a tad weirded out, but figure it's only 4 hours from my hometown. It's a concert, he is going to places he knows teenagers will be. This is not that weird, although the odds aren't very likely, even with that in mind. A year or so later, I was down in South Carolina. A few friends of mine had taken spring break from school to go pick up a buddy of ours who was getting out of boot camp. We spent a day in Savannah, Georgia, all day. I was hanging out with my friends and we were having a blast. At some point, early in the evening, I decided to run to the car real quick, which was about a 10-minute walk from where we currently were. As I was walking, I turned a corner into the parking alley where the car was, and the same fucking man was standing there. I got pretty startled. I didn't even believe what my brain was telling me. He walked up to me, all excited again, and started talking. I booked my fat butt in the other direction. Over the next few years, I saw this man in Louisville and Lexington, Kentucky, Chicago, Illinois, Dayton and Columbus, Ohio, and Evansville in Indiana. Each encounter got increasingly weird and confrontational, and just impossible. Now, the final straw. I was around 20 at this point, and worked for a company that had me going to DC usually once a month. I had a day off up there and was checking out the sights. As I was walking through the grass, enjoying the sights, someone started hollering, "Hey buddy! Hey man, slow down!" I turned around, and it's this man. I freak out. I'm no longer a 16-year-old kid who is scared of you at the mall. I look at him, and I say something along the lines of how this has to stop, and how the hell do you keep finding me? He gives me the speech I had heard from him already, about how it's fate and it's meant to be. I told him he had to stop, and he was never allowed to talk to me ever. I told him that if I ever saw him anywhere on this earth again, I was going to take legal action to make him stop. I told him that cops would probably think I'm crazy, so if nothing legally could be done, I would find a way to make him stop. It didn't matter if I went to jail or if I had to end him. This was going to stop. I was furious, scared, and all around just not having this crap anymore. He walked away, and I never saw him again, but I still ask myself all the time how he found me almost a dozen times. Yeah, so there are coincidences, and then there's glitches, and this is clearly a glitch. A glitch in the way where, well, okay, a glitch I would say is something that happens because of the universe, or maybe something above it. So it could even be spiritual in a certain sense, but if it is willed by someone inside the universe, I guess you could still say it's a glitch because it's not normal, it's just abnormal. Is this person able to actually tap into the Matrix? Does he have a secret? Is his cult real? I don't know about that. I don't even know what the cult is. You didn't explain that. But, I mean, it makes you think a bit, you know? If he has the power to know where someone is, maybe it's subconscious on his part. I mean, it didn't seem like he actively was trying to find you, but he certainly did. A dozen times, or I don't know how many, but that's crazy. Even going by the logic you postulated. Well, yeah, okay, he's just going to places that teenagers would be. Makes sense, but that many times? No way. There's just no way. Case file number 3339, written by Technical Stick 2346, The Mouse Portal. The second year I lived in my house, we had a mouse problem. I would hear them in a cabinet next to the dishwasher. One day, I heard a mouse pull the cabinet door open and watched the mouse jump into a gap between the side wall and the top of the cabinet. I figured that's how they were getting into the cabinet and intended to cover it with duct tape after I caught them all. I put out glue traps. I killed them quickly when I caught them, no worries, and got 14 mice in 2 weeks. Problem solved. The next year, I heard a mouse in the same cabinet and realized I had forgotten to cover the gap. I grabbed the tape, opened the door, and there was no gap. No work was done on the cabinet at the time. It just looked like a normal cabinet. I know I watched a mouse jump through a 2-inch gap in that cabinet, but it looks like it never existed. It wasn't a sleep thing. Tapping the gap was on my to-do list and was the first thing I thought of when the mice came back. So weird. Case file number 3340, written by Papercut 2008 UK, repeated in stone. This has to be the strangest thing to ever happen to me. I discovered my own grave a few months ago, and it's played on my mind because I have a lot of health problems too. Last year, my dad passed away. We visit the graveyard quite often and go to various family members' graves. It's a Muslim graveyard, so they usually have the father's name and other details on gravestones. Near my uncle's grave, The one just in front of it has my name on it. My name is spelled a little differently to the common spelling, and it was exactly like mine on the gravestone, first and last names. It's got the same birth date as me. To add to the strangeness, my dad, who also has an uncommon spelling to his name, was from a small village in Kashmir. On the grave, it has the name of the person's father and my dad's name with the uncommon spelling. On the gravestone is stated that the father is from a village. Guess where the person's father was from? Yep, the same village. It's really weird to me. I know people from that village and contacted them to see if anyone heard of this person other than my dad. No one seems to have heard of him. Follow-up. That first part was a couple of years ago when I found my grave. The whole situation still has me thinking about all the ways this came about. The coincidences that it was right there. Remember, it had the exact same small village my dad came from. Now I've had the chance to go back there and visit, but it wasn't easy finding anything out since our old village has been destroyed because of an expansion of a huge dam, and it's all underwater and everyone that used to live there has moved on. Well, at least one would hope. The final update. I managed to find one person that lived there, and they actually knew the person with my father's name. He was a younger person, so didn't have all the details. I really wanted to find someone older who lived there a long time ago, and would have had a lot more information, but it sort of made the whole thing slightly stranger. The father of the person who died lived in the village, but had passed away about 10 years ago. He apparently lived really close to where we used to live. The part that made it even stranger is that my father had the exact same name as my dad's father. So this person's whose grave I found had the same name as me, his dad had the same name, same spellings, same village, but the grandfather also had the same name as my grandfather. I wish I could have gone further in finding out how deep this goes, but didn't have enough time to track people down. Most of the people that live there are either scattered or passed away, but it's like my whole family lineage was copy-pasted. So we have very common glitches can be put into different boxes that are pretty commonplace. You have your space-time portals, quantum immortality, the black dot, which we haven't witnessed in quite a while, and DOP reappearances, that kind of thing, vanishings. Those all fit in the boxes. And you get more supernatural, aliens and ghosts and spirits, and I think they kind of blend together. But regardless, there are pretty strong set types of glitches in paranormal stories. But then you get things like this, which are just so unique and completely inexplicable. I have no theories on how this could happen. Is it really just random chance? I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible, but what are the odds that a gravestone would have the markings of your entire family lineage, but it's not your family, and obviously not you? I don't know. That's wild. I mean, you could even say it's a prank, but that's one hell of a prank, and no, there's no way it's a prank, right? Someone carving a stone, fitting it in a graveyard, just so you might happen to come across it? There's no way. So, a glitch probably, but I don't have any clue how or why. Yeah, wild. Case file number 3341, written by Huntress0161. A Huff and a Whisper. When I was about 15, maybe 16, I don't remember how old exactly, but my parents had just told my sister and I to get ready for bed. Yes, I had a bedtime curfew until I graduated high school. My little sister wanted to sleep in the same room with me that night. She is 7 years younger than I am, mind you. She was spoiled. So after getting ready, we climbed into my bed, and our parents told us goodnight. We laid there and talked for a bit, then my sister fell asleep. I laid there looking at the glowing sticker stars on my ceiling and slowly drifted off to sleep. A little bit after my parents went to climb into bed, as they told me, I started to scream bloody murder. Now, before I go into more detail, my room was at the end of the hall on the second floor. My parents' room was downstairs and at the end of that hall. I have never been able to actually scream out of terror or fear in my life, not even pretend to scream. I was one of those people who just jumped or froze when something scared me. With that said, what had made me scream bloody murder, and for my mommy, was, not shortly after I had fallen asleep, I heard a loud, almost breath-like huff in my ear. And then, all these noises started. I heard what sounded like a bunch of people talking, and what sounded like static buzzing in my ear. This continued for a few seconds, as I screamed for my mommy and put my fingers in my ears to block the sound out. My mommy, told me that night after the event that when I started screaming, they actually thought someone had been in the house waiting for us to go to bed and had gone to my room first, and they were killing or hurting me because of the terror in my screams. My mother sent my father up there, and he walked into my room, me still on my side crying and now softly screaming for my mom, with my fingers still lodged into my ears. He grabbed me and asked me if I was okay. I just remember telling him what I had heard, and him telling me it was just a dream and to go back to sleep. I sat up in my bed just sobbing because I had never been so afraid to that magnitude before. But my mother, being the amazing woman she is, came upstairs. She prayed with me, made me feel better, and I was finally able to go back to sleep. But not before cuddling right next to my little sister, who literally slept through all of it. Case file number 3342, written by Austin Will. Fear, Faith, or Something Stranger. When I was young, I had 3 warts on the inner side of my leg at the knee. Over a period of about 4 to 5 years, they began to spread horribly. They spread to my other leg, and I had literally hundreds of these painful warts all over my inner legs. They continued to spread and would sometimes rip and bleed. My mother finally took me to the doctor, and they examined me and said they needed to be burned off. They told us to come back the next morning to have them removed. I was young and terrified of the pain this was going to be. After somehow falling asleep that night, I woke up in the morning and looked at my legs. Every single wart was gone, without a trace. I called my mom into my room and yelled, "My warts are gone!" My mother didn't believe me and told me to get up and get ready to go to the doctor's office. I finally made her come and look, and she couldn't believe it. She was rubbing her hands up and down my legs, saying, "Oh my God," over and over. She called the doctor's office and told them all the warts are gone. They didn't believe it either, so we went down to their office and showed them. Everyone was in disbelief. Pretty amazing that so many warts that had been around for so many years could vanish without a trace. I used to call it my own little miracle, but part of me wonders if it wasn't the fear that somehow caused my body to attack the warts. Mind over matter, crazy stuff. I still have to ask my mom about that day every once in a while to make sure I remember it correctly, but I do. So again, back to unique glitches. This is one where, we have objects resetting in time. Can a person's feet or legs reset in time? And that would spontaneously heal them, but then they'd be younger legs. They'd be smaller and tiny, like when you were younger. You say it was over 4 or 5 years, so if they reset to before they got warts, they'd be that much younger. There's no way, so it's not a time reset either. Like some objects can be broken and reset in time, okay. Just another unique glitch that I have no idea. And it's not quantum immortality because everyone remembered you having those warts. So even if you move to a different universe, it doesn't explain how they spontaneously healed. Because they would have had to, because the doctors and your mom and everyone just like, whoa, shocked Pikachu faces going all around, and yeah. Indeed, miracle. Case file number 3343, written by Jess Darlin. The 7th grade seance. It was the end of 7th grade, the last few days before summer. Our teachers told us we could bring board games or whatever to play in class quietly. My grandma had bought me an angel board when I had begged her for a Ouija board. She said she'd rather me talk to angels than demons. I brought it to school, and all my friends thought it was lame, but it only took one person to say, "Cool," and we played with it. We mostly asked questions about ourselves. Will I ever get married? How many kids will I have? Who am I going to marry? And I have no clue if my friends were moving it, but we got answers. In science class, we whipped it out, and someone got serious and asked the angels if there was anyone they would like to contact. It pointed to yes. We asked who. We all read it in a whisper. C-U-P-I-D. Cupid. This kid in my class, named Arthur, whipped around and pushed through his group to get to us. "I miss you, Cupid," the board spelled. He looked at all of us, white as a sheet, and asked what we were doing. The board went crazy, saying things like, "I'm so sorry. I love you. and then we took our hands off of it to make it stop. Thankfully it did. But Arthur started crying. He told us that his sister called him Cupid as a nickname. She had died in a car accident, a drunk driver. They were really close, and he missed her so much. He was really upset with us because he thought we were playing a trick on him. He started asking us how we knew his nickname because only his sister knew it. Our teacher, with all the commotion, came over and asked what was going on. Arthur was crying so hard, so she escorted him to the back room, and he told her what happened. She came out and said that we were horrible for playing a trick on him, and explained that the board wouldn't work without us knowing things about other people, and that we were moving the pointer. Arthur went home early that day, and we didn't see him the rest of the week. We never found out what happened to him, or if it was really true, or if he was the biggest troll of my life. I got rid of the board, goodwilled it with the stack of clothes. Never told my grandma about that, or what happened to the board. Case file number 33 and 44, written by Mr. Oseto. Our Shadow in the Snow. My sister and I have a friend that comes to us when something major in our lives happens. Even writing this, I'm getting the chills. Here are two of the best examples that happen when she or he has come to us. I am going to call it a him just for ease of typing, but it really doesn't have a sex, more just of a being, but it definitely is real. In high school, my sister was at her boyfriend's house, and while she was driving home, hit a patch of ice and started spinning and headed to a patch of woods in a field. In mid-spin, he showed up and said she was going to be just fine and hang on. My sister ended up totaling the car, hitting 3 large trees. There were branches coming in all the windows except the driver's side. Even the windshield had large branches protruding through it that went through the headrest of the passenger seat. The only injury she had was cuts on her hands climbing out of the car from all the broken glass. The friend also shows up and has accurately predicted all of the pregnancies in my family, 7 total. He even came to me one night and told me to stay home from work the next day because my wife was going to need me. I didn't listen, and that same day, my wife miscarried with her 2nd pregnancy. That night, the friend came back and told me not to worry. We're going to be pregnant again very shortly. After a couple of months of not trying, my wife's best friend found out she was pregnant and put my wife into a funk. That night, he came back and told me to go buy tests, and we were having a boy. I listened this time and went out before my wife got up and bought one. I made her take it, and it was positive. 9 months later, my son was born. I could go on and on. Okay, so guardian angel, another glitch type, but this one is much more pronounced or actively participating in your protection. Most guardian angel events, they're very in the distance. You don't see the guardian at all. They're just hanging back. I mean, I figure that'd be a rule, right? That you can't directly interact with the people you're protecting. But I guess it's not. Or maybe this guardian angel was later punished in some way, or I don't know what the rules are, but it seems like keeping a distance is a requirement, but hey, maybe not, and that's interesting. You know, if your guardian is more active and you consider them a friend if they keep helping you, makes sense. And this one's just so active in your life, even telling you when you're gonna have a baby multiple times in your family. That's, it's your friendly neighborhood guardian angel. Case file number 33 and 45, written by Elephant Jones of 4 Little Paws. 2.5 weeks ago, my dog passed away unexpectedly. I have admittedly taken it really hard. About a week ago, I was alone in my house for the first time since his passing. I'm married, and we have 4 children. Plus I work a lot, so it is rare I am home alone. For whatever reason, I decided to go lay down in bed for a few minutes. I walked up the stairs and closed my door. My dog's bed used to be literally right outside my bedroom door, as it is at the end of the hallway. So I've heard him walk up the stairs and go to his bed thousands of times before. As I'm laying there, I hear small steps on the stairs like his. We live in a 50-year-old house and the stairs creak, so I was quite surprised to hear the stairs as I was alone. Then I hear the steps get to the top of the stairs and I hear his claws clacking on the wood floor and stopping in front of my door in his bed. I started calling out, "Hello? Hello? Is someone there?" No response. I jump out of bed and run to the door. Nothing there. I went downstairs and all the doors were still locked. My wife keeps telling me I'm just grieving and the mind is a powerful thing, but I'm sure of what I heard, and I'm getting chills even as I write this. Am I losing my mind? Case file number 3346, written by Wo Swasi. Reading with the Nun. When I was in boarding school, about 13 or 14 years old, lights went out at 10 p.m. and we were supposed to sleep. I always was a late owl and liked to read into the night. Flashlights were not allowed, so me and some other girls used to go to the bathrooms where the lights were on all night and do our reading there. Sometimes, the nuns were doing night rounds to make sure everything was alright and nobody was breaking the rules, so we used to close the door but not lock it, hoping that any patrols would not actually open the stall doors. One night I was there with another girl, both quietly reading our books, when we heard someone enter from the hall, light steps, and the typical rustling of the long robe the nuns were wearing. We looked at each other, holding our breath, hoping she would go away without finding us. Instead of the dreaded inspection, we hear a stall door slam shut, more robe rustling, and then the normal sound of someone peeing. My friend and I decided to take a moment when she couldn't follow us to escape. So we nod at each other, jump up, and make a run for our bedroom, only to see that all the other stall doors were wide open, and no one was in there. We raced back to our room and got into my bed, shaking and waiting for the ghost nun to come punish us. She didn't, and eventually we fell asleep, still together in one bed. This led to some stern lectures about the wrongness of girl-on-girl action by the non-ghostly nun that found us in the morning. Nothing was further from our minds, but of course, we couldn't tell the real story. Okay, so a nun that went to the bathroom. That is so bizarre. I mean, again, we know spirits can interact with the world to some extent, appear, disappear, phase out of the matter that can reflect light. The only thing I can think of is this is a prankster ghost that took a glass of water and simulated peeing because this ghost nun knew you were there and wanted to freak you out. Maybe as a punishment for breaking the rules? I guess. That's the stretch, but that's the best I got. And it's something I would do, so, go with that. Case file number 3347, written by It's Reading Me, 123. A motel with a voice. Me and my girlfriend were driving from Tucson, Arizona to California and decided to stop at a motel for the night. It wasn't one of the well-known places, so I don't remember the name. So we get there at around 2 a.m. and get a room. I remember it was really cold and quiet that night. We were both pretty tired and went straight to bed, and both fell asleep rather quickly. After what seemed to me like an hour or two of sleep, I hear a woman's voice coming from outside, yelling in a sad or spooky kind of voice, "Baby! Baby!" I was terrified. My girlfriend calls me baby, and it somehow felt like it was her out there, and she needed help or something. I immediately sat up wide awake, adrenaline pumping, and sweating from fear, and I looked over at my girlfriend, and she was awake, staring at me, frightened crapless as well. She also heard the voice, and said to me, "I'm right here, I'm okay." She also thought the voice was hers, and she somehow knew I thought it was too. So we stayed awake listening for a few more minutes, both frozen from fear, until I got the courage to tiptoe to the window and peek outside. I didn't see anybody outside, so went back to bed, and we both stayed awake till morning, unable to fall asleep again. I'm not the type to get scared easily, but something about that voice and the fact we both were thinking the same thing when it happened still haunts us to this day. I seriously cannot think of a time when I was as terrified as that night. Case file number 3348, written by Parker Z.A. Marked in the photograph. My family and I were on holiday in Durban, staying in a hotel. Me and my one brother were staying in one room, while my two youngest brothers, aged 8 and 2, were in another room with my parents. The youngest slept in the same bed as my parents. this is what my mother told me the next day. My 8-year-old brother woke up in the middle of the night and didn't exactly know what time it was. At the foot of his bed, he says, was a small black figure just standing there. Naturally, since it's dark and he can't see crap, he thinks it's the youngest brother, so he tells him to go to bed. It doesn't move. So he goes to our parents, wakes my mother up, and tells her that our brother was awake. It's obvious where the story is going, but my baby bro was still sleeping soundly in between my parents. Apparently, jinns or demons, as they are more commonly known, are attracted to my 8-year-old brother. He used to tell us that he'd hear voices of a man telling him to do evil things. I'm skeptical about that, as I've heard it's common amongst young children, but the other event really freaked me out. Also, when my aunt and uncle went to India, they went to see a woman that supposedly had the sight. Even in Islam, these people are typically not given much attention. But anyway, my aunt gives her a photo of my family and she moves her hand across it as if she was scanning it. Says my brother is cursed and we need to bring him to India to free him. Case file number 3349, written by Obvious19948. The Vanishing of Everything. So, a couple of years ago, a set of keys I had at the time fell down the side of my bed, in between the wall and the bed. For some reason, I decided I couldn't be bothered to reach for them and would just get them in the morning when leaving the house. The morning time comes and I reach for my keys, only to find they were no longer there. I pulled the bed out away from the wall to properly look, but nothing. Poof, gone. Since then, my room has been completely emptied multiple times, not to search for them, but to have a redo, new bed, wardrobe, layout, etc. And they were literally nowhere to be found. It still baffles me to this day. Then last year, I was filling in something online and needed my driving license number when my boyfriend called me to tell me he was outside. I left my license on my bed and went down to open the front door. My boyfriend then sat down on my bed and sat on my license, but when he stood up to allow me to get it, it was gone. This one really freaked me out because I watched him sit on it. The room has also been emptied and switched around again since then, and the license has not been seen since he sat on it. It wasn't on his butt either or anything like that. The most recent item that has disappeared was a little tube of antibiotic cream that I've been using for my scars after surgery. I had just applied some before setting the tube down in the hallway on top of the shoe rack. I took my shoes and went into the living room to put them on so we could take a present to my nan for her birthday. We then left the house with the cream still on top of the shoe rack, yet when we returned home it was gone. My mom, like all mothers, has a habit of putting things away the second they are out of place, so I asked where she had moved it and she said she had not seen the cream since I used it. It has been 2 weeks since this incident, and still no sign of the cream. I like to think the cream will reappear, but I won't be holding my breath. Is anyone else able to provide some sort of explanation for what is happening to these items? I've had other things like earrings and other pieces of jewelry disappear, but always put this down to carelessness of my belongings. What can I do to find my missing items? Case file number 3350, written by Fermat60, Smiling in the Dark. It was the winter of 2006. I was 16. I'm not sure what month it was, but there was a light blanket of snow on the ground, so I think it was around November. I was asleep, as it was a Thursday night, and I had school in the morning. My sisters were visiting Washington, D.C., and my parents were asleep in their room in the basement. At around 3 a.m., I jolted awake in a sudden state of panic. My eyes just opened really fast, and I couldn't move. I also couldn't breathe. It felt like several people were holding me down and choking me. After trying to move for what seemed like an eternity, I was finally able to throw myself off my bed, not being able to breathe the entire time. I jolted out into the hallway from my bedroom and took an immediate right into the bathroom. Without turning the light on, I went straight for the sink. Bending over at the sink, I began to splash cold water on my face. I began to start breathing again at this point. I just stood there, bent over at the sink, panicking. When I regained my composure, I stood up. That's when I saw her, the woman in rags. She looked demonic and vile. All she had on was torn, dirty rags. Her hair was long and black, and she had scars all over her face and burn marks on her neck. She gave me this slow, evil smile. I began to freak out. I quickly turned on the light and just sat in the bathroom with the door locked. I must have been in there at least an hour. I splashed cold water on my face again and exited the bathroom. The way my house is designed, if you go out of the bathroom and face right, you're looking towards the front of the house. At the beginning of the hallway is a closet with a mirror on it, with the kitchen to the right of the closet and the living room to the left. If you take a left of the bathroom, my room is at the back of the house at the end of the hallway on the left. I exited out of the bathroom and looked right, facing the mirror. That's when I saw her again. She started walking from my room to another room straight across from mine. When she got halfway, she was right behind me. She stopped and turned to face me. As I'm looking right at her using the mirror, she gives a long, evil smile again. Immediately, she started giving this deadly scream and started running towards me. I ran into the kitchen and turned on the lights. I turned around and she was nowhere to be found. I then turned on every single light that was on this level of the house. I was in the fetal position all night just watching ESPN on the couch, and I didn't go to school that day. To this day, my parents seem to think it was all in my imagination, but I remember everything in great detail. I remember the feeling of being strangled. I remember how cold and sweaty I was. I remember that evil smile and that evil scream. I remember everything. I'll never forget it. Okay, so this starts off as what you think is classic sleep paralysis. It does fit until you wake up and you're still seeing an entity. Can sleep paralysis carry over even after your body has woken up? I mean, your mind is still kind of in that sleep and waking limbo area between both worlds, you could say, and eventually your body catches up and everything's fine, copacetic. But no, in this case, you wake up, you can use your body, but even an hour after you were staying in the bathroom, your mind was still going crazy. So is it still just your mind slightly dreaming? My gut instinct is telling me that sleep paralysis is real, it's a real phenomenon, but I think that it's either induced or partially induced by entities that are roaming around, perhaps malevolent, perhaps some are trickster, but by the apparitions you see, much more malevolent, I would say, which is rare for me to even claim anything malevolent, but that's what it appears to be in this case. Okay, so malevolent entities inducing or maybe just being drawn to people who have sleep paralysis because they have no way to defend themselves. Maybe the dream-like state is where the mind is more vulnerable to seeing these things. So they're there and they just want to frighten people. But beyond a prank, way beyond what I would do, obviously. Hopefully, obviously. So yeah, they're drawn to people in sleep paralysis. And they can linger for a long time after. A terrifying thought, but it seems to fit. Case file number 3351, written by Midnight Mystique 01. When sleep can't explain it. My high school friend and I lived in the same hostel and attended the same college. One night, as I was unwell, I called her and said I won't be going to class the next morning, so she could leave without me. We talked for a while about some college stuff, and then I hung up. For context, I am a night owl. So in no way was I feeling sleepy. Just to be sure, I sent her a message saying the same. The next day, when I was hanging around in her room, I mentioned the phone call, and she said she never talked to me. She told me she had been asleep at that time. I was confused and insisted that we had spoken, as I remembered it clearly. But she said the call must have connected to someone else. I said that's not possible, because I recognized her voice clearly. And we talked about things only she would know. I even suggested that she might have been talking in her sleep, but then her roommate, my cousin, chimed in and said no, my friend was absolutely asleep the entire time. She had seen her, and she definitely didn't talk in her sleep. At this point, I was completely shocked and confused. I opened my call logs to show her the call, but to my disbelief, the call had connected to my friend, but the duration was only 0 seconds. And yet the message I sent right after the call was still there. To this day, I have no explanation. I genuinely feel like I talked to a version of my friend from a parallel timeline. So you did call in this universe? it was registered in your call log, but only lasted for 0 seconds. So I think that just means it was answered and then immediately cut. At the point of cutting, could the signal, have connected to a parallel universe where indeed your friend was awake and talked to you? And as long as the differences are minor, then the conversation would just flow as if it was the real, well, I mean, they're all real versions of her, but the one in this universe. It seems to be the most likely explanation to me because I do think information passes between the multiverse membranes, whatever you want to call it, the separation between universes. I don't think the picture of one universe being, in like a ocean that separates, or like voids that separates the multiverse. I think they're much closer and compacted onto each other. It probably has to do with dimensions and things we can't even visualize. Trying to visualize a tesseract or the dimensional space in Interstellar where, not to spoil anything, but it involves higher level of thinking than we can even, it's almost like trying to imagine a color that doesn't exist. You can't do it. It's literally outside of the scope of our brain. So, needless to say, I think information can pass between these membranes much easier than physical matter can. Case file number 3352, written by Kate Always Late, singing at the close. I worked as a CNA part-time, mainly in the Alzheimer's unit, while attending university. There was a woman, let's call her Edith, down one of the units that I frequently worked down, who was unable to walk by herself and required assistance from 2 CNAs. While waiting for the overnight shift CNAs to arrive, we checked all rooms to ensure the clients are safe and sleeping. One night, we walked into Edith's room and she was crouched upon her nightstand, which was probably 3 feet tall. She slept in a bed that was lowered all the way to the floor because she was a fall risk. She was just squatting atop her nightstand and staring at me. Probably the most creepy thing I saw in the nursing home. There was also a woman at this same nursing home who would sing this children's song, I didn't recognize it, in the days leading up to someone dying in the unit. People died quite often, so maybe it was just coincidence, but she only seemed to sing the song in the days immediately prior to someone's death. Did she know when they were departing the mortal coil? I think there are a lot of events that happen near death. Maybe they do have to relate to quantum mortality. Again, this is just information traveling between the multiverse. So there could be signs or reverberations in the atmosphere itself. I think cats especially pick up on this, dogs too, although that could just be related partially to being able to smell different types of diseases, cancers and stuff like that. Pretty remarkable. That's not a glitch or anything, that's just incredible physiology. But in terms of death, I do believe there are signs that certain people can pick up on, perhaps when you're open to it, perhaps when you're close to death yourself, or at least closer than others. But not the finality of it. It's not the permanent deletion of your save file. It's just a transfer. And that transfer leaves traces. Case file number 3353, written by Anonymous. 3 days I'll never forget. I have a few experiences to report on. I was driving home from college one weekend. It was probably around 2 in the morning. It was my first time coming home by myself, so I was not entirely sure where I was going. The stretch of highway I was on was 2 lanes both ways. I was about 30 minutes into my 4-hour drive when I started to doze off. Trying to keep myself awake, I opened the windows and stuck my hand out and blared the music. Unfortunately, this did not help. I fell asleep at the wheel. I have been known to go into an autopilot mode while driving, but this was not that. I was passed out, hands not on the steering wheel. I woke up the next morning, soaking wet. When I finally opened my eyes, I noticed I was at a dead stop at a stop sign, car still idling with my foot on the brake. I considered myself very lucky to not have had an accident. Not knowing where the hell I was, I tried my best to find my way back to the highway. After filling up with gas, I asked for directions to Route 100. He said it was over 5 miles from here. Second one. I stayed out at school one summer to make some extra money. I worked every day from 8 to 7 at a restaurant. Needless to say, I was always dead tired when I would come home. I rented an apartment during the school year that I would normally share with 3 other roommates, but they had all gone home for summer, as well as most of the renters in the complex. One night, I stayed up a little later watching some documentary on ghosts. I don't believe in them, but it was enough to put me over the edge since I had never lived by myself before. And fluck me, during the commercial break, a PSA came on with that eerie screeching noise. Notice, be on the watch for an escaped convict. He was last seen on a street 2 blocks from my house. Now, I'm not the biggest guy around, but I usually have a deeper voice. The high-pitched squeal I let out, if in fact the convict was close, would have scared him off from entering any of the local residences. In my state of panic, I went around the house and turned on all the lights. As I went downstairs, I saw a person sleeping on my couch. This remains the only time I have peed my pants as an adult. I went over to go attack him, only to notice it was one of my friends who had come in drunk from a bar and didn't want to wake me. Last quickie. My friends and I heard about this haunted covered bridge where a woman ended her 2 kids, then herself, back in the 40s. We went down to check it out. When we got there was a woman and 2 kids walking through the tunnel. Probably there for the same reason we were, but it was getting dark, and enough of us were already scared that we decided to run away screaming. In the end, it was more funny than anything because we let the hype get to us. But holy fluck, the way the kids were laughing just creeped us the fluck out. Case file number 3354, written by Mr. Luke. When time skipped a turn. I was driving to meet my parents somewhere, and I knew they were driving at the same time because I'd just spoken to them on the phone, and as I got to a roundabout junction, I saw their car pass in front of me, which surprised me because they shouldn't have been there so quickly, based on where they just left from. And clear as day, I saw my mom in the passenger seat, as that was the window closest to me, and then I turned to follow the road they went down. I was gonna ring them to be like, "I'm behind you," but I thought, nah, I'll just get there at the same time with them and surprise them, in that we somehow met up at the same random point. But as I traveled down the road, I realized I couldn't see their car any longer, as they would have been 2 or 3 cars in front of me, so I thought maybe they just took a different turning or something and I missed it. But then I got to the location and wondered where they were, so I rang them, and they only just left their home like 5 minutes ago. So we're nowhere nearby at all. Not yet. But I saw my mom in the car. I swear to God. Case file number 3355, written by Freebird V. Across the Fields. When I was a young girl, I am 40 now, so late 90s, I was at an event with my family in the middle of rural England. One of the ladies my family knew was there, chatting with the adults. Myself, my younger brother, and a few other kids decided to run off and explore. Think vast fields surrounding us, nearest village a few miles away. We went to play, and about an hour later, I saw the same lady hiking through one of the fields. Even as a youngster, I found it odd that she would have had to leave the event at the same time as us, and I specifically remember leaving her with the adults. An older lady wouldn't want to come and play with kids anyway. My brother also saw her, as did the other children we were with. We ran back to the adults, which took around 10 minutes, and there she was, sitting in a camping chair with a drink in her hand, exactly as we had left her. At first, the adults didn't believe us, but we must have made them realize that we were not playing, and it went very quiet. It was 100% her walking through that field. I will never forget it. She was in the same outfit. There was no way she could have got further than us without us seeing her, and then make her way back. Bizarre. I still think about it every month. I don't have any answers for you, but I will say that the human brain is a funny little thing, and there's lots to this life that we are not aware of. Case file number 3356, written by Mr. Crossy. The Cat, the Kitchen, and the Copy. About 3 days ago, I was finishing my workout session from the gym and I went straight home. It was a little bit late, around 10:30 p.m., and on the way home, gym's nearby so I'm walking back on foot, I came across a stray cat that's pretty friendly and, from the looks of it, hungry. It followed me, and I thought, why the hell not feed it? When we arrived home, I saw my brother through the kitchen window. I was going to ask him to bring me the cat food or any meat he could find in the house, because if I leave the cat alone even for a minute, it might leave. But since my brother was eating at the time, I didn't want to bother him. So I let the cat inside the hallway and left it there. The first thing that came across my mind was to return the weightlifting belt that I borrowed from my brother, so I went to his room real fast. As I opened the door, I thought the room was empty and I just threw the belt on the floor. Well, it was in fact not empty. My brother, startled from the noise, instantly woke up. I turned on the light and I asked him, "Did you just go from eating to sleeping in literally half a minute?" I was already a little bit shocked, even scared, because I knew that's already impossible. Man, he could barely open his eyes, let alone speak. I immediately realized he was sleeping for a while, this was no joke, so I apologized for waking him up and just left the room. As I was going through the hallway, my heart was pounding. I knew I saw my brother crystal clear in the kitchen a minute ago. So as I'm entering the kitchen in panic mode, there was no one at the table. There wasn't even food on the table that I saw him eating, nor the plate that was in front of him. The shirt I saw him wearing was the same shirt he wore that day. There was no one in the kitchen. So I thought maybe that was my mother who was sitting instead. There's no other explanation. She was in the room next to us with the door open, watching a TV show. I went there and I asked her, "Were you in the kitchen a few minutes ago?" She said, "No, I wasn't. I heard you enter the house, but there was no other noise in the past hour." There was no noise coming from the kitchen at all. That was a moment I was truly scared, although very curious too. My thoughts were all over the place that night. I slept with my lights on. And before anyone asks, it didn't stop me from feeding the stray cat. The day after I told my bro everything, he just laughed at it. But I know what I saw. I am 100% sure. Case file number 3357, written by Spare Invite 8191. The Roadside Loop. This happened when I was a teenager, around 17. I was walking to the end of my street where the bus would pick me up every morning. It's a main road where there are frequent cars that pass by, so people don't typically walk on it. No sidewalks, rural suburban area. As I got closer, I noticed a man on the other side of the road just standing there. It was dark outside, and I couldn't see who it was very clearly. I assumed it was one of our neighbors, so as I approached him, I shouted to him, "Hi!" But he didn't respond. He just kept staring blankly at nothing in particular. I made it to the end of the road, and I could make out his appearance more clearly. He was not someone who lived in my neighborhood, and with me being a teenage girl, I was rightfully nervous. I saw my bus in the distance, so I thought even if it was some serial killer, they would have been caught if they tried to harm me. I don't know my logic. So I stayed put. The man then turns and starts walking towards me, looking at me dead in the face with the most blank expression. I started screaming, still no reaction from the man. He makes it to about 6 feet away from me, when all of a sudden, the bus flies past my stop, and the man completely vanishes. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I was in total shock at what had just happened. Before I could even collect my thoughts, here comes my bus again, driving the same direction I had previously seen it drive before. It pulls up to my stop, and I get on the bus and continue my day, as if nothing even happened. Case file number 3358, written by Trampolini69. A memory split in two. I'll tell the story from my friend's perspective, then mine. Her perspective. My friend stopped me in the hall between classes one day, right before last period, and asked me to drop off her handwritten essay to the English department since she was headed the opposite way and had to be at a track meet immediately after school. I guess I took the essay and said sure, and that was that. My perspective. At the end of that day, when my friend stopped me as I was going home and asked if I turned her essay in, I was not sure what she was talking about. She told me the above story. I said something like, "That's really weird because I didn't see you in the hall before last period, nor did you stop, talk to me, hand me the essay, or ask me to turn it in for you." She thought I was joking. I said no, I literally have no recollection of this interaction. I told her I wouldn't have agreed to turn in her essay either, as my last period class was not in the direction of the English department. This started a huge fight, as the essay was handwritten, so there was no record of it, meaning my friend had to rewrite the entire thing. This is what she was so mad about. We never got to the bottom of it, but interestingly enough, an earlier draft of the essay was found on the back of the English classroom. Not the final version that she gave me, but a draft nonetheless. She didn't talk to me for a good week after, which I honestly don't blame her, cause genuinely, what the fluck was that? Anyway, we are still best friends, but be warned, if you bring up the missing essay story, there's a 99% chance we will still have a disagreement over it because we each wholeheartedly believe we experienced something different from what the other did. Case file number 3359, written by Malvero, the poem I shouldn't have known. About 10 years ago, my family moved out of the house I had lived in since I was born and into the house that we currently live in. My little brother and I have always experienced strange stuff in the old house, and even though we didn't discuss it until recently, it's kind of eerie that everything strange stopped after we moved out. Not really supernatural, but I used to sleepwalk a ton in that old house. My dad would find me wandering around the hallways in the middle of the night. I would go to sleep and wake up in another part of the house in the dark, etc., etc. My parents told me that when I was 4 or 5, I got up in the middle of the night, headed to the dresser, and started packing my clothes. When they asked me what I was doing, I told them that I was leaving. Then they claimed that I started reciting this Chinese poem, and they have no idea where I could have learned it. My brother mentioned that he used to see silhouettes and something he called the Rainbow Man, more like a chromish see-through figure, when he sat in the upstairs bathroom and left the door open so he could see out into the hallway. I also had 3 recurring dreams that stopped when I moved out of the house. In the first one, I would go downstairs and everything would be foggy or monochrome, and there would be several all-black burnt figures sitting on the sofa. In the second one, I would go upstairs and the master bedroom would be completely cleared except for some figures kneeling over something on the floor in the corner. In the third one, there would be some entity, ghost, or demon and her child that would come randomly out of the walls, and that one was actually the worst. No concrete evidence, just scary crap that happened and stopped after I moved out. I'm actually a fan of horror movies and games, and actively search for scary movies to watch in games like Amnesia and Fatal Frame to play. But damn, Old House was flucked up. Case file number 3360, written by Phil McCron, Distilling a Chemistry Glitch. I work in the chemistry department of my university. At the time, I was preparing for the next week's labs, and I was just finishing up. All I had left was to set out the waste containers. For one of the labs, I had to make a new waste container. This one we don't use often, so it is kind of special that I had to make a new one. Even the label looks unique for it. I so vividly remember making it. So, I set out all the waste containers for the labs, and the special one I made no longer has a label on it. It was like a brand new container without the label. These labels are not easy to come off. I usually have to soak them in hot, soapy water and scrape with a blade to remove the label. I was dumbfounded. To make sure I actually made the label, I retraced everything I did. I found the scraps of paper from cutting the label, and even the document was pulled up on my computer from printing it. I looked literally everywhere in the building. I checked every lab. Nowhere. I told my boss and told her to keep an eye out for it. She never found it. Since then, the semester has come to an end, and we are now cleaning all the labs. We have still not found it. Like it completely disappeared. I really do not know what happened. Case file number 3361, written by DBJD BWEVEJ, The Shine Anomaly. I had a very distinct purple toothbrush that I bought from Shine. It had white and purple bristles. I was looking for it and found it in a toiletries bag, where I usually put it. The next day, I was brushing my teeth as normal, and when I was looking through my bag, I found my toothbrush, which was odd because I just used it and put it in my toiletries bag. I picked it up and went to check the bag, and there were two. I had two identical toothbrushes, except I had blinged out with lots of rhinestones, so I had one with and one without. I had been using this toothbrush for months, so there was no possibility that there ever were two, because even if there were, I would have noticed that it sometimes didn't have rhinestones. Both of the places where I found them were places I usually put it. I slept at a friend's house a lot back then. There was no way there were ever two of them, from Shine, and I, all of a sudden, would have put the one without rhinestones at a place where the one with rhinestones always was. I think I didn't think about it much because I was scared, but now that I think about it again, it's the weirdest thing that has ever happened, and I have no idea how to explain it. And also, I live in a quite small city in Sweden, so there's no big stores here. Ones that also somehow could have had a copy of that exact same toothbrush. Case file number 3362, written by Definitely Not Miranda. The Ring Touched. My friend Sarah was at my house the other day. We were just hanging out, listening to music. She picked the ring up off my nightstand and said, "Oh, this is so pretty. You should let me borrow it." I told her of course she could borrow it, and that was that. We hung out for about another hour or so, and then she went home. That night, I was feeling around on my end table for my medicine container. I'm blind, just for context. I can't see at all, so I do everything by touch and sound. Anyways, I'm feeling around for my meds when something small falls off the end table and rolls across the room. I really didn't think anything of it. I was tired and didn't like getting up and feeling around on the floor, so I said screw it and went to sleep. Next morning, my fiancé picks the object up and brings it to me. He tells me that he found it on the floor. It's the ring. Later, Sarah called me and I asked her about it. I thought maybe she had forgotten it. But no, she had absolutely no clue what I was talking about. She said I never let her borrow the ring. She never even saw it. Never said it was pretty. Never mentioned it at all. I thought she was messing with me, but she was serious. It freaked me out so bad, I was honestly speechless. It still has me baffled, and that's been over a week ago. It sounds silly now that I'm typing it out, but I know I remember her asking me about that damn ring. Okay, so my first thought is, this could entirely be a prank. To be entirely honest, it could be. The friend could just be messing with you, saying that they never saw it, never spoke about how pretty it was and wanting to borrow it, and they just never took it. You have to leave that on the table that this could be a prank. Although kind of cruel, I would say, because there's no reveal moment, at least not in this story, maybe later on she did. If she never did, then that drops the odds of it being a prank and just switches it over to DOP. She may have, in fact, this could even be related to her being scared, your friend Sarah being scared. Maybe she did take it, and then you tell her that you have it now, and in her mind, some people just, it's not really close-minded. I think it just, the idea that the universe isn't perfectly orderly, as we're led to believe, or things that we just don't understand yet, that really gives people the heebie-jeebies, certain people. And I don't judge people like that. I think it's perfectly understandable. It is kind of scary when you think about it. Even though when you acclimate to reading so many stories about it, you kind of, it puts your mind at ease. For me, initially, right off the bat, when I started narrating these stories or just reading them on my own before even that, I just enjoyed them. I liked the idea that the universe wasn't as concrete as I previously thought. That's exciting. There's still mysteries, things we don't understand. Cool. But yeah, for some people, they just react negatively to it, and I understand. Especially if it's their first time experiencing anything weird. So, given there's no reaction or reveal to this being a prank, that leads me more towards just terror. Yeah. Often emotions are the biggest clue. Case file number 3363, written by Veritropism, Pipeline 666. When I was 16 or 17, I was a nerdy kid in backwoods Arkansas, hanging out with the slacker and metal kids. We all played D&D together, they all smoked, etc. We did occasional stupid things like pretending to be ninjas in the undeveloped woods and gas pipeline clearing near the trailer park where my best friend lived. One Friday, about 7 of us were sleeping over there, planning to play D&D all day the next day, and one of them suggested going out into that field and doing a pagan circle or some such. I was not a big fan of the idea because at the time, I was still a devout Catholic. I said I'd go and watch but not participate. We hike out into the pipeline clearing, about a quarter mile. They look for a good spot to sit down in a circle and attempt to commute with Mother Nature, I think was the idea. I stay off about 30 feet from them and wait for them to finish, looking past them at the woods beyond and just chilling. They fucking vanished for about 30 seconds. Disappeared completely. Then they pop back up again and come running scared as hell. Apparently they had seen each other as rotting corpses and demons and whatever, and were unable to move for those 30 seconds. I'm Mr. Catholic, so I tried to summon up the power of my faith to protect us all while we hustled back to the trailer with the feeling like we were all being hunted. We got back to the yard, turned to look back at that field. I was mentally doing a "you cannot pass" Gandalf theme to stop the evil spirit from coming at us, and saw nothing obviously menacing. But one little detail I had never noticed before caught all of our eyes at night. The gas pipelines all have these numbered signs on them, angled to be visible from the air or the ground, usually 3 digits. You can probably guess what's happened. This was pipeline 666. We went back out the next day, and the spot they'd been sitting at had no grass on those 6 places at all, but I consider that coincidence. The grass throughout that field was spotty. They'd picked a spot where there was a bit of a cleared area anyway, and they probably picked the spots on a moonless night because they were a smooth spot to sit. I've since gone from Catholic to pagan to atheist, but I can't fully explain that night. The closest thing I can think of is the gas pipeline transporting mescaline instead of methane. Now, speaking of emotions, you get this disturbing scene. Okay, so first off, this can't be a prank, as far as I'm concerned, because you saw everyone vanish for 30 seconds, and then they experienced something too. How would this be coordinated for everyone to vanish, and then everyone else in this group of 6 people or so? They all coordinated a fake story about seeing corpses and demons and all that? I doubt it. And then the pipeline itself being 666. Now, I am not at all religious. I'm not at all well versed in organized religion, Christianity, Catholicism and all that. But to my knowledge, 666 isn't actually representing like the demon or devil or anything. It's 333. But anyways, that's side note. Per the common accepted parlance, it is 666 that is terrifying. That denotes something evil. So just going by colloquialism, things that we commonly accept, it is pretty terrifying. And I'm also curious that you experienced this, something that I couldn't even dream of having experienced anything as remotely as terrifying. For me, it's always just tennis balls vanishing. That's it. That's all that's happened. Or like a Mandela effect where there was a story, an episode of Stargate that I've rewatched the show so many times, and yet there's a new episode I don't remember. Weird. But, those are just minor glitches, things you can kind of brush aside, explain away, not too bad. But anything like deeply supernatural like this, never experienced at all. If something like this happened to me, I wouldn't turn religious, but I would be, okay, I need to evaluate some things, like what the hell's going on? Get my Gandalf as you were practicing on. You shall not pass. Case file number 3364, written by Nate 800. Silence thick enough to drown in. I work in a warehouse that my father purchased. He bought it for 25% of its cost from a farmer who seemed very excited to be rid of it. It is in the middle of Mennonite country, with no neighbors for half a mile around. Look out the window. You see cornfields and scraggly trees. Cell service? Forget about it. I work here alone, painting and preparing the front office portion for eventual functionality. To get to the front office, you must go through a hallway from the main warehouse into a secondary office and then through another door into the front. I frequently hear bumps and thuds and occasionally will go into the warehouse and feel air movement, but I've always attributed it to drafts and animal life on the roof. The only thing that has ever made me uneasy about the building is the fact that all the door locks are reversed. Whoever installed those locks didn't intend to keep people out, they intended to keep something in. I was in the front office when I began to hear thudding. I ignored it and continued to apply masking tape to the door I was working on, but this time it was accompanied by a screeching sound. Not loud, but audible. I was freaked out, but convinced myself that it was just a pissed off raccoon or squirrel that had somehow found its way inside. I continued working until I heard the slam. The door to the secondary office had been open. It sounded like it had violently slammed shut. I peeked around the corner and saw that I was right. The secondary door was now closed. I tried to logic it through my head that a strong draft had sucked it closed, although I knew there was no such draft. The thudding began again, close this time. I've never been able to put a proximity on it, but now it sounded like it was right on the other side of the door. I froze, unsure what was happening. My eyes locked on the door handle, which began to turn. The door disengaged its latch and slowly swung open. Wider, wider. Nothing there. Nothing visible, no air movement, just quiet. So quiet. A quiet that seemed to overwhelm me with its presence. A quiet so thick I couldn't breathe. The quiet was shattered when the screech came again. This time, it was clearly human. Pained, angered, and emanating from the main warehouse. The door slammed. That entirely broke my frozen, fearful state. I ran. I got into my car and drove until I was in cell range to call my father. He didn't believe anything about the doors closing, but agreed that the building had something weird about it. He told me he'd be right out. Fast forward about a half an hour. My dad and I met up and drove back to the warehouse. I showed him the door that slammed, showing him that it was separated from both the front office and the main warehouse, so no draft could have closed it. I told him about the thuds, the screeching, and the sudden quiet that overcame the building. He decided that he should check the main warehouse. Emboldened by his presence, I led the way. Something you should know about this warehouse. It was formerly a furniture manufacturing place owned by a Mennonite farmer. They made handmade chairs, tables, etc. Because of all the cutting that went on, the floor is thickly coated with dust. We walked into the warehouse and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The dust was untouched, the doors were closed, windows were locked. The only thing out of the ordinary was one of the hanging fluorescent light fixtures. It was hanging askew and swaying slightly. Insisting we take a look at the mount to ensure it didn't just break loose, my dad grabbed a stepladder. He supported it while I climbed up and grabbed a swinging light. I looked up on top of the light and saw a handprint. A single, fresh, inhumanly large handprint. No footprints in the dust around the light, no signs of a presence. I climbed down and switched places with my father. He saw it and said, "What the hell? There's been no one here for years." He climbed down and told me he'd been suspicious of someone breaking in and stealing parts from the warehouse light system. He couldn't believe me that this wasn't human, that something wasn't right here. The last thing he said was, "Nothing is here. Next time just go back to work." And then, as if to show its presence, the thud returned. This time it wasn't just a thud, but more of an earthquake. The entire building felt like it moved. The heartbeat-like thud was then overlaid by the screech. The awful, awful screech. It felt like it was coming from the walls themselves. We ran. We ran and I haven't returned. My father hired someone to finish my job and has since moved into the office. He's heard the thudding, but thus far nothing has happened further. What actually happened? I don't know, nor do I ever care to know. What I do know is that there is something paranormal in that building, and the man who sold it to us knew. I'll never forget the sound of that lock turning by itself or the feeling of the deafening silence. Who knew that silence could be so overwhelming? Okay, now just the eeriest damn story. Even this one evokes more eeriness than the last story about pipelines and demons and all rotting corpses. Yeah, that's disturbing. But this one, I think in part is just the handprint, seeing that on the light fixture, but having no footprints. How do you explain that? Unless it's someone that's Mission Impossible, hooking himself to the ceiling and literally just grappling around or something. I don't think anyone would do that, would have the skill and expertise to do that just to steal lights from a warehouse. No. So it definitely strikes me as something being haunted. And then the locks being turned inwards. It does make you think, okay, was someone being held here, captive, died, and is now haunting the place? Yeah, that's a plausible story in my mind. Disturbing indeed. And I mean, if you were in that position, you would just have anger. In whatever fragment that's left over, it would just be fury. Understandable, if misplaced on people that had nothing to do with it, but maybe you don't even process that when you're just in this echo. This blind rage is just lashing out. Case file number 3365, written by Explicit Flucklings. Benches I'd never seen before. Okay, to start, I am a 25-year-old female. I enjoy hiking trails. I wouldn't really call it hiking because it's Florida, but you know what I mean. I like to walk in the woods. I recently moved to a new apartment in September, and this last month or so, I've been trying to find good trails for me to walk. I finally found one. I took my boyfriend's dog with me the first couple of times I went. It wasn't a hard trail, but it was long. It's surrounded by trees and a lot of squirrels, but it also can lead to a nice lookout over the marshland. Very pretty. Anyways, this past Sunday, it was a little chilly and had been drizzling on and off all day. My boyfriend and I had gotten into a disagreement, so I decided I needed to take a walk. The trailhead is about 15 minutes from my house. It wasn't far at all. When I arrive, I put on my shoes. I hate driving with shoes on. Put on my jacket, and I always carry a knife on me. You never know what could happen. My headphones were on, and I set off. Everything was normal, and I knew exactly where I was at and where I was headed. There is a fork in the trail with a sign and a map letting you know that you are here, and this is where you can go. I even took a picture of the map just in case. I decided to go right. I wanted to go to the lookout over the marshland. I succeeded in reaching the lookout like normal, and it took about 30 minutes. Remember, I said it's a long trail. I spent maybe 20 to 25 minutes there just listening to my music and looking around the area. It was still drizzling, but it was somehow relaxing. I needed it. Now this is where things get a little weird. I'm a conspiracy theorist, and I do believe in glitches and portals and all that jazz. But nothing has ever happened to me directly, not for it to really settle in as a belief, until last Sunday. Have you ever heard that if there are trees perfectly in line across from one another on a trail, that if you walk through them, you are walking into another dimension or something like that? Well, I've always made the joke when I see trees perfectly lined up on a trail. Hey, look, a portal! And no one really gets it, but oh well. It's always been on my mind since I've learned about it. Basically, I just never took it seriously. On my way back to my car, I walked down the same exact trail I had taken to get to the lookout. I was dancing to my music, and I had transparent hearing on, so I could also hear the rain hitting the trees. This time, I noticed trees that were perfectly lined up, and I walked through them, mumbling, "Portal!" and thinking nothing really of it. I do it all the time. About 15 minutes into the walk back, I needed to use the restroom. I'm not opposed to squatting, so that's exactly what I did. It was the woods, and I was alone, so what? I took a right off the trail, maybe 10 feet, got behind a tree, and did the do. Walked back to the trail the same way I came, and kept going in the same direction I was going, before which would have been turning right when I came out of the woods. I kept walking in the same direction, but when I started to pay attention, everything was different. There was a bench off to my left a few feet ahead that wasn't there before. Then I noticed the leaves were a bright green, and they weren't like that before. I kept walking, and I noticed a bunch of benches along the trail. There were weird-shaped trees I didn't recognize, and I honestly just kept going without stressing too much. I didn't pull out my phone and check because I was confident when it came to that trail I knew all of it, or so I thought. Eventually, I came to this little boardwalk. I'm assuming the ground got super wet there, so they had to build the boardwalk, but still, I'd never seen it before, and that's when I started getting freaked out. I do like weird things, and even though I was a little sketched out, I still kept walking, taking in my surroundings. I walked for another 20 minutes before I ended up in a parking lot for a separate trail that I had never seen while researching trails around me, and I didn't know existed. I finally pulled out my phone and looked at my maps. I had walked 45 minutes in the opposite direction. How? I don't know. I went the same exact way I took to the lookout, and now I'm 45 minutes away from my car? I stood confused for a minute or two before I decided I just had to walk back, check my maps to make sure I'm going the right way, and just hope I make it to the other side. After 45 minutes of walking, I finally made it back to my car. I've been thinking about this since it happened. The feeling I had in my body while my brain was trying to figure out where I was at. Confusing, but calm. I didn't feel in danger. I've only told my best friend about it, and she agrees that it is weird, because I'm an avid trail walker. I don't get lost on trails. I know the rules. I follow the rules. So how did I end up on a trail that I didn't know existed, while walking back the same way I came? Can someone make any sense of it? Am I crazy? So I do know when you're in a forest, or anywhere in nature that doesn't really have any landmarks or things to identify as different, it's very easy to walk in circles or just get lost. But given this is a trail, and you're experienced in wandering around, it does seem less likely that you simply got lost and didn't know which way you were going and found yourself 45 minutes away in the wrong direction. If you went back the same way, which I believe you would know which trail you just came from, then yeah, could it be a simple space-time portal? Yeah, those are all over the place, usually on roads, but not exclusively. I think my favorite story involving that is simply when that one guy was walking on his sidewalk in his neighborhood, took a step, and then in a frame cut almost, he was at his dinner table with his family eating, if I recall correctly. That is a space-time portal, with the time component entwined as well, as space is, which is hard to go in. I won't go on a tangent on that, but yes, they're all entwined. And yeah, don't feel awkward going to the bathroom in the forest. Just peeing is not a big deal, I don't think. It's only natural. Case file number 3366, written by Yamez MTB. Not a drone, not the wind. This happened an hour ago in Brisbane, Australia. We, partner female 49, male 50, and 2 sons, 10 and 14, had been at a friend's house for pre-Christmas dinner and a swim. They only live a few blocks from us, and we were walking home at 10 p.m. with our dog. We were only 100 meters or so into our walk when all 4 of us heard the sound of what I can only describe as a sound a dual-control stunt kite or foil kite makes while driving to the wind, but directly above us. I fly these with my boys sometimes on the beach. It's the best I can describe the sound of this wind that sounded close, maybe 10 meters or 30 feet or so, directly in front of us. I looked up expecting to see a drone of some sort, because there was no wind and it's a suburban area with overhead power lines, so it couldn't be a kite, but there was no sound of motor or propellers, which on a drone are a distinctive sound, and no lights. It lasted long enough for all of us to look up, searching for the source of the sound, maybe 7 to 10 seconds, then it stopped. None of us saw it. It didn't recede or move away, it was just there and then it was gone. I thought at that moment that maybe it was a sound of wind through the overhead wires, but the weather was completely still, not even a hint of a breeze. I gotta say, I had goosebumps as the 4 of us talked about it, after the event, trying to work out what had just happened. Case file number 3367, written by Totorez HKA Gaming. 40 minutes on a pirate ship. After a long night of hanging out, me, 16 at the time, and the 2 other friends, 17 and 16 respectively, who I will name S and K, decided to go to a playground. It was around 2300, so 11 p.m. at night. There was nobody there, and we had this whole thing to ourselves. let's just say we were overjoyed. We kicked it off by kicking a football around until we had the great bright idea to play some hide and seek. The first round went great, but the other left us quite literally shaking. Now, the crux of the story is only properly understood if I explain both the perspective of myself and K and S. After we had decided that S would be the seeker, with 1 minute of counting time, I and K ran off to our spots. We were both running in the same direction, but he turned before me to a little playhouse. I decided to hide in the hull of a make-believe boat, where I proceeded to lay down and wait it out. After what felt to me like around 5 minutes, I started feeling sore from lying down on the slightly moist carpet-like ground, and I moved to the top of the boat, where the wheel is. Keep in mind that this whole time, I'd heard nothing but the sound of waves and a light breeze. I was then shortly found by both of them, both rather confused, because they had looked here twice already, which I quickly denounced as I was right below this place, and had heard nothing. I saw K looked at me like I was insane. "Where did you hide then? I only moved like 30 seconds ago?" Both K and S peeled their eyes at me, as if they just witnessed a murder. The following description is K's accounts of events. Paraphrased, square brackets for clarification. "Right after the round had started, me and you ran to the boat, but you didn't stop at it, and instead ran past it, where the end of the playground is. Then I hid in the bottom of the boat, on the right side, port, under a bench. S started seeking where he also went towards the boat, as that is by far the centerpiece of the playground, and yelled out, 'The One Piece! The One Piece is real!' A reference to a show about pirates, which made me laugh, and so he found me. We started looking for you then. We spent at least the whole 40 minutes looking for you when we even searched outside the playground. By the way, another thing I forgot to mention is that this whole locale is surrounded by a eucalyptus forest, and at night it is incredibly eerie and uncomfortable to be there. By then, we had already started yelling, 'You win! Give up already!' When we had finally almost given up, you were up here. I felt a wave of dread cover me, just as they probably did. Supposedly, me and Kay hid in precisely the same spot, and witnessed each other go elsewhere. Now, dear listener, you might be saying, 'Oh, they're just playing a prank on you.' But the emotions both they and I experienced were so visceral that I doubt it could be fake. Just in case, we all had the same idea to not only pinky promise, those are a very serious thing in our friend group, but also to put it on all of our families, which is, dare I say, the very top of echelon when it comes to I am telling the truth, and is also a thing we take utmost seriously. There seriously are layers to how messed up this is. Not only did we hide in the exact same spot, but additionally I somehow did not hear S's apparently really loud exclamation, and my perception of time was completely messed up, since I was alone, whereas they were together most of the time, and to them it seemed like I entered some sort of alternate universe for a while. To them the most likely explanation is that I'm some sort of doppelganger. A month after that, I could feel an aura of distrust and unease whenever I talked to them, though this has since gone away. We still joke about me being a skinwalker nowadays, though. I used to play hide and seek all the time as a kid, and I'm very introverted now, but when I was a kid, would I say extroverted? I had a lot of friends, let's just say that, and we would often gather around in playgrounds, actually, but not just playgrounds, in our homes and stuff like that. And yeah, we'd just hide. Sometimes you find the weirdest spots as a kid to hide. What was the weirdest place I hid in? I think an air duct, but not those tiny ones. It's more like a whole HVAC air duct where you can actually fit in. I would even switch out the air filter. I don't even know how long ago this was, but and most homes I lived in didn't have that, but moved so often as a kid. Probably 12 or 14 times. I don't know if I ever mentioned that, but yeah, I moved around a lot as a kid. Anyways, back to the story. Yeah, hide and seek is fun. If you're disconnected from the server, let's just go with that, plucked into a dead pocket server, maybe you switch universes for some reason. It does happen frequently. Maybe quantum immortality doesn't have to involve death. That could be a flaw in our thinking, or at least my thinking as I'm describing it, that you have to die to switch universes. Maybe not. Maybe there's a reason why. It's almost like in video games where there's an auto balance system where you switch teams if the other team is lacking players. Maybe it's sort of like that. Not really as a team game, but just if one server has too many players, too many people, how those are even initiated in, like births and stuff like that, how are new souls connected, or more about players in the real world selecting which server to go on. If too many are selecting a specific one because it's just more popular for its parameters, then maybe you have to switch. Maybe some people will have to be switched out. And I guess as long as it's seamless, and probably usually is, sometimes it involves these dead pocket servers where almost no one else is around. I don't think you're supposed to be aware of being there, but sometimes it doesn't go according to plan. That's just my gut instinct. Case file number 3368, written by Medium Interesting. Goal scored by magic. In my late teens, I was hanging out with some friends at the playground, and we did various sports challenges for fun. One of them was to throw a frisbee into a football goal from a distance. It was a regular-sized frisbee, and the goal net was woven with tight squares. When I did my throw, the frisbee went straight through the net and landed on the grass a few meters behind the goal. My two friends were standing close to me. We all started looking at each other in disbelief. How did the frisbee get through the net? We spent a solid 10 minutes inspecting every square on the net and trying to squish the frisbee in all kinds of angles through the holes without getting close. We just continued with other challenges after and never spoke about it again. It was over 10 years ago, but I still sometimes randomly think about it, trying to find a logical explanation, but nothing whatsoever comes to mind. So I just want to mention real quickly that quantum tunneling is a real process. I think I've described this a few times, but it's where subatomic particles usually, electrons most notably, sometimes protons and neutrons, can, due to probability clouds, tunnel from one location to another, very small distances, but effectively it's teleportation. By all practical means of description, this is how fusion even happens in the sun, and it also happens in USB sticks and memory storage devices. We intentionally cause it to happen, which is remarkable if you think about it. But yeah, in short, teleportation is an entirely real phenomenon, just at the microscopic quantum scale. If you're looking at a large object like this, the odds drop so drastically, never reach zero technically, but so low that a frisbee would phase through solid matter. Yeah, makes you wonder, can something else induce it? We can control quantum tunneling at its tiniest level, but could something else control it at the macroscopic level? That would be fascinating. Case file number 3369, written by Blundered in One. Breakfast was a mistake. Last night I bought a 6x5 tray of 30 eggs. When I got home, I realized one egg was broken. The carton was compostable, so I cut out the damaged section, threw the broken egg away, cooked one egg in front of everyone in the kitchen, and went to bed with 28 eggs left in the tray. There is absolutely no chance I used an extra egg from the fridge or miscounted at that point. We had 0 eggs at home. This morning I used 2 more eggs to make an omelet. That left 26 eggs in the tray. The tray sits under a table shelf in the kitchen. We cleaned the kitchen earlier, swept and mopped the area around the tray, and the floor was completely spotless. No spills, no residue, nothing. A little later, we suddenly noticed a fresh splatter of raw egg on the floor near the tray. It looked like at least 1 whole egg's worth of contents. There was no shell anywhere. We checked the tray again, and it still had 26 eggs. We are certain the floor was cleaned 10 minutes before, so the egg appeared in that short window. We decided to transfer the eggs into another tray to count them again. 3 of us did it together, placing each egg in the second tray one at a time. We counted 24 eggs, not 26. That alone was confusing. Then we moved the eggs back into the original tray, and somehow they filled all 26 spots again. To make it stranger, the other tray only has 25 slots. After putting the eggs in it, only 1 slot was empty, even though the numbers made no sense. None of us are on any substances. Our home is well ventilated and regularly checked for gas leaks or anything that could affect perception. At this point, the whole situation feels surreal, and it's just eggs, but I think I have to call it a day and try not to think about it anymore. Case file number 3370, written by Historical Cap 3704. An owl looked back. I go hiking by myself, and often with my headphones on. I go to a place about 10 to 15 minutes from my house that has several trails. I have been visiting this place for about 8 years. It has 2 main roads that go in an infinity symbol, and all of the hiking trails lead back to the road. It's got to the point where I just pick a random trail and I know I'll always end up back on that road. I have done almost every single trail in this place, so there isn't anything I haven't seen before. I believe in portals and will often play around with the elements when I'm hiking. If the wind picks up and I'll talk to her, or if the trees wave, I'll wave back. I have very much intentionally taken a stick and placed it in front of me, and I've jumped over to jump into a new reality. I have many stories where I know where I'm going, and somehow end up on a completely different path. My favorite one is where I just decided to go on a random path, not necessarily a trail, but close enough to where I could keep myself oriented, and I stumbled upon a really old cottage. I thought it was so strange, like it hadn't even been touched in decades. No signs of recent squatters or any modern activity. I was so confused. The cottage itself was like a sepia color, and it didn't match the bright green summer foliage that surrounded it. Checked it out for a little bit, but honestly, I was spooked and afraid someone was in there, but I could see paper on this desk that had tarnished over time, that had dust settled that honestly looked like it hadn't been touched since it was placed there. The reason why that stood out to me was because if you were to find this place and sleep here for the night, the desk was right by the entrance and would be the first thing you touch or put your things on. I don't know, it was just strange. Later, when I got home, I looked up the area to see if this cottage was on the map anywhere, and I couldn't find it or find anything mentioning it. I've also asked other people that are very familiar with the area, and they've seen it too. Another fun story to share. I went to the same woods one time, really upset, and just needed a place to disconnect and cry it out. I didn't go far, but for some reason I saw 2 fallen trees that made perfect X on the ground, and I thought that was peculiar, so I decided to sit there and meditate. I very quickly felt a presence around me, and when I looked around to see what it was, there was a gray owl perched in the trees right above my head. It was staring at me the entire time. Because I am who I am, I created a space to talk to this being. He didn't say any words, but there was an iridescent-like tunnel that was created between me and this owl. He was studying my energy the same way I was studying his. Case file number 3371, written by Birthday BIH. Sewing with supervision. Last night, I was sitting at my desk sewing up some holes in a cashmere sweater for my mom. After I snipped the thread, I accidentally dropped the needle and heard it clink on the floor. I spent a solid 5 to 10 minutes looking for it, checking the whole floor area, the desk itself, underneath the machine, and the sweater, in case it just got caught in there. I could not find this thing anywhere. It essentially disappeared. I shrugged it off because something as small as a needle can get lost pretty easily. Maybe stick between the floorboards, and I didn't think much of it. I got home from work today and walked into my living room, and in the corner of my eye, I saw it. That exact needle, but now it's sitting directly on the center of my desk. It looked as if it was carefully placed in the most noticeable spot. When I tell you I looked everywhere, I really did. I live alone, so it's not possible for someone else to have found it and placed it on the table. Case file number 3372, written by Treat Mayit, Station X. I was out in the city yesterday and getting the train home. Got on the train at Station X. I know for sure that I was at Station X because I bought a ticket and I know the area well. I got on the train and looked up when I got to stop Y. All good. I looked down at my phone for about 5 minutes. I looked up at the screen, wondering how close I was to my destination. The screen says, "Next destination, stop X." I thought, oh, the screen is glitching. Then we pull up at stop X. To be clear, this is the stop I got on at. Hello? I stay on the train, now very confused. But by far the weirdest part is, no one else looks confused at all, or bothered in the slightest. The stop after that was stop W, which makes no sense because that's in the total opposite direction. I had to get off this one and take the next one heading back in the direction it was going the first time I got on. What the hell? So trains to me kind of feel like elevators, if you know, you know. There's so many glitches involving trains where the weirdest part about it for me is where glitches happen on a train. Maybe the train turns around, in this case, or there's a time anomaly, but no one else on the train notices or acts like no one else. Is it just the fact that everyone's scared and doesn't want to, seem like they're crazy or anything? So because of that, no one says anything? I don't know. That's possible, but something seems off about that explanation. It's almost like people on the train are holograms or something, or not real in the classical sense, but that's another explanation that I don't know what to make of it. All I know is trains. If you know, you know. Case file number 3373, written by Practice Theory, Snow and Salt. Very low stakes, but I'm tweaking out about it. I've lived in a 4-unit apartment building for close to 10 years now, and the winter routine has always been the same. Rock salt is provided in a 5-gallon bucket, and I'm the one that uses it. If it gets low, they take the entire bucket and replace it with a new one. Last year, an odd tenant moved in, and over the course of having conflict with another tenant, decided that he didn't want to use anything provided by the landlord, so he bought his own bag of rock salt. He's the only other person that's gotten involved with dealing with snow and ice. When he moved, he left the bag behind, and I put it in the stairwell for the next winter. It had a Roadrunner on it, very distinct. During the snow, 2 weeks ago, I finally got a chance to use up the bag. I had considered refilling the bag because it was easier to spread in an even layer than using the hard plastic cups, but ultimately, decided my hands were too cold to bother and that it wasn't worth the clutter. I definitely threw the bag away and finished up salting with the cup. 15 minutes ago, I went outside to access the basement, seldom done during winter, and there was a Roadrunner bag in the exact same spot, half full and open, exactly as it was before I used it. I know my neighbors, and I know they wouldn't have bothered. There's absolutely no explanation for why that bag is back, as if I never used it. I'm going to make a point of getting rid of it during the next snow, and hopefully it stays gone. Case file number 3374, written by Skywatcher1234. Lost in the Spin Cycle. One afternoon, I was washing some towels and a bath mat in my washing machine. Threw them all in the dryer just like usual. When I went to take them out of the dryer, the bath mat was gone. Since rarely does anything weird ever like that happen to me, I was gobsmacked. I felt around in that dryer, looked back in the washer, looked up and down, high and low around the apartment, but was not to be found. My husband had been sitting in the family room doing his computer thing, and he is not a jokester and didn't play any joke on me. I was around him the whole time and he never got up during the whole washer and dryer incident. I told him what happened as I was muttering like a fool, and he decided to help me look around too, just to see if we could find the mat together. But nope, not to be found. Over the weekend, he washed our bed sheets and pillowcases. He put them in the wash, then put them in the dryer like usual. I'm sitting out in the family room when I hear him yell, "Oh my God, come over here, you've got to see this." I went to the laundry area that's in our kitchen nook area, and he was holding the dryer door open. The bath mat was right in between some of our sheets, so somehow it left the dryer and showed up back in the dryer after a couple more washes and several days. Like both he and I don't like to wash our bath mats with our bed sheets. We just wash them with the bathroom stuff like the towels. So it's not like we would have ever done this purposely. I don't think I will ever forget this weird incident as long as I live. Case file number 3375, written by Irish Gardener 14. Notes from a polite haunting. I live in a haunted house, and the ghost leaves me little gifts. I went to bed one night and shut off the light in my kitchen and got up the next morning, and as I walked into the kitchen, something bright blue caught my eye over to the left. It was a perfect little origami. A swan, absolutely perfect, and it was bright blue. I know it wasn't there when I went to bed the night before, and nobody was in my house but me. It just appeared. A friend of mine came to visit, and I was preparing her room, and I had 2 of those angel statues. Everybody has one. I had 2 of them sitting on the dresser, and all of a sudden, this little glass donkey appeared between them. It's about 1 inch high and maybe a 1/2 inch long. I've never seen it before in my life, and all of a sudden it was just sitting there between the 2 angels. I thought maybe it was a gift toy from my friend from them, but she didn't want anything to do with it. But she's been here before when things have happened. That's the only 2 things this ghost, whatever it is, has left me so far. But that just started about 1.5 months ago. They do lots of other things, but gift giving is the most fascinating thing they do. Case file number 3376, written by Ryan Johnson Jackson. It leaned out of the smoke. I saw this at 16, possibly 17, given the month. I've never done any drugs and didn't start drinking until 26. The others weren't doing anything. This involves me and 4 other people. A week or so prior to the event, my friend was driving and suddenly told me he couldn't control the car. We had just come off a light and he was going between 20 and 30 miles per hour. The steering wheel and brakes had no effect because of wet leaves. We had an entire crash prep conversation before we hit a tree head on. The AC vent imprinted on my knee for weeks. The crash left the headlights cross-eyed and aiming at the trees. Likely illegal to drive, but he was. It was fall 1993. I'm not sure if it was September or October. It was Pleasantville, New York. We had just picked up our girlfriends, who were friends, and our friend F was in the back. So the car layout was B driving and his girlfriend in the front passenger. Me behind B, driver's side back. My girlfriend center back, and our friend F back passenger seat. We were bored and didn't have a plan. One of us said, "Let's just drive," and I think I picked the direction. A very important landmark is the Pizza Hut, no longer there, in Pleasantville, New York. We make a turn from there and went into the normal neighborhood roads. We were driving for a bit, made another turn, and then the asphalt below us was suddenly new. Keep in mind the headlights were cross-eyed and aiming at the trees. It was probably around 5 or 6 p.m., and the ground level was darker than it should be. I looked off into the woods and noticed none of the trees had branches for maybe 10 feet up from the ground, going back a few hundred yards. There were no bushes or other foliage on the ground above the grass. This is not normal here. I have not seen that before and since, except in Europe. I recall mentioning, "What the fluck is up with the woods? Did they cut all the branches off?" So the road was new, the woods were weird, and then I noticed there was only a house every once in a while, maybe 500 yards. In between each house was a streetlight, in a very unpopulated area that's also weird. The mailboxes were on the other side of the street, which was also odd. We could not drive fast due to how the road raised and drastically curved frequently, which also seemed odd. I started looking out the front right of the windshield and saw a weird gray smoke. As we got closer and started to curve away from it, it seemed when parallel to it, it looked about 9 inches in depth and 4 feet high, but maybe 4 feet off the ground. As we curved more, it was 4 or so feet wide and a whirlpool with different color circle area in the middle, darker. As we passed it, a being leaned out at me. It had no face, but felt like it did. Its sleeves were like wizard sleeves. It looked like absolute black with almost a Hellraiser-style suit on, and its face was covered. I felt pissed that it could see me. It pumped its torso at me, leaned into the whirlpool. It closed and turned into smoke that dissipated. Here's why I believe I saw it. I said nothing. I thought I must be hallucinating and stayed quiet and looked out the other window. About 10 seconds later, my friend F said, "Hey, everybody, wouldn't it be funny if I saw the Grim Reaper?" I turned to him and said, "Did you just see the Grim Reaper? I just saw the Grim Reaper." It looked like it. He said with concern, "Uh-huh." Then B, the driver, stopped the car. I yelled, "Don't stop!" and he gunned the gas. I yelled, "Don't speed!" The girls were Catholic and started praying. We only almost ran into a plastic trash can in the street, but left that road, and that was that. Now with all this alien news, I wonder if it was either a time travel thing or an alien thing. I originally thought it was just something more mythical. Portals were in movies back then, but not as popular as now. I don't think my friend F remembers it, which is pretty weird. I want to point out that this was almost like a drive-through experience. It was that close, and how we drove by it was similar. So what I saw was very detailed and close. Impossible to mistake for something else. It was clear and vivid. Also, the drive back was uneventful. So I didn't always hate cheese. I say this because Pizza Hut, I used to love their buffets. Anyone else old enough to remember that? Where you would go to a sit-down restaurant in Pizza Hut and they had a buffet of pizza. You could just go, select which one you wanted, and eat as much as you wanted. Unlimited pizza. And when I could tolerate, I never liked cheese, but I could tolerate it. That was heaven. Something about the vibe, and also the pizza I remember tasting very different. It has, I had a more potent flavor. I don't know how to describe it. Anyways, by your description of the foliage and trees and everything, it almost sounds like you were transported with your friends in your car to Europe. A small village there. But then what the hell does the Grim Reaper, so-called, have to do with any of that? Did this entity that appeared to you and everyone else in the car as a Grim Reaper? Or maybe the classical Grim Reaper is simply people seeing this figure and they thought, okay, this is an entity that's causing malaise to people. So they associate that with the Grim Reaper, but maybe it's just an entity that looks like something terrifying but really isn't. I mean, he didn't harm anyone there, but not that I would feel comfortable seeing it. Let's be clear about that. And a space-time portal could result in this transportation effect. Normally not so far, talking about across an entire ocean. And you mentioned aliens, which I think could be related to space-time portals. Maybe they're placing them there in tandem with our government. Did you see not the Grim Reaper, but the Grim Alien? Case file number 3377, written by Zealous Ideal, card 326. Still on the same road. This happened today, on my commute, and it's still making my skin crawl. I was driving my usual backroad route home, the kind of road that's mostly one lane, with forests and houses on both sides. You get stuck once you're on it. There's no turning off, no shortcuts, no alternate routes. For a while, there was a motorcycle behind me in traffic. The rider was impossible to miss, full reflective neon yellow gear, head to toe. They stayed behind me for a decent stretch, with cars lined up behind them too. Around this time, my YouTube and Spotify both started glitching badly, skipping, cutting out. I disconnected and reconnected Bluetooth, same issue. Switched to the radio, also skipping. Figured it was a storm we're having, and just drove in silence. There's a section of this road where it dips down into a small hill. I usually coast it without braking, and then stop at the stop sign at the bottom. When I stopped, I noticed something odd. The motorcycle was suddenly really far back, with a long line of cars behind it, like way farther than made sense given how traffic had been moving. I continued on the back road for about 10 miles. For most of that stretch, there was no one behind me at all, which is unusual for that route. Closer to home, still on the same road, I tried my music again. No glitching, completely normal. As I'm approaching traffic ahead, I glance up, and there's the motorcycle? Same rider, same bright reflective yellow gear, directly ahead of me. There is no other way for them to have gotten there. No side roads, as I mentioned, no detours, no alternate paths, just trees, houses, and this one road. I can't explain how they ended up in front of me again. Nothing dramatic happened after that, but the whole thing left me deeply uncomfortable. I've driven this route countless times, and I can't make it make sense. So in the cases of space-time portals that I've seen, there's never any real sign that you're crossing one, or even close to one. But maybe the electrical interference is a sign. The fact that your Spotify and YouTube, the connection to Bluetooth was spazzing out, in the radio as well. The electromagnetic signals nearby, the portal, is my guess, were on the fritz. They were being distorted. It's like applying a distortion. You can buy jammers online, not that I recommend you do that, but I think it's the same process. These portals probably emit strong signals nearby, but not in the visible spectrum, which is why we can't see them. Electronically, yeah, there's distortions. Maybe not all the time, maybe only when they're starting to get unstable, towards the end of their lifespan, or however long they last for. Case file number 3378, written by Ilanak. Third time's a charm. My best friend and I were out running errands. We went into one store, and the cashier said to us, "Oh my god, are you guys sisters? You look alike." We told the cashier when we were younger. We always used to get that, and we haven't heard that in years. We went to the next store, went to the cashier, and again they asked, "Are you two sisters? You guys look alike." We responded with, "Wow, we haven't gotten that in years and got it twice today." We're now in the car, driving through town, and we're just chatting, and we're both saying just how funny it is that we were both told that we look alike twice today, where we probably haven't heard that in 10 years. Now, when we are together, conversations can get stupid and silly, and we just talk about anything. So for some reason, we started talking about the dentist, and was asking like, "Do you have your wisdom teeth? Do you still have your tonsil?" We got home, and I parked on the street. To get to my house, you have to go down the whole entire street, and then turn around to park on the right side of the road. So we went down the whole street, and turned around, which means we were able to get a view of the whole entire street to see if someone was driving or walking, parking, and so on. At this time, we have not seen anyone but ourselves on the street. It was cold outside. Not really a common time for people to be walking. We exit the car and walk up my driveway, which is a long driveway to the left of the house. We are about 3/4 of the way there, and we hear someone call us saying, "Hey girls!" We turn around, and there is a boy probably 15 to 16 years old up the driveway with us. Not in the street, not at the end of the driveway, but a couple feet away from us. I was immediately sketched out because I knew there was no one on the street, and now there's someone standing right next to me in my driveway? I'm instantly in protective mode and very confused. We begin to just say hi, and then he asks us, "Can we be friends? How old are you?" Initially, we don't really respond because at this point, we don't know what to say or who he is or where he came from. Then he proceeds and asks us, "You girls look alike, are you sisters?" At this point, I'm in fight or flight mode. I notice my friend is just kind of baffled. We told him, "No, we're just best friends." At this point, I'm very confused, because this is now the third time we've gotten this today, but in a very different environment. His next question is, "Do you know what I want to be when I grow up?" He answers his own question before we can answer, and he says, "I want to be a dentist." Neither of us are able to speak, because his next question is, "Do you girls have your wisdom teeth? How about your tonsils?" For some odd reason, we both answered these questions, and then he says, "Can I see? Open your mouths." I was not opening my mouth, but my best friend, for some reason, decided to open her mouth. I grabbed her, we told him we had to go, and we ran inside. We're now sitting on the couch in complete shock, not even able to speak. My boyfriend is just as thoroughly confused because he watched this from the window and asked who he was, and we told him we have no idea. We don't even know where he came from. Fast forward to a few days later, I come home from work, and my boyfriend at the time says that the kid came back looking for us, and that he was going to come back another day. I never saw him again though. To this day, we don't know where he came from and why he asked us those questions, and how he knew everything we spoke about that day. You look similar to your friend, but you haven't really been diagnosed, you could say, by other people in a long time, but then suddenly you're diagnosed twice? Really weird. And having this conversation with your friend about some random dentist and tonsils and stuff, okay, this random person approaches, this kid, as you say, or teenager in this, 16? Who the hell is it? There's no possible way he could have even appeared there or walked up the road without you seeing him. So, impossibly there, knowing information he has no business, no possible way to know, especially when he asks you to open your mouth to check what the hell is going on there. And your friend even complies, like, okay. Your friend probably was just so stunned, she couldn't even believe what the hell was happening. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't open my mouth, but I get it. Weird as hell, right? It does feel like something demonic, which I don't use that word often, but it does feel that way. Case file number 3379, written by Expensive Car 298. Exit, rewind, repeat. I left my sister's house, and on my way home, my mom called me and asked if I could go out to my aunt's house to let her dog out. I said sure, because on the highway I take to go home, their exit is only a mile past mine. So I came up toward my usual exit and passed it. I know for sure I passed my exit, because I remember driving under the overpass that it connects to. So I immediately got into the middle lane, then switched to the far right lane where my aunt's exit would be coming up. To preface, I take this exit all the time, and am very familiar with its location. I guess I completely zoned out as I was listening to a song, Me and Bobby McGee, and at the end of the song I realized I had been driving way too long, and I had to have missed the exit to my aunt's house. I didn't even have time to wonder how or when I missed it when I came up on another exit. I got off on this exit and was completely confused about what just happened when I realized it was the exit I took to my house that I vividly remember passing minutes earlier. I know this doesn't make any sense. I drove straight the whole time. I know for a fact I passed my exit. I don't have any issues with my brain. I'm 26 years old and healthy. I'm not crazy. I don't do any drugs. Nothing like this has ever happened to me before. How did I end up back in my exit? What the fluck happened? I don't know what to think other than it felt like a glitch in the Matrix. Case file number 3380, written by Lowside3317. The Girl on the Screensaver. I was going to grab a coffee this morning at Tim Hortons. I don't usually go. The drive-thru was extremely long, so I decided to go inside. It was completely empty, aside from two men about 50 to 60 years old, sitting at a corner table. The men locked onto me as soon as I walked in, but whatever, old creepy men, that's nothing new. I mind my business, order my coffee, and while I wait, one of the men comes up to me. He just kind of stands near me, so I move out of the way and say, "Oh, sorry, am I in your way?" He says, No, sorry, can I show you something?" Of course, I'm kind of cautious about this and say, "Well, depends on what it is." He proceeds to show me his screensaver. It is a young woman who looks identical to me. I mean, if you put us side by side, we could be twins. He tells me it's his daughter, and he was just taken aback when I came in. I laughed and told him I agreed we look extremely similar, and asked her name. He told me her name was Jade. This was another blip on my "what the fluck is happening" radar. When I was a kid, all I wanted was to be named Jade. All my gaming tags were a variation of Jade and numbers. When I played make-believe with friends, I was always Jade. I even told strangers my name was Jade. It was a strange obsession that I think a lot of kids have with names that they wish they were named. I just smiled and said it was a pretty name. He explained that she was in Hong Kong. I told him that would be a fun trip, and he proceeded to tell me this crazy story of how she was scammed into taking a package to China and got arrested in Hong Kong. This exact story actually happened about 3 years ago in a town about 4 hours away to a woman my family was loosely tied to. I look at him and say, "You know, I want to be sympathetic, but Are you fucking with me right now? He told me he swears on the Bible and isn't trying to make me uncomfortable. He just had a hard time not talking about it, of course. Now, I work inside the court system, specifically with mentally ill offenders, many struggling with addiction. I start to do my regular checks for signs of intoxication and mental health symptoms. This man seems completely lucid. Now I jump to him trying to pickpocket me? This is a good area, but you never know. My belongings are still on me, and the other man he was sitting with is standing about 5 feet away. This is when he starts to tell me his daughter wanted to get into law enforcement, and was enrolled in the same school and discipline I recently graduated from. I'm not necessarily someone who looks like I work in the field, and I definitely don't advertise it on my person. He says he won't keep me any longer, shakes my hand, and says his name is Gary. He introduces his friend as Cameron, but says people call him Taco Man, because when he drinks, he likes to make everyone tacos. This is my final time to get out of here. My ex-boyfriend, who I was with for a very long time, was jokingly called the Taco Man, because he would get drunk and make everyone tacos. They held the door for me as I left, and I watched them get into a pretty nice, newer truck and drive off. I have never felt more strange, never seen these people again. I find this story also extremely fascinating because it's information that they couldn't possibly know. Like, okay, you could say on a grand stretch that these people were trying to prank you, they were stalking you, they learned everything about you just to ambush you in the Tim Hortons. Okay, there's a lot you can learn about people online. So is that theoretically possible? Maybe they generated an image of someone that looked like you with AI, you can do that, I guess. But for old men to do that, why you and why leave? You know, that's so far beyond a prank. I can't believe it, right? But what does it mean if it's not a prank? There's a connection to someone else? It's a soul twin, not a physical twin. I think this proves that there are people out there that we are synchronized with. Again, it's not by blood, but simply by whatever connection extends beyond the universe. If you want to call it a soul, a tether to the simulation, whatever it might be, there's definitely people out there we're very well synchronized with. Fascinating. And I guess there has to be a pull. Like, what are the odds that these people would meet you in some random Tim Hortons on a random day? The odds are astronomical. So there has to be a pull, a draw. Maybe not directly with the person, but at least people related to that person that know them well. I just find that so fascinating. But I think the detail that really seals it is the Taco Man. How do you have that detail? That's not information you'd pick up online anywhere. Maybe there was a Facebook post about your ex-boyfriend and it was labeled Taco Man or something, like maybe there, but even then it's just such a stretch, don't you agree? There's just a limit to the information that's available. If it's so specifically detailed like that, no, I don't believe it. I don't believe it was a prank, or it wouldn't even be a prank, even if it's not supernatural. I don't know what the hell it is. Case file number 3381, written by No Tumbleweed 544. Have a good evening. I was out shopping at the mall, and after completing my purchase at a department store, the cashier said thank you and have a good evening. I thought, oh boy, I never realized the time. It's evening already? I looked at my watch and it was about 3 p.m. Not evening in my mind. I finished off at the grocery store and the cashier said the exact same thing. Have a good evening. It was about, 4 p.m. now? But I still felt it was odd since they usually say have a nice day or even a nice evening or weekend, but not good evening. To be honest, nobody really says have a good evening. Whatever, I let it go. Next, I am standing outside waiting for a cab. This guy walks by quite briskly, a very fast walk which made me take notice. He goes right past me and I still watch him. Suddenly, he turns and walks back towards me, points his finger at me, and says quite sternly, "You, have a good evening." Now this is most definitely quite odd. I get in the cab and all the cabbies on the radio must be finishing up their shifts. All of them then say bye to each other and have a good evening. The whole thing was really bizarre. So I get home and my son says there was a weird article in the local newspaper. Did you read it? I said no. I threw the paper out. I retrieved it from the recycling bag, and it was about crop circles that appeared in the field in our small town. Wasn't really interested in crop circles, but whatever. That night, my hubby said, let's go out for a drink to another small town, and there was a band playing called Crop Circles. There was a guy in the bar who looked like the guy from the mall who walked past me. I wish I had asked him if we saw each other at the mall earlier, but I didn't. Not sure what crop circles had to do with all this, but the whole thing was just weird. I felt like someone was messing with my head playing games, but why would random cashiers and cabbies be in on it? I later thought I must be going schizo to think I have all these synchronicities happen. Case file number 3382, written by the Dalai Lama. The Long Way Home. This happened to me several times, both on the highway and a specific country road I live near. The two most notable will always stick with me. On the interstate with my best friend, heading north on a stretch we are very familiar with, and looking for the exit to our favorite restaurant. 2 exits prior to the one we are searching for is the exit to her sister's home. We know it well. We take it often, and it has a very distinct billboard by it. We pass that exit, and the next. Getting ready to get off, I get into the exit lane for the restaurant. We notice the billboard first and comment how odd. That is, they must have just put it in. We get completely through the exit and see a gas station, the same one at her sister's exit. We pull in confused and check the road sign. We are at her sister's exit, the one we passed 5 minutes before. We were watching the road, not distracted or anything like that. The second incident was with my daughter. We live in the Midwest, literally 45 minutes away from anything big. The next bigger town is 20 minutes away. Not a major town, but has a few more amenities. There is a specific road we always take maybe 5 minutes from our house. Once we turn, it's a straight shot, no stops, to the next town. When you're turning onto this road, the intersection is by a horse farm and a game bird sanctuary. The farm and building at the sanctuary are the only structures for about a mile on the main road. Everything else is open field until you hit my town or the outskirts of another tiny town. That farm makes it impossible to miss your turn if you know anything about the area. We turn left, heading down the road like we usually do. It's a 15-minute drive now to our destination. We are talking, but I'm focused on the road. My daughter, 11 at the time, is also paying attention to the road. Coyotes and deer are notorious for jumping out around here, so we are both watching. I noted the time when we first turned because we wanted to get lunch, which starts at a certain time. We drive for 20 minutes and still aren't seeing the end of the road where we turn. All that's around are fields and a few houses. We start to get confused, thinking maybe I was driving slower than usual. 10 more minutes and still not seeing it. At this point, we are getting freaked out, but keep driving. I'm thinking, maybe I misread the time. 5 more minutes. I finally see a stop sign, but none of the usual things are around. We pull into a gas station we've never been to, so we can figure out what's going on. We somehow ended up in a town 40 minutes away? I have never been to it. We are both freaking out and calling my husband. Poor girls are crying on the phone to Dad, and I'm having a panic attack. We assured him we turned on the correct road, never turned off that road, and the town we ended up at is impossible to reach without getting on a local highway that I would have needed to turn on immediately after exiting our town. I refuse to take that road now. I still have no idea what happened or how it happened. Apparently, we aren't the first people to end up somewhere else from that specific road. My husband ended up on a weird county road. A few people in our town have told us that for years it's gotten people lost, even locals that grew up there. Case file number 3383, written by Sky12. That's not where that goes. One night, I was stopped at a red light after getting off at my exit. This exit is not a traditional one, in that 2 lanes curve to the left and terminate at an intersection that is left turn only, while a 3rd lane branches off to the right and allows you to merge onto the cross street. This is an important distinction that I have to make because it makes my experience all the more strange. I am stopped at the intersection in the far left lane, waiting to make a left turn towards home. The light turns green, and about halfway through my turn, I briefly look down at my phone in my lap as I receive a notification. I look back up, and instead of completing the left turn, I am driving straight in the opposite direction, as if I had turned right. There is a 0% chance I mistook my left turn at the intersection for a merge onto the opposite direction. Not a chance. This was a moment that has stuck with me for many years, and I'll never be able to explain it. Case file number 3384, written by Outsy Wait. Righty-tighty somehow. This happened yesterday while changing the oil in my truck, and I'm still scratching my head. To unscrew the oil filter, I have an adjustable tool with 3 retractable arms that can only be rotated in one direction. This tool is designed only to unscrew filters and not screw them in. If you try to rotate it in a clockwise direction, screwing in the filter, the 3 retractable arms will just extend out and not grip the filter. When you rotate it in a counterclockwise direction, unscrewing the filter, the 3 arms come together and grip the oil filter as it unscrews it. My glitch happened while I was laying under the truck in an abnormal position, not straight on. I placed the tool on the filter and started turning the ratchet. I made sure the 3 arms on the tool came together and gripped the filter before I started turning. I noticed the filter only budged a little and stopped moving. I made several more attempts before crawling out from under the truck. I examined my tool and noticed the switch on the ratchet was set to turn clockwise and not counterclockwise. I had been turning the oil filter clockwise and tightening it. I crawled back under the truck and looked straight on, confirmed that I had been screwing in the filter instead of unscrewing it. I made the correction and spent the next hour and a half struggling to take off the over-tightened filter. I finally removed the oil filter, replaced it, and finished my task. I still don't know how my tool, designed only to unscrew, screwed in the filter in this instance. Out of curiosity, I tried putting the tool on the removed filters and turning it clockwise, and as designed, the 3 arms extend out and do not grip the filter now. The tool makes this impossible. Case file number 3385, written by Jackie at Home. Careful with other people's things. My husband and I traveled to Philadelphia from southern Illinois to watch their dogs and remove their bathroom while they were visiting their son in college overseas. We were there an entire month, so I was very comfortable in my sister's house by then, and running it like I would on my own. Side note, her house is haunted, everyone knows that, and is familiar with the ghost activity. I don't think that's related to this story, but just in case, I thought I'd better mention it. I was laundering the bedding my husband and I were using, since we were leaving that day. I intended to remake the bed on our way out, so the room was ready for my nephew when he got back for the holidays. The washer and dryer are in the basement, and the bedrooms are on the 2nd floor, so when I counted only 1 pillowcase, I took 2 off the bed to wash. As I switched the load from the washer to the dryer, I figured I just missed it there, and I'd find it tangled up in the sheet when I took them out of the dryer. When the load was dry, I still didn't find the pillowcase. It wasn't in there when I took the laundry out of the dryer, and it wasn't there when I folded the sheets. I had 1 pillowcase folded up on top of the flat sheet and under the fitted sheet in the pile. I thought I must have lost it somewhere between the basement and the 2nd floor when I took the laundry down, and made a note to keep an eye out for it, then went on packing. After I had all our stuff in the room and in the truck, I went up to make the bed, having forgotten about the missing pillowcase, until I took the fitted sheet off the pile and found 2 folded pillowcases under it. I was just stunned. I'm certain there was only 1 when I folded them, because I was so conscious of having possibly lost someone else's things. Not that it would have caused any real concern, but you know how much more careful we tend to be with other people's things. The day after we left, my sister called to tell me she'd had a similar experience. She had showered, grabbed clothes to put on, and threw them in the bed. When one of the dogs jumped up there, her pile of clothes tumbled off the bed, and instead of the pair of underwear she'd collected to wear, there were two identical pairs. The kicker is that she didn't even own two pairs of those. They were old and she inspected both pairs carefully, certain she couldn't have had them without knowing. They were worn down in the same spots and everything, a real duplicate. Case file number 3386, written by Western Photograph 267. Every single time. For the past 2 years, every single time I message my friend, or she messages me, we are always thinking about each other at the exact moment. Literally every single time, without fail. We have vastly different ages. I'm 22, she's 70. So it's not even like we're seeing stuff online that could make us think of each other due to similar algorithms. I've tried to rationalize this so many times, but I never can. It has happened hundreds of times now. I'll be thinking, oh, I haven't messaged in a while, I'll message her now. And as I grab my phone to open WhatsApp, she sends a message first. The only times that doesn't happen, she'll say to me, I was just about to message you. I don't know if we're just psychically connected or what. Nobody ever believes me until it happens in front of them. Sometimes when I think about messaging her, I'll wait and just stare at my screen for a few seconds, and boom, a message from her arrives. It is genuinely insane. One time is a coincidence, twice is funny. But every single time, hundreds of times, what are the chances of that? Case file number 3387, written by ICP-2180, Steam, Mirrors, and Magic. My husband and I were heading into the bathroom to shower, and I was ahead of him and looked into the clear lid on my cup and saw barely any water left. One small sip. I sipped it quietly, but it still made the noise when all you're sucking is air and droplets of water. I tried to do this quietly so my husband would go back to the kitchen to fill my cup because I knew he would if he knew it was empty. In the middle of the shower, I got hot and stepped out to grab his bottle off the counter for a sip of water because mine was now empty. Then, after the shower, we both got dressed and then he left the bathroom while I put on my moisturizer and I picked up my cup to leave the bathroom and go fill it, but I felt it was full, so I yelled thank you to my husband. But then I went into the kitchen and my husband swore he didn't fill it, which made sense because I did see him the whole time after our shower and I knew he didn't ever leave to fill it up. I know I didn't fill it either because I wouldn't have grabbed his bottle to drink from it while in the shower because I prefer mine, but I knew mine was empty. The weirdest thing is the cup wasn't even full. It looked like 3/4 of the way full, which neither of us would have filled it up, only 3/4. We would have fully filled it. Case file number 3388, written by Arrowhigh 9096. Room S72 was mine. This happened in 2022, when I was in my 4th year of college. I'd been living in hostels throughout my graduation, and every year we changed hostels, so moving was normal. That year, I had been allotted a room on the 2nd floor, room number S72, and I had already been living there for about a month. One day, I went to the mess as usual. After eating, I came back, went up to the 2nd floor, walked to S72, and saw the door open. I was like, what the hell? How can I leave my room open without a lock? And then realized there's some noise coming out from the room. I knocked on the door, my door. 2 girls came out. I was confused and scared. I tried to explain to them that it's my room. One of the girls inside looked at me and said something like, "You seem new. You've probably lost your way." That made things even worse because I knew I wasn't lost. This was my room. I had been staying there. For a moment, I genuinely didn't understand what was happening. I was standing outside a room I was sure belonged to me, being told by someone else that it was theirs. Then I went outside the hostel to my friend's hostel. She was staying in another one as she was from a different stream. I told her everything. Then we both went back to my hostel, and guess what? Everything was back to normal. My room was locked, and no one was there. My friend still thinks I was joking back then. 2022-2023 was indeed a very strange time for me. A lot of strange things happened that I still don't understand. Okay, into a mirror parallel universe. These crossovers are weird, random, and maybe they don't involve quantum immortality in terms of death all the time. There are transitions that happen that are temporary, for whatever reason. Maybe they do involve space-time portals. I don't know if those can interconnect with higher dimensions and cross into the multiverse spectrum. That's a lot of ideas in one sentence. But clearly, from my perspective, this was just a different universe. One where your room, you probably still were in that hostel, but we're in a different room. That'd be my guess. Case file number 3389, written by Arrowhigh 9096. Between Faith and Physics. For some context, I used to have really intense nightmares back in the day, ever since I can remember. The kind that don't just scare you, but stay with you even after you wake up. Because of that, my mom got me a kala daga, black thread, from a priest and tied it around my right foot in 2022. In 2023, we went on a family vacation to Orcha, Madhya Pradesh, in India. During the trip, at some point, the kala daga came off. I noticed it immediately. I remember checking my foot and feeling that sudden, oh no, moment. I searched for it, but I couldn't find it, as it's hard to find something outdoors. What's important is that I distinctly remember accepting that it was lost there, when in Orcha. I even felt a little uneasy about it because of what it symbolized for me. The trip ended, we came back home. A day or two later, I found it at my home on the table in my room. It was the same kala daga, not a similar one, not a new one, the exact same thread, same worn look, same tiny knots. I knew I hadn't brought it back with me. I clearly remember losing it in Orcha and not finding it despite searching. No one in my family had packed it or tied a new one for me. I didn't even tell my mom about it being lost during the trip. There was no logical path for it to travel back with me. Nothing dramatic happened after that, no big revelation, no explanation surfaced later. But even now, when I think about it, the memory feels oddly solid, like something that shouldn't have happened, but did. Now time for the jokes of the day. A girl told me she wanted to just be friends. I said, "Can we be friends with benefits?" She said, "So, you just want to fool around?" I said, "No, I want you to add me to your health insurance." Indeed, benefits. Today, the US Mint will officially mint the last US penny and will no longer produce them in the future. This makes no sense. Scientists got bored after watching the Earth turn for 24 hours, so they called it a day. Last night, a man was hit over the head with a violin, then a clarinet, and finally, a French horn. Police say it was an orchestrated attack. An 80-year-old man with a 30-year-old wife went to his doctor to tell him the good news. His wife of 2 months was already pregnant. The doctor stared at him and said, "Let me tell you a story. A friend of mine likes going bear hunting. One day, after following a big one for miles, he realized that he had made a mistake. Instead of his hunting rifle, he accidentally packed his umbrella. So with no other choice, he raised his umbrella to the beast and pulled the handle. And bam, the bear was dead. That's impossible. Somebody else must have shot it from hiding." The doctor said, "I'm glad we understand each other." Whoops. Dave was flabbergasted. I bought a world map, took it home, gave my wife a dart and said, "Where you land the dart, I'm taking you on holiday." Turns out, we're spending 3 weeks behind the fridge. When a woman has a baby, why is it called a delivery? It's pretty obvious that it's takeout. A lady was looking for a turkey, but couldn't find one big enough. She asked the stock boy, "Do these turkeys get any bigger?" The stock boy replied, "No, they're dead." What do you call it when a naked person sits down? A moon landing. A friend said she did not understand cloning. I told her, "That makes 2 of us." My teacher told me not to worry about spelling because in the future there will be autocorrect. And for that I am eternally grapefruit. A man in an interrogation room says, "I'm not saying a word without my lawyer present." "But you are the lawyer," replied the cops. "Exactly. So, where's my present?" My new car has a button for just about everything. It even has one that says rear wiper. Still too afraid to use that one. I've never seen the movie Frozen, so I asked my 4-year-old daughter to summarize it for me. She looked at me funny and said, "Well, if I summarize it, then it would be called melted." Fun fact, Australia's biggest export is boomerangs. It's also their biggest import. Imagine if Americans switched from pounds to kilograms overnight. There would be mass confusion. A man walks into a bar. He's got syphilis, typhoid, cholera, rickets, scurvy, bubonic plague, gout, shingles, pink eye, ringworm, mono, hepatitis A through C, whooping cough, measles, mumps, dengue fever, trench foot, strep throat, mumps, measles, Lyme disease, and hand, foot, and mouth disease. Bartender says, "What is this? Some kind of sick joke?" That was a lot of words. Where do rainbows go when they're bad? To Prism. It's a light sentence, but it gives them time to reflect. I told my wife I'm disappointed in how tight all her shirts and blouses are. She said, "Then lose some weight." On the first day of my flying lessons, I looked down nervously and asked my instructor, "What are all these buttons for?" He said, "Those are to keep your shirts closed." Right. While preparing Thanksgiving dinner, my wife said, "Babe, I'm exhausted. Can you roast a turkey?" I'm like, "Sure." Then I turned to the turkey and said, "Listen here, you 18-pound diva carcass. You took 4 days to thaw, and your head was so far up your own butt, you were practically sucking your own wishbone." Nice roast. Did you know that Jesus was originally named Gary? But then Mary stubbed her toe. Chuck Norris just got shot. The bullet is in critical condition. Yep. Can never go wrong with a Chuck Norris joke. Imagine the absolute fame and notoriety that Chuck Norris has, just as a person. He's the most famous, mythical person ever in history. I think even rivaling Bruce Lee beyond it. Bruce Lee's just cool, but he doesn't get jokes made of him, like he beats the universe with one punch. Don't get me wrong, he's a legend, but something about Chuck Norris just transcends that into meme territory. My wife said an onion is the only vegetable that makes you cry. So I threw a turnip at her head to prove her wrong. That'll do it. Went to visit my friend in the hospital and kept getting mildly insulted by everyone I passed. Doctors, nurses, patients, everyone. Turns out I was in the burn unit. When you got roast today, burns, you just can't escape it. Took my car to the mechanic because it was making a terrible noise. He removed the Mariah Carey Christmas CD. Now it's fine. I saw this reel on Instagram where it's just a guy crossing into November, and in the distance you hear the Mariah Carey Christmas music rolling in slowly. It's like it's baked into the air, and yeah. But she's not bad. She's pretty good. And Michael Bublé. I like it. What do you call a snowman with a six-pack? Jacked Frost. This one got me good. I'm a woodworker, and I make 7 figures a year. It's starting to look like I won't ever make any real money, unless I learn to carve them faster. Yeah. My wife just completed a 40-week bodybuilding program this morning. It's a baby girl weighing 7 pounds, 6 ounces. I'm now a dad. Christopher Walken wanted to take his wife to a fancy restaurant. He called to see if he needed a reservation. The hostess told him that all walk-ins are welcome. Since my son turned 7 years old, he has picked up the 6'7" meme, presumably from school friends. My daughter turned 4 and innocently assumed 6'7" was something to do with her brother's age, so she responds with 3'4" every time. Her first dad joke without realizing it. I drew Mark Hamill on my sleeping wife's face. You should have seen the look on her face. May the force be with her. I am very conflicted about my right glove. On one hand, I love it. On the other, I hate it. That's good. My neighbor's wife attacked her husband with his guitar collection. At her arraignment, the judge asked, "First offender?" She said, "No, first a Gibson, then a Fender." Why was a snowman digging through a box of carrots? Because he was picking his nose. Gotta select the best looking one. Mary gave birth to Jesus, and Jesus was a Lamb of God. So does that mean Mary had a little lamb? If Farmer A sells apples and Farmer B sells bananas, what does Farmer C sell? Medicine. Why is Cyclops in charge of the X-Men? Because Professor X made him a supervisor. Contains that energy in his eyes. A man has been stealing wheels off cop cars. The police are working tirelessly to catch him. What do you call a herd of sheep falling down a hill? A landslide. I asked my wife if sneezing a lot means you're sneezy and sleeping a lot means you're sleepy. What's the word for someone that's coughing a lot? She says, coffee. Yes, please. 2 creams, 1 sugar. An interesting way to ask for coffee. Please be careful, everyone. I went out for a few drinks after work and got carried away, so I left the car at the bar and took a taxi home. Sure enough, just up the road, the police were pulling over cars and breathalyzing the drivers. They just waved me past being in a taxi, which is strange because I've never driven one before and haven't a clue where I got it from. This morning I coughed up a pawn, a bishop, and a rook. I must have a chest infection. I'm in for a rough night. A man holding a big crocodile walks into a bar. He asks, "Do you serve lawyers here?" The bartender replies, "We sure do." "Good," says the man. "Give me a beer, and I'll have a lawyer for my crocodile, please." I wonder how many they have in the back. Does anyone know any good sword-fighting puns? I'm trying to think of words that have a dual meaning. Video up here, YouTube thinks you'll like it, check it out. Don't forget to like the video and subscribe. I'll see you next time.